Yo, guys. Welcome, everyone. How's everyone doing? Already got Merlin aggro. I actually did have a bit of Merlin aggro, yeah. I just took him out for a few minutes before this. How's everyone doing? Is SSF the way in D4 now? Well, for me, for sure. And I think plenty of other people. I was going to make maybe some video talking about SSF and not SSF and sort of what to expect and, I don't know, how to approach it, I guess. Yo, Sheeple. Hi. Crucible. Hi, thank you. It was the night before Season of the Rouge. I feel like there's very few activity about D4 for that season so far. I mean, the season hasn't started. And personally, I'm also like way behind on like YouTube content. I haven't actually released a single guide yet, like a build guide at least. Oof. So, was the Megan Fox death in season 1 pre-recorded? If so, it's kind of rude to anticipate me dying. No, I don't think this was pre-recorded. You're supposed to deploy to Jordan 3 weeks ago, but the deployment got put on hold. Oof, okay. Dude, I really wouldn't mind to have like another week of prep and then start putting out build guides. You know, I've played so many builds in season 13 and on PTR and, you know, haven't done any build guides. Ugh. Yesterday I was cooking the Warlock builds. That really took a lot of time as well. And I'm still not even done with that. And then I have to write 2 brand new leveling guides for Warlock as well. Ugh. I have to do that later tonight. Yeah, I was supposed to have a lot fewer guides on Max Roll this season. And then like move some over to Lord Zora and maybe Macro. But that didn't happen, so it would have given me a lot more time to do other stuff. And now I kind of got stuck with like 10 hours of Warlock updates last night, and we have to do more later. Actually, I haven't published them yet. I have to do that. But at least they're good to go now. Maybe we start with that. So I have these out already. This won't take too long. So those 3, Tyrant's Curse, Lunatic, and Apocalypse are reworked for season 14. These were actually like more substantial reworks than I anticipated, I must say. How do you do this? I guess we did this. Do you want to put a video there? I guess you can. It's generally still the same build, I guess. Okay. Okay, that should be fine. Tyrant's Grasp is out. Let's do Lunatic. Thank you guys. Tommy, Woody Joey. Appreciate that. Okay. Let's do the Apocalypse. That's it. Okay. 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 Oof. Alright. So that's missing the new mythics. They're gonna be there when the planner is getting rolled over. Thanks, Jero. Appreciate the sub as well. Thoughts on the PoE 2 mirror service scandal? I don't even know anything about it. I don't know what's going on there. But it's probably funny, and people like their drama. So enjoy it while it lasts, I guess. One day in 44 minutes. Wait, I thought it's 9 p.m. my time. Is it actually 8 p.m. my time? Interesting. Okay. In petition, I have to start Neko for the race to keep things fair. The good thing is that you're gonna have winners per class. And I think there's only one prize that will go to like the overall fastest. And everything else is like either for each class, or a raffle between the winners of the classes, or a raffle between all participants. So I want to make sure that, all classes get rewards, basically. But yeah, maybe I can show this off here a little bit. I wanted to record a video on the event a few days ago already, but I just finally set this up today. Took me a while, because it's kind of complicated. But we did it. Going for runner-up, best death prize. Yeah, we're gonna have prizes for the best rip clips, as always, of course, if you play hardcore. I'm gonna be giving out 50 bucks times 4 for the most funny, deserved, daring, and heartbreaking rips. And a bunch of other stuff. It's gonna be a tough season for Warlock. Actually, after like cooking the build a little bit last night, I figured maybe it's not that bad after all for Warlocks. But we'll see, I guess. Best and worst transmogs. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do like a transmog competition for this. We can do this on like another event, but since it's like a softcore and hardcore event, I would expect it's going to get plenty of people, and that might be kind of too much. I think we're gonna do like another event. Okay, hi YouTube guys. I will match me. Wait, what do you mean? I will match you, Wonkus? How is leveling some barb? They have like this frenzy build that's really good, apparently. Not 50, but 100. Oh, you want to do 100 for each rip? I mean, if you want, Wonkus, sure. Otherwise, I mean, if you have anything else to throw in, you can also like make your own prize for some outer objective or something. My opinion on Warlock leveling builds. I tried Lunatic and Apocalypse. They're actually pretty good, even while leveling. And then there's still Dreadclaws that was kind of decent, and so on. So should level with Rogue and use caches to level up Barb. I wouldn't do that. Just start the class you want to start. There's not such a big difference between the classes and like how fast you level. The main difference really comes from the strat and how well you execute it, and not so much which class you play. When I'm playing tomorrow, I'm playing Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred. You want to secure your Season 14 pet with your Spiritborn Fawn's monkey build. Good luck. Okay, so you want me to just add 100 Wonkas. Like this. Yeah, I can put your name too if you want. Yeah, let me update it. Okay, let's see. We have €100 in cash. $100 sounds nicer. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Bonkers loves his rip clips as well. I hope we're gonna get a lot of rip clips. So I specifically mentioned that rip clips can be not just on the Mephisto fight, but you know, throughout the entire event. Anyone who posts rip clips basically, you know, is free to participate and have a chance of winning one of the prizes. Okay, is it updated? So I did this, yeah. Okay. Lilith is going to get me again. Yeah, there's only one objective, which is Mephisto. You don't have to do Lilith. Outside of like T8 Lilith for the season journey or some shit, I guess. Okay, anyway. Hi everyone, Season 14 is starting very soon, and with it comes a new event, so I decided to host a new race. It's been a while, and we also have some prizes, and it's going to be solo self-found, both softcore and hardcore, with the objective of defeating Mephisto on Torment 12. So this race, I have all the details here, but I'll give you the TLDR. It's going to be a 1-week event starting with the season launch. So you can go as ham as you want and try to be the first to take down Mephisto, basically. We're going to have prizes for the winners of each class in each mode. So we have a bunch of different things here. Here's the full list of prizes. We have something from Maxroll, Crimson Market, Blizzard, and myself. And also Bonkers, who contributed a little bit to the prize that I was giving. So thank you very much to him. And yeah, basically the idea is just kind of like play the game and then submit your run or your screenshot of proof that you have taken down Mephisto on T12 within the first week of the season. The way this will go is that we have my Discord here, so we have links. You can click those. There is just like my Discord, and here is the event submission channel. So I will like figure out the exact details there, but basically you're gonna just kind of like submit either a video clip or a screenshot with your information, like, you know, player, build, tag, and so on. And we're gonna have mods taking it from there and putting it into a sheet with all of the rankings basically and a timestamp. So we're gonna measure the time that has elapsed since the season start, and whoever is the fastest will be #1 on the list, basically. So there's going to be a leaderboard here. This is the hardcore one. There's a softcore one. I have them just like on the same page here. I don't expect we're going to have really a huge amount of entries on hardcore anyway, so I just figured we're going to do one page. It's just like a few test entries here right now, but this is what it will look like, basically. And we do encourage people to submit their clears as a video, in particular for the winners. So for like the rank ones, I definitely want to have a video. So make sure you record it if you're trying to go for like the #1, and only then you will be eligible for some of these prizes. Other participants can just kind of come in, you know, if you know you're going to be late or whatever, then a screenshot is fine. If it's just going to be like part of the event and just have fun, and you already know you're maybe not going to be the first, a screenshot is okay. But in particular for, you know, #1s, you know, we want to see the run basically. So kind of important. And of course, if you're playing hardcore, we like rip clips. So we actually have prizes for the best rip clips as well. We're going to be voting on them after the event is over. And there's going to be 4 categories that each win some cash prizes. So this doesn't have to be just the Mephisto rips. So if you die with your character at any point throughout this 1 week event, you know, trying to get to Mephisto or you're somewhere on the way, anything works. So make sure to submit your rip clips as well. But yeah, either way, this is just a very short overview. The event channel is here. But we have this event channel here, so you can find this in the D4 social category here on my Discord. And there's going to be a bit more info that I will have with like a pinned comment and everything there. So you can check that out. We're also going to have a list of streamers. So the plan is to kind of like add them in advance. So you have like this stream link here, and basically we're going to let people sign up. Anyone who's streaming, like big streamers, small streamers, doesn't matter. If you have like your favorite streamer, you can ask them if they want to join us. Basically, we just need their information and a link to their channel, even if they have not yet completed the race, right? The idea is that people watch the race as it progresses. So we want to just kind of have people already listed here. And we basically gonna just put them already in the rankings at like the very bottom, basically, with some like super long timestamp. So that's the idea, so that people can go find them, and you can just watch all the streamers as it goes. So yeah, it's just the exact prices here. I'm gonna show them off really quick. So for max roll, we're gonna have 2 winners with a hoodie each. So this is the fastest clear on softcore and on hardcore across all classes. Again, you need to have video proof of that. And you will get something here from the store. Then we have 20 times giveaway. So any participant, even if you just have a screenshot, if you just take down Mephisto at some point, you'll have a chance to win 3 months Maxor Premium membership, so all ad-free and all the other perks that come with that. We have the Crimson Market. They're gonna sponsor a keyboard. So this is gonna be a raffle between the rank 1 of any class. So basically 16 entries. One of them will win one of those keyboards here. This is this one. And we have Blizzard coming in with 16 battle passes, again, for all of the number 1s across all of the classes in softcore and hardcore. And lastly, the price that I mentioned with the rip clips from me. So there's going to be 4 categories that we vote on. So this is the total like price list here. If you want to read up on anything else, I'm going to have this link down in the description as well. So this is going to be just this link here. We're going to put this here. Actually, it's there already. So the Mephisto race, you can find it here in the resource menu. And you can also just go from the Maxo link here, basically, to see what's up. So for everyone participating, good luck, have fun. I think it's going to be quite exciting to see how this will go. And otherwise, everyone's just kind of like watching. I hope you're going to have a blast. And even if you're just playing the season normally and don't really try harding, yeah, enjoy the season. Stay tuned for a lot more content, guides, etc. I'll be covering this a little bit and have some sort of summary video and, the best clips and all that kind of stuff when this week is over. So stay tuned for that. And I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Sentences would be smaller sentences. My stipulation really, you have to send me a Reddit Diablo 4 post history. Wait, for like a winner? Or you mean mine? What? You want a date with Karn as Maxor Premium perk. Let's go. The hardcore rip clip. You can also start bets on who will show up with the most dumb deaths. My money is on Sanitizer. Oof. The classic. Yeah. Has Blizzard fixed the item modding problem or leaderboard still fucked? We expect it's fixed, yeah. Ever said PI should get comp points? Yes, actually. I mean, in the past it used to. Second place to the race is forced to play a build by before Reddit. Oh boy. Yeah, we should do like a crowdsource build at some point. A crowdsource challenge or something. A D4 Reddit build challenge. Reach Tom and 12 with Reddit build. AI builds only. Yeah, we'll see. 10k channel points per skill point. Oof. Okay. Gonna like upload it here real quick so that we can get it out on YouTube. And I think it's then time to talk about the tier list finally. Let's do this. Alright. A build that must have all basic skills on the bar. Holy. That'll be something. How did I just get a Discord sound through? What the fuck? Did you hear the Discord notification? What is going on? You saw the inevitable discussion on Reddit of people comparing Maxwell tier lists to Rob and MOBA. Oh. Well, it was in fact you, Bonkers. But for some reason, I have streamer mode on, which usually suppresses all of this notification sounds. But somehow it went through. Thus. Only yellow item builds incoming. Actually, I did that. Was that season 11? When I did a yellow item only run with the Paladin. And we did T3 Lilith. That was kind of wild. The Petrify rune is still just as bad with changes, additive damage. No, Petrify, the Petrify glyph is kind of okay. If you have like permanent uptime and 100% crit chance, it's 15% damage. It's not bad. Didn't rip cause the fortress disappeared? Yeah, true, actually. It was the fortress just vanishing, yeah. That was funny. Yeah, the Petrify rune. Yeah, it's 15%. It's a multiplier, not additive. Okay, guys. Let's wait. About the hoodies from the event. Which one do we choose? I guess we just take the blue one, right? You can kind of pick which one. Yeah, I think this one is fine. Okay. Excited for this. Yeah, I'm gonna try to like recruit a bunch of streamers as well. Like in the partner Discord, I'm gonna make a post as well and like show this off and stuff. Fourth, an overpower imbue rogue. I mean, rogue doesn't really have much going on with overpowers. So it's just like a bit of like an additive buff and I think some skills can use overpower for some stuff. Is that Rax 30? Nope. But close enough, I guess. Hey, Dread. You're wondering if that standalone wall plan widget ever came to pass? Yeah, not exactly. So we're probably gonna do that, but not right now. Like all of this are still busy with some updates. But I still have it on the backlog. Is Lunatic still Giga for log? Yeah, Lunatic is really good. But there's other stuff now. There's like Minion Warlock that's pretty good. I think Tyrant's Grass caught up a little bit. Can I summarize in 1 to 2 sentences how to speed level a character? Yes. Experience globes. Either from Helltide Maggots, or Undercity, or War Plans. Minion lock still plays with bombardment. I'm not 100% sure actually what macro has cooked there, but why are you sad about this? I mean, there's like almost no bombardment build really. So it's cool that bombardment sees some use, no? Where is it actually? Minion, yeah. There's bombardment. So about the best build this season? Let me check. Apparently. Strike Claw still Mayor. It's kind of like the nether step problem. And there's this whole like abyss problem that you have to like nether step every 3 seconds to keep all of your summons alive. So that makes it kind of clunky to play, I feel. Otherwise, Dark Class is kind of okay. Like the power and so on is fine. This season 14, Rogue is Beast. Yeah, Rogue is Beast. But Druid is even more Beast, actually. Didn't they fix after Rogue? They did. And this made it better. Is Meteor going to be amazing or bad? Bad. Why isn't Druid in my tier list? Druid is in the tier list. All the classes are here. Look. You just need to go down far enough and you'll find them. I'll play Rogue. When if they shadow drop all of the Rogue bug fixes? Yeah, right now we expect everything is fixed that, you know, we knew of at least. So. You mean A or S when it's more strong than Rogue? Druid is not stronger than Rogue. I'll be very surprised to see that. But at least on the push tier list, it's getting kind of close, I guess. We have like a few Druid builds in A tier and push. If you look at that. If you go to the other tier list. Here, so Druid, I think I have like 3 builds here. 2 builds, 3 builds, yeah. So they're pretty close here apparently. But yeah, these are like a little bit further ahead. Is Doc much stronger this season compared to last? I mean, everything is much stronger basically because of the mythics, I guess. Outside of like heavily nerfed builds, but Denzel Knives was not heavily nerfed. Galmat has Swearborn down to 1 hour and others in 1 hour 50. Yeah, 1.5 hours for 70 is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy that actually leveling is faster than it used to be. It was already pretty fast with like Vest of Hating campaign and stuff like that, right? Minion Neko or Minion Warlock, what is better for season start? I don't know. I guess they're probably kind of comparable. Let's see. Yeah, they're almost on the same level here, so I guess. If you really want to play minions though, you have to do that. Which bad builds could be dark horses? Nothing really, to be honest, looking at this. Outside of like, you know, okay, something broke and, you know, suddenly something that does like infinite damage. But there's no reason to assume that right now. But like everything down here looks like it belongs there, to be honest. So will the Verming Barb guide be updated before tomorrow? Yes. Even the nerfed Death Trap is a rogue still S tier. Yes. And also we don't expect any nerf to Death Trap. Did you or Mac cook any Profane Sentinel builds? I tried it very briefly in season 13, and I know Macro has been like testing it a bit as well, but no one really wants to play it. So Yeah, Profane Sentinel is like Giga Clunk. So, no way. It's like the worst of the worst, man. It's like relatively strong, but it's like you really don't want to play it. So why are druids so low? Well, because some classes clear runs in 1 minute, and other classes do it in 2 minutes. So that is partially a reason, at least. The nerf to left is the gearing, yeah. I mean, yeah, the speed rankings are just generally kind of bad on all of the druid stuff. Bossing is also not looking great, so ability is mid. So this is mostly the reason why the druids are not really at the top or something. So push, power-wise, they are kind of okay, as you can see here, for example. If you look at this here, right, I have like 3 builds pretty high up. Playability, they're also relatively easy, but yeah, that is kind of the reason. Whereas on the rogue side, for example, bossing is extremely good on most of them. So ability is very good on most of them. They're easy to play, most of them. They're all very fast. And some of them are also just more powerful than even the best druid builds, for example. So it doesn't really surprise me that they're up here. And the same kind of goes for the barbs. They have like also just like good rankings across all categories. This is why they're really high up, turns out. I guess we're looking at the overall for this, you know. And yeah, I mean, for the other classes, it kind of like just trickles down like this, basically. So they lose a little bit on the survivability front, or they lose a bit on the speed front, or they lose a little bit on power, and so on. And then it kind of like goes down there. With like, warlocks generally just being kind of poor across many different criteria. So if you look at this here, this is mostly, kind of slow, kind of hard to play, or clunky to play. So there's like a general kind of like warlock disease. And the power level is just kind of mid. So this is where they land. Some of them push relatively high, so we expect also like, 135 or something for something like Lunatic, Apocalypse, maybe Minions. So if you're looking at push, the Warlocks actually are kind of strong in some builds. But yeah, if you're looking at overall, they're kind of just like lacking in other factors. I'm the only one who brought Shred to B. But I didn't put Shred B in B, actually. So we have 20 people making this list. But yeah, generally I also like, take another look and like maybe do a few tweaks or something like that, of course. But in the end, it's like a team effort, right? It's not just me making a tier list here. So I have not played every single build on every single class. I don't know exactly all the details about every single build. But Shred in B sounds about right to me. I'm not sure by which metric it would be up in S, unless that's something we don't know. We already gave it 2 up arrows, actually, so it did get quite some upgrade. But Shred in S sounds pretty optimistic, if you ask me, to be honest. So, we'll see. Best mineral build, S tier transmogs. Okay, S tier transmog, I can give you that, no problem. And best mineral build. Any suggestions? Here's the S tier transmog. Sponsored by Ignition. Jesus. Yeah, there's Wonkas as well. Also beautiful. This was from our last event. When was that? Like 2 seasons ago or something. We had a transfer competition as well. Best mineral build. Frozen orb, by the way. Actually, close enough. Apparently Judgment Pass. What is the potential this season for finding S tier builds not already on Maxwell after season launch? Uh, Near zero. So this basically only happens if, they bring back some ridiculous bug out of nowhere or something like that. So in terms of like the stuff that, we know and that we can expect, this is the tier list, these are our builds, and okay, sometimes, stuff evolves a little bit, we tweak builds a little bit, or we find some new tech for some of them, but you're not gonna find a tech that makes a build suddenly like 5 times stronger or something like that. That would, maybe move it up one entire tier or something, So maybe, okay, like Bloodwave Necro is like, is like the #1 on A, right? So if that gets a little bit better, okay, maybe we're gonna move it into the last place in S or whatever, right? And, maybe we have something like, okay, Twisting Blades Rogue turns out to be a bit better. They changed like the behavior of the skill. It's now spiraling out. It's not like a static circle around you anymore. Maybe that turns out to just kind of like generally improve the flow of it so much that instead of bottom of A, we're gonna move it to like the top of A or whatever, right? But this is sort of the extent of movement that you would expect here outside of, stuff we cannot know, right? If they like, bug out some shit or something. If they bring back some infinite damage bug or some shit, then yeah, sure, we're gonna have to do something. Yo, Huxley, Maxi, thanks for Prime. No build I got evade swarm built online yet. Everyone writes in progress. Probably everyone waits to see what the other one is doing. Yeah, they're just waiting for the Maxwell update, I guess. Ignition is working on it, don't worry. Where is the shield charge, guys? Oof. Hey, brother. Need to cook one. I mean, I did play the Swarm build. I mean, the Swarm build doesn't really change in a big way. You just need to like figure out a few things with the cooldowns. Yeah, so basically I played something similar to this speed farm build. This is what I already played in season 13, and I played this again on the PTR. And I think I like added a bit of cooldown to smooth it out a bit. But it was overall just kind of like this build. And not really too much changed. There might be like some tweaks now with some of the new mythics or something. But that's about it. I really like the Quadley for this now, since you don't have the perma Rushing Claw anymore. And Quadley actually helped you with the cooldown reset for this. So that is kind of nice. So if I was going to play Counterstorm again, I would just do like this version only. And the others, yeah, they're more powerful with the Balazan set, but I don't really like it. One version uses Jack, and Loyalty. Yeah, okay, I remember that was like something that Ignition is cooking because of the weird tag bugs. Oh god. You can't believe people follow build guides for this game. It's so straightforward. And yet, I spent hours and hours on a single build. On a Warlock C tier build. Just to min-max it properly. I mean, that's what it is, huh? So straightforward, apparently. No Oradin build anymore. We have Oradin, guys. Okay, don't forget Oradin. It's huge, okay? Why is companion druid so low? I thought it was still very good. Nah, I got like triple nerfed, so it's kinda big nerfs. You get questions on C tier builds because people love them, yeah. Did order drop below judgment. This was the push here. So it's like weaker, but I mean, they're both kind of shit, so. It's kind of crazy. Like if you look at Paladin, it's kind of funny how Paladin is like complete upside down, basically, right? Oradin at the bottom, Judgment at the bottom, you know, Wing Strikes is here. It's kind of funny, right? When you think about like 2 seasons ago or 3 seasons ago, it was like the exact opposite. How did this happen? How will cold pension be compared to poison? This is gonna be good. I think Matthias has both in a guide, if I'm not mistaken. He has pen shot. Yeah, there's poison and cold, and I think that should be relatively comparable. Personally, I'm planning to play the poison stuff. Can anything with the Spellbound Steel. So let's see how this will go. I don't see a difference between mid-game Fireball and end-game for the gear. Let's see what he has there. I mean, it could be that there's just like no special items or something, you know? Fireball. Okay. Yeah, these should be like the mythic versions, basically. So maybe he didn't do it yet because we don't have the planner up there yet, but I guess besides that, does the text change? He does explain more things, so I guess. Warlock just feels clunky to play, and now Paladin Garbo, great expansion. Anyway, we should probably talk about tier lists a little bit. Let's go. Hi everyone, welcome to Rogue and Barb season, basically. Alright, say hi to everyone. Where's my class ranking sheet actually? Okay, here we go. Alright. Hi everyone, and welcome to the Season 14 Max Roll tier list. So our team has put their heads together to try to figure out where does every single build in the game rank. And we have the 5 classic tier lists that we have been working on for the past seasons already. So I'm going to show you the overall endgame. So that includes, you know, factors like the power, the speed, the playability, and you know, a little bit more, just kind of like the overall vibes, basically, of how good a build performs across the board in all content. You know, playing through the game, progressing, and doing war plans. You know, for everything basically. But we also have specialized tier lists such as the bossing, leveling, push, and speed farming tier lists. So if you're looking for like optimized like end game stuff, and you're more focused on one or the other, you know, you want to do Mephisto carries, or you just want to like farm XP, or, you know, we want to get rank 1 in the tower. So this is why we have these other tier lists as well. And all of these factors kind of like also, you know, combine into the overall list. So there have been a few surprises there. I have made my video the other day about this class ranking here, where, you know, it's also like ahead of this max roll meeting that we had. I kind of just like try to give my best guess ahead of time. It seems like it is mostly kind of like correct with where everything landed. I would probably give a little bit of an upgrade to the rogues and the mobs, which are already like the number 1 and the number 2 anyway. But it turns out they are just like, it's like a rogue and a buff season, basically. And I was also like trash talking the Necros a lot, but I do have at least one build that seems to be shining through a little bit. But for the most part, everything else is sort of the where it is supposed to be. And I don't really do a lot of adjustments on this one here. So this was just kind of like a little bit on the side as like the first notes about this. But let's jump in and see what this looks. So here's the overall endgame build list. And as I mentioned, a lot of barbs and a lot of rogues at the top. I keep getting a lot of questions like what's going on with the druids. People talk about shred. Yeah, druids are fine. I would say druids are probably like relatively solid, like number 3 from all the classes, but it's relatively obvious that barb and rogues are just better in almost every way. They will probably push higher than the druids. They will go faster than the druids, which is not that hard, I guess. And overall, a lot of their builds are also easy to play, tanky, and just kind of have it all, basically. With the number 1 being Whirlwind Barb, I guess unsurprisingly. Whirlwind is just like Unga Bunga, spin to win. You can go absolutely crazy with this. Just as like a little example of what this can look like, right? If you really don't want to press any buttons, you have like the most casual build of all time. And this one here, you can literally do like a 1-button setup. And well, farm like 92nd, 115th of this on like a mediocre geared barbarian. So this is Whirlwind right now. And yeah, it's pretty good, turns out. So this is sort of what to expect here, even if you don't have any other skills on your bar. And this is why this lands up there. But there's more stuff. Minion barbs are still really good. I guess this is mostly carried by Ramanatnis now working for them. And, you know, all of the like just in general, like barbs profiting a lot from having many item slots, as always, and also with like the new mythic items that now boost all of your multipliers even further. Barbs in general are just kind of like looking good. And similar with the rogues, you have plenty of uniques in many of those builds and plenty of multipliers that they get raised with like a higher ceiling now, thanks to the new mythic items. So this is like partially at least the reason why those two classes are shining so much. There's also this mighty throw barb, so there's like actually a funny thing going on. It's actually not here yet, this is like the old guide still, so this will be updated very soon. But there's going to be like some whirlwind mighty throw build that's kind of interesting, which kind of just like automatically shoots them. So it works a little bit like the gold DH from D3 or something like that. You whirl around and you shoot mighty throws. So that's going to be kind of fun. And that is also really good. And Death Trap Rogue. So yeah, Death Trap Rogue is actually massively upgraded in the season. And I hear people saying about stuff like a bug and there was infinite damage with that. So this is not the reason why we have Death Trap up here. In fact, none of those builds is ranked because we expect there will be a major bug or some major like, you know, infinite damage thing going on or something like that. Death Trap is just that good. It was already one of the best builds. It just has this extremely steep gear requirement. So you'll see this here in the guide as well. So there is, you know, a certain breakpoints you need to hit in order to actually play this build. It's not something you're going to start with on day 1, but once you have this going, it's going to be ridiculous. And this is in large parts thanks to a fix with the Beastfall boot that allows you to now play a different variant on the Death Trap, which is the grenade one. And that opens up a lot of grenade synergies. That gives you a lot of extra power, such as aspects like the Opportunist aspect here. This is a gigantic multi. A bunch of other stuff that kind of comes with that, like Saboteur Signet and more. So you can see all of that here. I've already played Death Trap in Season 13, and it was not really very tanky, but that is also getting improved because the build is just so much more powerful that you can literally put a defensive power on your neck, and then all of your warriors are gone, basically. And it's still way stronger than before, even with a neck power lost. So this is kind of like what to think, how to think about this. So it is extremely good. It has infinite teleports, it blasts to, you know, entire screens at once, pulls everything in, barrier all the time. So Death Trap is insane, basically. And with it also comes like a bug fix that helped the Rain of Arrows. So Rain of Arrows is now a new guide that we, Darkside has put out here. So we used arrows in the past, but not since the expansion. But it also kind of comes with that Beastfall bug fix. So I'm also personally excited to play this a little bit here. So rogues have that going for them. And a lot of other stuff as well. Heartseeker, Pen Shot, Dance at Night, Rapid Fire, Dash, Flurry, Twisting Blades, Barrage. You know, this is just the A tier here. And, well, there's almost nothing below that actually for the rogues or for the barbs you see here. Everything's kind of like up there. Rogues in general definitely have by far the most variety of good builds. You know, we can see this here. There's like 10 different builds, you know, in S or A basically. So I would consider them the best class of the season, even if they don't have the number 1 build. But the barbs are kind of like the close second in my book, because they have these really strong builds up there, and then a few more there, and then you can make some other stuff work as well, but you have all these kind of like sort of weird setups on the bar. You don't really have a lot of the like actual like, you know, heart of the class. You know, like the core skills are generally kind of on the bad side. Most of the basic skills are not really a thing right now. There's lunge and not too much else. Most of the weapon mastery skills are not really a thing. So yeah, you have like minions and then like this weird mighty throw whirl thing. And, you know, there's like a bit of dot stuff going on basically. And that's about it. So the variety is definitely much smaller on the barbs, but they're extremely strong. And in terms of like, you know, casualness, I guess, yeah, you can't beat Whirlwind, for example. So this is what the barbs have going for them. A few other classes are coming in as well. So we have the Counterswarm build. That was already the best build for the Spiritborn. It did get a bit of a drop here from a bunch of nerfs, but it's not that bad. It's still one of the fastest builds out there, even with the Rushing Claw nerf. So it's just that fast after all. So you have to work a little bit more to actually make it strong enough to like absolutely annihilate everything, but you will get there, and then almost nothing can really catch it. Bloodwave Necro is, yeah, at least for me, surprisingly good. I was expecting Necros to be just kind of like terrible across the board. I do think, though, that toughness is going to be an issue on the Necros, even with them ranking up there. So just something to keep in mind. Necros just don't have it that easy to survive most of the time on most of their builds, and they're also just like generally not looking that good. So a lot of stuff is more like in the B and the C range here on the Necro side, and they really only have like 1.5 sort of shining builds up here. The Sorks are also a bit on the weak side, so they had like the lightning builds before, like the ball lightning, there was the lightning spear even. Anything lightning was really good because of a bunch of like infinitely scaling aspects and stuff like that. So that is now nuked completely, and that means Sorks have more variety, but they are just generally way weaker. So there's like this firewall build, which sort of, you just put down a firewall and you like shoot through it, and you just try to like maximize the number of hits that you do basically. That is like an okay build. I've played a little bit as well, so that it goes decently fast. It has a decent amount of power, but besides that, there is not too much stuff going on here on the Sork if you look at this. So yeah, there's like a bunch of like lower B tier stuff, and then like even more stuff down here. So like, you know, stuff that some people would probably be very excited about, like Meteor or Frozen Orb. Like I would like to play these things personally as well, but they're just really bad. So we'll see. But that being said though, I'm definitely gonna be excited about trying some of these builds here when I'm done with my initial like Season Blast on the Rogue. I'll definitely spend some time on the Sork just so I can like see what it's all about basically. So yeah. And then we have Paladin. So let's talk about that a little bit. They are also sort of like middle to bottom of the pack, I'd say. So the best one we have here actually is Lance. I've played that already. I made a guide in Season 13. That was definitely a pretty good build. I can recommend that. It is a bit better now. There's also Hammer, Clash, but you know, Clash is more of like a, you know, bossing build only. It's not really like a very fun build in my book. It has a kind of like small AoE coverage and stuff, but it's pretty powerful. And yeah, this is a good overall there. And yeah, a bunch of stuff like really far down here. So there's definitely not enough help for the Paladins in this patch, even though they buffed all of the O's and they buffed of the items, and just across the board, Paladins did get some upgrades actually in this patch, but you can definitely see the difference compared to the other classes. So just something to keep in mind. And maybe while we added with the Spiritborn, they also only have this one shining build. And even though they did buff stuff like Kabaleke and Zebazontek, and you know, with that, all of the basic and core skills, we still don't really see a lot of variety on like the higher end, at least on the Spiritborn. So a lot of stuff is still kind of down bad, thanks to a lot of the like bugs that they have with their skill trees and their tags. Like half the stuff is just not working correctly and wasn't really fixed. So unfortunate. If that ever happens, then this would look much better. It is kind of like in playable territory for some of these, but I don't think it's going to be that great. And let's talk about the Warlocks. We also have like nothing up here, as you can see on the top. We had like, you know, Lunatic and Apocalypse build. That's like really popular builds back in Season 13. And they're okay. And they are actually sort of upgraded. Okay, Apocalypse got some nerfs, but there were also some other sort of redeeming changes that helps a little bit. So it's still fine. In fact, I'm even gonna make a leveling guide for both of these So they actually just kind of work from start to finish relatively well. I've been already like updating these and cooking the new season 14 setups, for example. So they will do fine. We also have Minion Warlock. It's close between them, so hard to really give like a preference. And across the board, like, yeah, Warlock has decently powerful builds, especially when I go to the push tier list, you'll see that actually a lot of the stuff is like way further up, but it's just kind of like relatively slow, relatively clunky. It was helped a little bit with a few patch notes and a few changes, so some Paragon notes and so on, but the overall problem remains. Letter Step is kind of bad, Rampage Jump is kind of hard to fit, and you have, you know, multiple skills on your bar that you have to like press to like even start doing damage and so on. It's not like the same as just kind of like, you know, playing a counter swarm and just like, you know, rushing claw through the map in 1 minute basically. So you can't do a 1 minute run on a Warlock, or even 90 seconds is like a record pace basically on like, you know, like a build that has somehow some mobility basically. So that is really the major issue of the Warlocks, and this is why they're generally a bit on the lower side as well. So yeah, this kind of sums it up for the overall picture here, for the overall endgame builds tier list. I want to talk about the like push and bossing and so on a little bit, so let's do that. Let's start with the push. So push is a bit more of like a raw power ranking. So here we look at, okay, what is the highest tower clear that we can expect, sort of. And there it has a little bit more variety, I guess. So you see here a lot of rogues and buffs again, kind of unsurprisingly, but we also see that there is stuff, as I just said, with warlocks being pretty high up here on the A. We even have like a Stinger Spellborn, we have the Firewall there, we have the Shred that people talk about. So they are decently powerful builds. They're not really that far behind in terms of like just, you know, how much DPS they can put out basically. And it's mostly some of the like soft factors, let's say, you know, like the speed, the playability, and so on, that kind of hold them back a little bit. So it's just something to keep in mind. You can definitely be successful with all of the classes. You can go, you know, beyond tower 125 to 130 on plenty of builds across all of the classes. So, you know, you can definitely go pretty high. We don't really expect that any class will do like 150 at all. So who knows, maybe like on the very, very high end, like end of season with like, you know, 17 GAs in every slot, then maybe. But outside of that, yeah, like, you know, the realistic sort of like top end scenario for most classes is somewhere in the 130 to 140 range. So this is sort of the band that we expect here for like the like S and A builds roughly. So yeah, just something to keep that in mind. And the distribution between the classes shifts a little bit around. And in terms of the top end builds, we have, you know, a little bit more of a mix here, I guess. And yeah, same for example, bossing tier list and like speed farming. We kind of see the stuff I already explained. So here we also see, okay, like strong builds are obviously having an easy time with bosses, but, you know, since, for example, speed is not really a factor on this tier list, you know, you don't need to run very fast to kill bosses. You know, Necros are kind of good there. They just have like raw power. You don't really care about this like defensive downside, for example, on some of those builds. And yeah, likewise, you know, a bunch of other builds also kind of catch up here. But it will probably look kind of comparable to the push tier list overall. And for the speed, we also have, again, the buffs and the rogues, but there is also a bit more stuff here. Necros can be very fast with stuff like Sever these days. They have like infinite teleporting with that basically, but it can be slightly clunky to use because you can very easily get stuck on like objects and walls and so on. So something to keep in mind when you play Necro. It is not really as smooth as a mobility skill as something like teleport or even dash on the rogue or so. But yeah, we have definitely builds that can do something like 60-second pits, like here at the top. And, you know, then it kind of like goes down from there with like, okay, maybe these are like more like 90-second runs and these are more like 2-minute runs and so on. So sort of like what to expect here when you look at this speed farming tier list. And yeah, we see that some other classes catch up a little bit, such as Paladin. Paladin can go pretty fast. Wing Strikes is, you know, a premier speed farming build, for example, although not very strong. You know, you're not gonna speed for like 125 or something like that. But, you know, you don't have to. You know, if you can do hit hundreds, even 105s, 110s, you know, this is all you need basically when it comes to farming, because this means you'll be annihilating everything in the game in T12, and speed is like the #1 factor for your efficiency in this game, and not so much how high you can go. And stuff like Wing Strikes, Blast Hammer, Divine Lance, you know, there is stuff like that across, for example, stuff like Paladin. that actually really catches up when you look at that metric. So yeah, this is what we got here for the Maxwell tier list. Of course, there can be some shifts, and we don't know the perfect picture of everything yet because there were quite a lot of adjustments after the patch notes. In particular, I would say the push tier list is maybe the biggest question mark, since in Season 13 we had the Signet of Pelagane meta, and that is now basically deleted from everything that's not a rogue. So there might be some rogue builds that still run Signet of Pelagane for pushing and stuff like that, but for every other build, that's just is like a no-go now. And that definitely shifts the overall balance and like the overall pacing of some of those builds quite a lot. Some builds just had a way easier time, building around that meta and, freezing enemies and doing the timing and all that kind of stuff than others. So here I would probably expect the most movement, and probably on the other tier list only if something really unexpected comes up, such as an infinite damage exploit or something like that. But yeah, for now, this is what I got here. So hope that this helps. I'll have this link down in the description. Otherwise, you can always find our tier list on Maxwell. We have some up there in the menu. And stay tuned for our tier list updates as we go. So usually, like after a few days, we have like a big Maxwell update or something like that with a news post. So keep a lookout for that. And if anything else comes up, I'm gonna keep you guys posted here on YouTube as well. So for now, hope everyone is gonna enjoy the season. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you agree, disagree with, if there's anything we missed or anything like that. And I'll see you guys next time. Disagree with Druid over third best if it's only B builds. It's like they have a lot of stuff up there. Yeah, we have like 2, 4, there's like 6 builds here. And also like on the push front, they are relatively good. If you look at just like how strong they are. They have 3 builds up there. I mean, what else would we have as number 3? What would be the next one? Definitely not Spiritborn, definitely not Paladin, definitely not Warlock, definitely not Zorak. So maybe Necro, but this is bossing. Let's see, Necro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, maybe you could say Necro 3, Druid 4. But yeah, anyway. You think you'll see a Zenith build this season? Oof, man. Paladin is already down bad enough. You don't have to make it harder for yourself. So, if you want to play the meme builds, then do that when the class is strong, not when it's weak, okay? So that's just my recommendation. Steel enthusiast, time to shine. Let's go. Let me upload this here so we can get the tier list out later. More than will rise from the ashes, Scorpium. I think Shred Druid is that low. I mean, I have to ask Danger, I guess. This is Danger? It's probably Danger's guide, right? That's Panda, okay. Ask Panda, I guess. But, I mean, in general, like, Druids have a bit of, like, a speed problem. And Shred is, like, okay on speed, I guess. But it's also, like, kind of like, you know, small AoE for the most part. And also kind of clunky with, like, how it behaves, right? With the dashing. So that's kind of, like, the main issue, I think. Look at all those mythics. Hell yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And an orange Herald aspect, that's funny. Okay. Mythic only build when? I guess you can do that now, right? You can actually do mythic only builds now. Which is basically just unique only builds, I guess, but funny. Is Dance on Lights gonna be good for bossing? Yes. Is a build guide even a build guide that was not full mythic? We could check like which build has the most mythics actually. Let's see what the Bobs do, because they have the most slots. Okay, not bad. 2, 4, 6. Ah. Ah. 2, 4, 6. Okay. Is this old? It's also old. Disappointing. Only 6? You think PV2 will scrap the tablet system? Seems bad to me. It's definitely bad. I actually also talked about this a lot in my feedback video. I think the tablet system is really scuffed. So I guess eventually they will do something. Gotta pump up the numbers. Let's see the rogues. Oh my god, man, there are so many guides. Okay. Only 4. 5. 6. Oh, 7? You're getting there. Okay, 6. No. No. Unlucky. Does Max have a guide for loading faster season? Oh, we do have a speed loading guide. Did we update that? What's this here? So this is sort of the entire explanation about, you know, how to do it and so on. I also made a video like a few days ago. You can check that out if you want. And wait, is it already out? No. But we have a little bonus, guys. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, we actually found the hellworms. All of them. Can go fishing now. Feels amazing, worms. Here's Fireball Sork. I need to check something real quick. And that's all. What build do you use for speedrunning Necro? I just did Nova basically all the way. I can go relatively fast with Nova, even to 16 and stuff. The best is probably Pestilence from 4016. Why did I put SSF? Like, I think I never traded in Diablo 4, you don't really need to. Well, it sounds like SSF is perfect for you. Yeah, Diablo 4 is not designed to require trading, but there is competitiveness and competition in this game, and that is like severely impaired without SSF. Think Chasing Bladesword will be good. Yeah, it'll be fine. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Okay, let's release the race event video. Any Mephisto killer build. You can always check the build guides to see if there's any notes about boss killer variant or like even the entire variant for bossing. So we do that sometimes. Depends. But for the most part, any build that will eventually like destroy T12 will also not have much trouble against Mephisto, but obviously some are a bit easier than others. Managed to catch all the fish in the game. Nice. No Murloc. Yeah, Murloc is really hard. I heard people like doing like 10 hours of fishing or some shit. Okay. Why is the max Taylor's kicking on druids? Oh, because they're not barbs and rogues, I guess. Is Hydra viable? Hydra is pretty bad. But it will be used in the firewall build, so there's like it's like a conjuration based setup basically. You drag the firewall and then you shoot all the conjurations. So that's kinda how it works. Does Poison Penshot have bad boss damage? Not at all. It's pretty good. I mean I think it actually has done 150 in season 13, right? Penshot. It's kinda crazy. Or Penshot plus Doc did like this double core setup. Yeah, I'm just trying to organize a podcast for later. So we have Matthias and Hysteria, and looking for +1 right now. And maybe like in an hour or two or so, we're gonna have a little Maxwell podcast as well. I think it's a bit last minute today, man, but that's what it is. Podcast. I should probably do like a tweet about the hardcore event. Okay, we got the podcast set up, so in 70 minutes, seems like we're gonna go with Condis, Hysteria, and Matthias. That's gonna be fun. I haven't had a podcast with, definitely not with Hysteria. Not sure about Matthias, if I ever had him. There's no bubble when you finish a pit, not when you have all glyphs at 150. That is why. That's also on the PTR here, boosted with all the glyphs. Streamers should specify if they play hardcore or softcore. Ah, true, actually. I'm gonna add that, thanks for the tip. I did have Hysteria and Roxy and Parther released. Yeah, I had like this like hangout of them, but not like a real podcast. We're gonna like actually sit here. Uh do like a proper like 1 hour or so, 90 minutes podcast, basically. Okay. More plans will carry over, right? Right? After one season of everyone complaining that war plans are not account bound, they will surely carry over. Right? Yeah. Instructions unclear, war plan trees points are now randomized. Imagine, even if they don't even have the connection. That'll be funny. Why is he that class? Hi, Connex, by the way. I just had like some B-roll running because I was like setting some stuff up for later and so on. I did a tweet now as well for the arrays. I kind of just have to like everything on the fly, you know. It's a fuck day. It is what it is. So and Zeph in 23 hours and 6 minutes. Yeah. I think Shadow Clone is better than double imbue for leveling. That's nice. I like the double imbue tech, to be honest. I wonder what our rogues have been cooking. Let's see a little bit, actually. Leveling. He went with clone and poison. Yeah, I can do both, I'd say. I just went inner side, shadow plus poison, and I really like that. But I think both's fine. Oh, it's going for the marksman. That's so nice as well. Okay. Yeah, so this basically gives you like really good AoE coverage already. And then you don't need to shadow that much. I like the Fan of Knives, which is like the more single target oriented version. What's my starting build? This, basically, kinda. Maybe I should actually put it together while we add it. Let's see, Rogue. Actually, let's do this. I'm really sick of it. I'm really gonna get this full set, but okay. So something like that. Oh, Klein 87. Thanks, man. That's a long time. Hope you're doing fine, man. Okay, so do something like this. All dimensional. Plus 8. Plus 6. Okay, whatever. So something like this. Just damage tempers, basically. So many diamonds. Probably want to do something like ruby. Although you can now actually convert without loss. So that's kind of good, actually. The gems, you don't actually lose anything. It's kind of big. I kind of wanted to talk about this at some point. You only need 2 different types of materials now. Right? Gem fragments. Gem fragment homes have been significantly increased. Where's this jewel craft? Conversion. It was somewhere in the patch notes. Here, the gem conversion recipes at the jeweler. It now only uses 2 gem types. The acquired gems have been shuffled around so that there isn't only overlap. If a build needs diamonds, amethysts, and sapphires, to go with amethysts, you need diamonds. Go diamonds, you need amethysts. So this should mean that basically you just need like any amount of, you know, the right, any amount of the whatever you're trying to hit, right? The fragments from any type, and you just convert them along, like over into whatever you want, basically. It's kind of huge. So for example, if you want to have like 10 diamonds, it doesn't matter if you have 10 diamonds or, you know, 2 of each and then convert all of them into diamonds or so. There's no loss anymore. Hey, die, by the way. Don't trust that shifty rogue player. We're gonna have a little podcast in an hour. Oh, something like that, I guess. Okay, let's find this thing again. Nice overview by Ignition. I'll start row, I guess. Okay, so we do this. We do that. We do this. Okay, then we have... Actually, let's do the poison trap as well while we add it. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, then we have slide options. energy. This. We do nothing here. And then we get a next category. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3. Oops. This is actually double 8. So we do that. Okay. Alright, then we have 7, 8. So we have this. 9 is the side option B. So this is overpowered. This is huge. Yeah, then we have this, I guess. But it will not really be active very much, so maybe it's gonna ignore it. This is level 10. Core side option. This is another side option. You can get cooldown. You can do the cooldown, I think. And no side option there. Just don't actually have ferocity. Okay, 4th. Side option A. There's vulnerable now. Actually, in that case, we could do it. And then 5th, we have this. Okay, and then we do a new variant. Actually, I think I should put Shadow Step here instead of one of these points. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Okay, and then I think it's like 15. Side option 1 and 2. This is the 5th, right? 18 and then 21. So what you want is this. 18. And then we want this, yeah, at 21. So right now our bar is 1, 2, 3, 4. We can do 5, 6 anyway. So 14. Do this. Okay, let's do the plus 2 seconds. You don't even have ferocity anyway. That's level 16. What? 17, I guess. Yeah, so if you do this, we can't actually do the poison trap anymore. So I can drop it now. And then this means you can't do this really. So it's just gonna be like a very minor thing. Which means you're probably gonna do this. Because we have this, 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 this. I don't think we care about the ensemble or something at this point. I guess we will just pump this, basically. Actually, we get the variants now. And we don't actually want any of these, do we? Pieces for the enemy has a chance to execute. No, we don't actually use Forceful Arrow long enough for this to matter. Because you're never gonna get this. Third, fourth, fifth. I think this will be the time to actually swap over at this point. I got rid of this. And I don't think... Okay, we still want to use the overpower, but then we can get overpower later here, right? Grants 4 stacks. Which means we actually want to make this a bow. Interesting, I kept all the stats, but I deleted the sockets. That's funny. Okay, then we have 19 ultimate. We don't care. 20. There's the 1 and 2 variant for the 4th. So here we can now do concealment instead of the forceful, and I think we would actually. It will slowly fall off. It'll be this, and this. Let's do this. The first is going to be consumed all the time anyway, so might as well do the unstoppable. This is level 19 now. I know we got these. 21. There's some more power as well. There's this. And there's the cooldown thing, and there's the poison thing. So this is like level 23 now. Okay. So that's basically the full setup now. We have this. Yeah, I was just missing like the teleport there and this thing, but that's whatever. And there's no other unlocks that we care about. Ultimate, no. And then there's basically a LH variant. So it's basically pump this until 32. Wait, 30, 32, 34. This and this. Oh shit. Okay, and then we have nothing else. This is just like blast. So max this, and then this. Should probably take one of these at some point. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna take the weekend there. We're gonna take the unstoppable there while we're at it. Maybe even a little bit earlier. Take one out here and here. And now it's like whatever, basically, from there on. So this is it, I think. What build am I cooking? This is the leveling build I'll do on tomorrow. Why my Google Doc it says rogue cold for pushing and maxer and can build so rogues are poison imbue. Yeah, the maxer guide has both, and I think it should be kind of close. And on the document I said that this is kind of like a new thing or something like that, I think. Like the novelty thing, right? So previously everything was poison basically, and now there's also cold. So I guess what we can do is alter ding ding and under city ding. I'm not gonna like write too much here, I suppose. So do I have my practice run saved? So it's like roughly a 1.5 hour run here, a bit more. With this build, basically. I didn't have the... Okay, I had a forceful arrow, but not the concealment. So maybe I'll actually do that. I don't think we should need forceful arrow, really, and we don't really want to press it either. But I did use it for like all power a little bit. Let me see this a little bit. It's like level 21, so we're not actually fully set up. Let's see this here, level 39. Here, I actually didn't have concealment, I had forceful. Yeah, I think this is kind of a problem there. I should probably not run forceful. Just concealment is probably going to be fine. Because you have passive regeneration anyway on the rogue. So you don't actually need like a generator. You get full overpower, right? From one cast. Gain 4 stacks of overpower and it's 16-second cooldown. Yeah, this is fine. Alright, I'm gonna do a quick recording on this. The pension guard is actually very close to this, yeah. Forceful. Okay. Huge XP. Okay. Am I ready for season 14? Hell nah. I am so far behind on everything. Okay. Say hi, YouTube. Hi everyone, I want to show you my starting build for Diablo 4 Season 14. I keep getting a lot of questions, what will I play? The answer is Rogue. And with that, what is the build I will be playing? And the answer is Henshot, at least for my starter build. So this is what I'm planning to do. Last time around, I started with the Warlock and a bunch of other stuff, and eventually transitioned to the Rogue. And I have already played Henshot quite a lot in Season 13 and really enjoyed it. So I want to play more of that coming up. But there's plenty of other builds I will be doing. I definitely want to do the Death Trap, the Rain of Arrows, a bunch of stuff later on. But at least for the start and for the progression, Dance of Knives is really good to get going. And then Penshot is the main build I want to focus on once I'm actually set up. So I will show you what this is going to look like. And I have done a practice run of this with the Hellworm strategy that I've talked about in my leveling guide. That was something like a 1.5 hour run with like a little bit of like figuring stuff out on the way. 140 here. And yeah, this is pretty good and pretty fast and very smooth and easy. So I'll walk you step by step through the progression and also give you a planner that goes with that. I want to highlight that we also have leveling guides on Maxroll. There's plenty of those for all the classes and also the rogue. We have 7 different guides here. And I'm doing sort of a mix between the rogue here and the penshot, because I think penshot is like really good to get started for like the early levels until you get both shadow and poison imbuement online. And I think then there's a nice kind of pops off quite nicely. And, you know, we have individual guides for one skill, basically. And I try to kind of combine the two into like this planner here, which is what I'll be doing. So this is a bit more advanced. It needs a bit of a respec, but it's not super crazy. So I'll show you what this is about. But yeah, how does it actually work? So let's show some footage first before I go into the planner. So the early levels is basically pen shot. You try to line up enemies to try to get the most out of every single shot, because you pierce through the entire pack. So this is how you can actually, you know, for example, farm Hell Tides, you know, try to hit as many targets as possible. And you have Forceful Arrow here to just give a bit of like supporting damage. And very soon, actually, this will allow you to generate resources actively, which is something that rogues normally don't really do. They just have passive regeneration most of the time. But there is actually one of the side upgrades that does that for Forceful Arrow. And later, there's also an overpower generation on the Forceful Arrow, which is very nice. Overpower is 15% additive extra damage per stack. You can have 4 of those stacks. That's 60%. And, well, in the early game, you don't have glyphs, you don't have paragons, you don't have any tempers even. So this is basically just a 60% damage multiplier in the very early progression, basically. And then later it falls off, and we don't really care anymore. But for the early game, you really want to have this as soon as possible, which is level 9. So at that point, you get a pretty huge power spike. And you can, for example, also go up in difficulty and at very least much more easily blast down enemies with that overpower. So you're going to see this here. I'm like level 8 now. I got to level 9, and now these are the overpower stacks. This is this fist icon. You want to try to keep them at 4 at all times by just shooting Forceful Arrow at enemies here and there. So this has a 4-second timer. It's pretty lenient. And you kind of just don't have enough resources to fire all the time anyway. And then we keep progressing further. So we have a poison trap now. It's just a bit of like a supporting tool, but it's going to be there for a few levels before it gets dropped again. We have dash and shadow step just to kind of go fast. It just gives you mobility, which is nice. And you try to upgrade your gear as you go. So let's fast forward this a little bit. At level 13, this is where you unlock imbuements. Now, at the start, you can't have permanent imbuements right away, but the idea is that you combine Shadow and Poison. And you see here, I'm actually already doing Dance of Knives, which is a little bit too early. So in the planner I'm about to show you, I will actually have Pen Shot for a little bit longer, because it just doesn't really work out that well when you don't have the main upgrades for the imbuements and for the Dance of Knives. So I was like testing this a little bit, but I think it's just sticking to pen shot. It works a little bit better for these levels up to 23, basically. And at that point, you have like a full combo online. But here you can already see this. I'm kind of swapping between Poison and Shadow. So Poison is like the big single target burst. You nuke elites, like they just melt. If you go into Undercities, you can melt the bosses in seconds, even on Penitent later on. Like nothing stands a chance against Poison Imbuement while you're leveling. And Shadow Imbuement is the big like AoE tool. So you press Shadow, and when there's like a lot of small enemies, they'll actually just kind of explode in like a large chain reaction. So this is the idea here, and you swap back and forth between them. There are some upgrades on both these. So you see they have relatively long cooldowns when you look at them, but those cooldowns can come down very easily with just a few of the skill variants they have. And you can have one or the other permanently active very soon without really investing into cooldown reduction or anything like that. And then it just comes down to cycling. Okay, are you fighting like lots of small trash, or are you fighting elites? And then you just swap from one imbuement to the other. You can't have both at the same time, which is kind of important. So they will override each other. And you want to be slightly careful with that. So you don't want to press one and then immediately the other one, because you won't actually give the first one time to recover, basically. But yeah, this is how that works. And from then on, basically, once you have both these imbuements, you'll see like a little bit later, let's say like around level 28 here, we have very high uptime, you know, like, and we just swap between the imbuements here. So the first one is the Poison, the second one is the Shadow. And you see here, the cooldown just comes back while I'm actually fighting a single pack, and I can just keep it up permanently. So you just want to make sure that you always cycle those imbuements, and everything else just kind of like plays itself with Dance of Knives. So you just spin to win, and you dash around, you shadow step around. Eventually, you have way shorter cooldowns on those mobility tools as well, so you don't really have to worry about anything. Every few seconds, you're going to be teleporting over the screen, and besides that, it's just hold down right click, and that's about it. We also have the concealment here, which is slightly different from what I have in the planner now. So there will be concealment, but no forceful arrow anymore. So this was actually a bit of a mistake here in my leveling run, which I'm not going to do when I actually start the season. So I will keep dash and shadow step and no forceful arrow. So right now I was just kind of like, you know, sometimes stopping to shoot, as you can see. Sometimes I just like shoot a random arrow. But you don't actually have to do that because you can still get the overpower from the concealment later on. So it's just like a more passive tool. You can just press it while spinning and don't really have to, you know, like interrupt your DPS or anything like that. So it becomes way more smooth as you go. And by the time you're like level mid-20s or so, you have the full combo online and it's just like smooth sailing all the way to 70. And with this Hellworm strategy and Hell Tides, well, it goes pretty fast, as you can see here. The levels are flying whenever you find these Hellworms. It is pretty crazy how much XP you can get, like multiple levels at once. Here's also, for example, just level 39 Undercity on Expert, just to show you what this looks like. And this is, again, just like random leveling gear. I think I had no tempers at all. I was trying to keep this like as realistic as possible. I think I was more on the too weak side of things, because at this point you would definitely have, you know, some better gear, maybe a temper here or there or something like that. But since this was a like, you know, not fresh character, or not a fresh start, I kept it a bit on the low side in terms of like modifying my items and stuff. But yeah, from here on, it's basically just like blasting, expert, or even penitent difficulty. If you get like a legendary or two, you can easily do penitent of this all the way to 70 and get lots of XP from experience globes. So I was farming mostly Hell Tides here with those maggot spawns and the odd Undercity here and there as well. So this is how that strategy works out. But for the strategy itself, you want to actually go check my leveling guide. Now, let's look at the actual planner here so you understand what is all the stuff I just explained. So I just put like random items here, everything's yellow, so you can't really expect any legendaries. There's no codex aspects and so on anymore. So just kind of try to use whatever you get. And sometimes you get lucky, you get a nice drop and you can use that. Other times you don't, but it doesn't really matter that much. What matters is the skill tree progression. So here we have lots of different steps. So I made all of them as like 10 different steps or so. Kind of just going, you know, through the levels. So here's, like, for example, level 4. We pick up the forceful arrow, the pen shot, the dash. Here is level 8, where we also have shadow step and then the trap. And then already like the first side upgrade here, where we get energy on the forceful arrow. Yeah, we have level 12, where we get more side options in particular. So here's the overpower that I talked about. Kind of big. Once you have this, you want to make sure that you cast one forceful arrow every few seconds. Even if you still have resources, it's just like for this overpower buff, you can very easily keep this up. Huge damage burst that you have there. And we also get stuff like the damage increase here on the pen shot, for example. The more enemies you pierce, the more damage you do. It's very nice. And then at 13, you unlock improvements. This is a level 18 snapshot though. So I just have like the first upgrades already that I get here. At the start, you have kind of long cooldown and you can't do anything about that. But very soon after, for example, you get this duration upgrade here. So you can at least keep the shadow immune rolling as you fight through the packs. And it just extends itself basically. So when you use this in a big pack, then it will just kind of like keep extending over and over as long as you keep going fast. This is also why you want to have the dash and the shadow step together basically. And likewise here with the poison immune, you can extend the duration. And then in the next step, actually there's one more, but there is this other upgrade here where you have like a hit chance to reduce the cooldown on poison immune. So like this, you just get it back easily. And yeah, you also have yeah, here this cooldown reset as well later from the shadow immune. So both of them reset themselves basically, or have some extended duration uptime, and it's going to be very easy to just have this all the time. Level 18 is also the time when we say goodbye to penetrating shot. So once we have a decent uptime on those improvements, we have the level 18 respec. So we kind of just move the points over here to Dance of Knives. And this is also when we have the upgrade here for Fan of Knives. So I like this one. You could play the star shards. Both of them are viable options. For example, Ava has this one in his leveling guide, which is a little bit more AoE focused. And you will see that, for example, in the Dance of Knives leveling guide, there's a Shadow Clone and no Shadow Imbue, so there's just poison, and basically the Shadow Clone and the variant make up for the lack of the AoE with the Shadow Imbuement missing. And here instead we have this. I like this because it's really just like shotgunning elites and bosses really hard. So you can go into expert, you can go into penitent, and it just melt bosses with poison imbue. So I like that part a lot. And this can help you out to just like, you know, mow down. But you can experiment with either of them. Both of them are fine. Then we have the kind of like full setup here with what I explained about the imbuements. So this is when the variants come online, and you have also this here, huge damage buff for poison imbuement. And at that point, you basically have everything. There's only like 2 more little things, which are the side upgrades or the variants here for Shadow Step and for Dash. So both of them want the C variant. So this is level 34 when you can unlock these. This one allows you to use Shadow Step without a target, so you can just go wherever you want. And here we get the ferocity stack. So ferocity is an attack speed buff that actually scales the damage of your lance of knives, which is kind of helpful. And everything else after that is basically just dump all of the points, you know, from then on, because we have the entire skill tree unlocked with what we need. And we just like fill up the dance of knives, we fill up the imbuements with the last steps here, and then we have the full all points set up here at the end, which is kind of like, I think the last point is going to dash or something like that. So yeah, you can go through this here step by step, check it out, and it's pretty straightforward. The only like really crucial part is like the level 18 respec, I guess. And then at level 23 is like the big breakpoint when like everything is sort of online. So this is the how-to about this build. But yeah, besides that, I will probably stick to Dance Knives beyond level 70 until I find an Eagle Horn. So this is sort of my #1 priority when I go into the end game. So we have to farm some bosses for that. I don't know how long it will take, but then is the time to swap over to Penshot for me. So this is from Bashan. Not that hard to get. There's only 4 different items here, so I expect I will probably have this in a few hours into the season, and I'll be blasting with that. And then it's basically just like Penshot endgame guide. So you can check this out here, and I'll be playing almost exactly that setup pretty much that we have here from Matthias, for example, with poison imbuement and shadow clone and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, stay tuned for more like builds coming up. Obviously, I'll be like cooking a bunch of stuff on the Rogue as well. We had pretty interesting changes there. And then after the Rogue, I will also be working on other classes, but I will probably be on Rogue yeah, at least week 1 or 2. You know, I want to try to get the rank 1 on hardcore and all that kind of stuff. We have this Mephisto race that I just announced. So there's a bunch of stuff for me to work on with just this class already. And then we'll see about the alts later. So hope this helps you out if you're starting Rogue in Season 14. Otherwise, you know, we have plenty of stuff here. So go check it out. We have the tier lists out. Everything is here. Most of the updated builds are already out. So you can find everything there if you're looking for, you know, anything for any class. So good luck, have fun, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. The outro music didn't start. Oh no. Okay. Got it. Diablo 3 Season 39 Congress page on Maxwell needs updating. Uh-oh. Wait, what's wrong there? The Conquest page. Which one is that even? Here? Season 39 is marked. I mean, it's like the wrong one, so what? I can ping Joey about it. Okay, I'll ping Chewy. You're hesitating between Rogue and Druid for start. Ah, they're both gonna be fine. Good luck, Niluna. Put this into the Woody Builds channel, actually. Maybe here. Okay. Did they change the patch notes since last week? No, they don't really change the patch notes. I mean, sometimes they might do like a little like edit or something. Like if they wrote something wrong. Hello. What is going on? She looks very funny, guys. You wanna say hello?
No.
Why not?
You want people to see me like this? I said I was a child. Yeah, I'm wearing this for my hair and Woody makes fun of me. You know nothing. Woody Joe.
Okay. You think Brandish Paddle will be good? Yeah. Not very good, I think. Range look looking to be the strongest on season 14. I mean, Death Trap is actually not really ranged, I guess. And that is looking like the strongest. But yeah, overall, there's like Rain of Arrows, Pen, Barrage. But the melee builds have caught up, so Flurry is definitely better than it used to be. TB is a bit better. Nini is Medusa. TB is expected to be the strongest. Really? Wait. Did I miss that? Where's the TB? I have TB here. And on a push? Where are we looking? Death Trap, Rapid Fire, Heartseeker, Pen. So these are all mostly ranged, besides Death Trap, I guess. Didn't they say somewhere that if you salvage gems now, you'll get the full value? Ah, here, fix an issue by salvaging high tier gems, return fewer fragments than a ton. There we go. This is what I was looking for, and this, yeah. I want to talk about this part, actually. Actually, we don't need map, we have this, yeah. I never discovered this part here, oops. Even with my hardcore character, I just realized. I never went there. And here. Monka. And here. There's a stronghold. Oops. Okay, we have our podcast in like 10 minutes, so I need to speedrun. One more video, guys. Okay. We're talking about gems. Okay. Hi everyone! So in preparation to season 14, I want to talk about gems, because there has been some probably quite overlooked changes to how the system will work in the future. In particular, when it comes to farming the highest level, like Horadic and Flawless Horadic gems. This was quite a pain in season 13 if you have tried to do this. Personally, I never found one of these flawless ones. I did farm a few of the normal Horadic ones, but that was still, you know, quite a grind. And you know, you had to go farm like, 2,000 CS reach dungeons or something like that to really have like a chance of getting them if you weren't trading for them. So in case you're not aware, there's this dungeon here. There's also a few other Scovers dungeons that drop a bunch of gems when you defeat the final boss. And CS Reach was kind of like the number one dungeon to run. You just rush to the boss, you get a bunch of royal gems, the occasional grand gem, and you need 25 grand gems of one type in order to upgrade them first through the Horadic quality and then into the Flawless Horadic. So that's quite a lot of gem fragments. That is 25 million gem fragments of a single type, because you need 1 million to craft one grand gem. So yeah, it's quite a hassle, but there has been relief coming up in this new patch. So in case you haven't seen this, there is now a change where you can convert the different gem types with only 2 gem types at a time instead of 3, and that is pretty huge. And also, they made it so that when you salvage higher tier gems, you now get probably all of the fragments back. That was previously an issue when you salvaged a grand gem, for example. So even if you got lucky and you found one of them in the CS Reach dungeon, they still only salvage into 100k instead of 1 million, which is like, the lower value that you get from royal gems. So this was like the cap here, the 100k salvage. And I think this even applied to the Horadic. So if you accidentally salvage one of those, well, you were screwed. So I expect that now it just gives you the full value, which means that when you find the grand gems, you will actually just get to your goal much faster. And combined with that conversion, you will actually have a very easy time now, I believe, to get there. On top of that, they also have just buffed how much gem fragments drops. There's this note here, gem fragment drops have been significantly increased in Torment 10 and above. We don't know exactly what that means, but it was relatively obvious that the only realistic way to get those Horadic gems was just chain running that CS Reach dungeon, basically, or maybe buying them from other people. But in SDF, that's not going to be an option anyway. So how do we get them? right? So I would actually expect that CS reach farming is probably not really going to be such a thing anymore, and that sources of gem fragments have been buffed a lot to the point where you will beat CS reach now, or at the very least you'll get like close enough, but you don't have to go so out of your way, you know, not doing wall plans, not doing anything, right? You just got nothing in CS reach besides those gems and maybe a few like materials or something like that. And I would expect that this is probably not going to be such a thing anymore. But maybe a good backup, or if you want to really turbo farm the gems, then there you go. So yeah, just have to keep that in the back of your head. But then the other thing is the conversion. So as I already mentioned, that's actually a pretty huge deal, because previously you were finding these gems of like all kinds of colors, right? And you only really want like one type or two types or something, right? You want your diamonds for your resistances maybe, and then whatever like, you know, damage type you're doing, like I want rubies for fire damage. But I also find the amethysts that don't really do anything for me, and I also find the emeralds that don't do anything for me, and so on, right? And then you have to convert them. And previously there was a pretty huge friction with the conversion, because if you go to the jewel crafting here of the gem fragments, this is the live server right now. So we have 3 different requirements that costs like 300 fragments, and we only get 200 back. But now it costs 200 and you get 200 back. So basically you have no cost and no loss on the way. And that is pretty huge, because you can just farm up the total amount of gem fragments that you need for your heraldic gems. And you can just convert them back and forth basically until you have whatever you want. Where previously you had to be kind of mindful about this, and you would always lose 1/3 of the total if you were converting them, which is pretty huge. And sometimes you had to convert them, you know, multiple rounds as well, right? Because, for example, if I wanted to, you know, craft the diamonds, I need exactly amethyst, emerald, and skulls. But maybe I run out of skulls, so then I have to craft some more skulls first. That uses some other thing, so I lose something on the first conversion and I lose something on the second conversion, and the end result is, you know, I have like minus 40% of what I farmed originally or something like that, if I wanted to convert into the right type. And now that is now just gone. So you can convert anything you want, and that means you're gonna have a pretty straightforward gem grind now to get your heraldic gems. And I would expect a lot more people than in Season 13 are going to have the heraldic or even flawless heraldic gems now in all of the slots basically, at least after you've actually put in the time to grind it out a little bit. So it's probably going to be something that is a little bit more like a side project as you progress through the tournaments and, you know, get your endgame gear. You have a lot of stuff to work on now with the new mythics, for example. But it might be worth to kind of like check out the like gem objectives a little bit, or, you know, like sources of gem fragments that are available. So there's 2 in particular that stand out here that I would expect to be very good. One is the Infernal Hordes. So Infernal Hordes has been extremely weak as like a farming like category in Season 13, and there were a lot of complaints, a lot of feedback about Infernal Hordes just not really being up to par with the rest of the war plan system. And there is actually the gem fragment and materials chest that you can open. And in particular, there's also the 10-wave horde keys that you have that basically no one was really running before, because why would you spend 10 minutes in a horde when you can just do 6, right? You had the option to do either the short or the long one, and basically no one really wanted to do the long one, because what was the point? You got really nothing out of it. So I would expect Infernal Hordes to be massively buffed and actually really worthwhile now, in particular for this gem grind. So keep an eye out for that, I guess. And the other option is a Nightmare Dungeon sigils as well. So I don't really have one lying around here, but if you craft some, then you'll get sometimes these like gem reserve dungeons or something like that. So let's see if we can find one here. There's also here Amethyst Reserve, so there's like a yellow one. This is for one particular type. And again, with what I just explained, it seems like you will just be able to farm any of them. It doesn't matter if it's the right color, I don't care about amethysts, but since you can convert them at no loss now, then you will, you know, just run any of them basically. So this is going to be very good, and you can use a lot more of these different keys. And in, for example, escalation dungeons, when you open a single one of those chests on the live server, you can get up to like 40k fragments or so. There's like these chests that, you know, sit in these dungeons, and they will now be easier to find as well. So per dungeon you can get multiple hundreds of thousands or so, and they did say that they significantly buffed that, so I would expect potentially millions in a run or something like that. And this might mean that just a few of these dungeons can already net you a heraldic gem, for example. And then you just kind of convert it back and forth to which one you need, basically. And there's more. There's these other like just gem fragments dungeon or something like that. It's like a blue one, I think. So keep an eye out for that, which just kind of like pops out a bunch of all of the different gem fragments. And again, you just convert whatever you need. So yeah, this is how I expect that to go going into season 14. I think that it's going to be way easier to get these heraldic gems and a way less annoying to, just like farm one dungeon 2,000 times or something like that. And that's also sort of the end of the video here. So we'll see how this will exactly play out when the season goes live. So we only have the patch notes to go by right now, but I think this is something worth considering. And it might also just help everyone to be a bit more strong, a bit more defensive with their gems and so on. And some of those gems can really ramp up their power quite a bit, especially for some of these more like utility-oriented effects as well. So I guess something worth highlighting is, for example, there's like some warlock builds that need a lot of healing because you self-burn yourself and you don't have damage to yourself, or you have something like a blood mad idol equipped in some builds these days or so. And healing received skulls, for example, ramp up a lot. As you can see, going from royal to grand is a 50% increase in its power, going from 15 to 22.5. And then you have this here, 30%, 38%. From one single gem. So these can actually be worthwhile because they are very impactful compared to just having a little bit of main stat. And the same goes a little bit for the amethyst as well, especially on the squishier size of builds. Maybe you're gonna have something like a bulwark rune in there, and you can get something like 30% barrier generation, like ×2, for example, 60% extra. That makes the bulwark, give you, I don't know, more than 2/3 of your barrier, of your life as barrier or something like that, with just like 2 of those gems, for example. So some of these things can actually like ramp up really hard, and they actually ramp faster than just main stat gems. So something to kind of keep in mind here. And that's it for this video here. So hope you enjoyed this. Wish you good luck in season 14. I'll keep you guys posted with, more tips, strats, build guides, and so on. So stay tuned for that. Good luck, have fun, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. We're 1 minute late. But the gem farm is going to be quite interesting, I think. Obviously I have to do this. Okay, we're starting our podcast now in like a minute. We have Hysteria, Condis, and Matthias. We're probably already waiting. All Hähnchen. Thanks for the prime. Yo, Condis raided us. Okay, in the middle of the recording. Hi, guys. Do you know to fix the 9% gold charm? They did, yeah. Okay, seems like the guys are ready. Condis already raided us. Okay, let's call them, I guess. Let's do this, yeah.
Yo.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, Condis.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hi, County.
All right. We're doing just like very casual, hangout basically. So nothing super crazy. But I figured, okay, we should have a podcast at some point, and there's a lot of stuff to talk about. So let's go. Nice that you guys made it. Wait, where's my cam?
Mine working.
Okay, hello.
I think it's turning on.
Let me just get a drink real quick because I was just recording like 3 videos back to back and stuff. So
I saw that.
Yeah,
no problem.
I'll be with you
Classic
guys.
league start. Okay, chat, spam AlkLFG. Yeah, he didn't mute us. You are taking over the stream.
Nice.
How are you guys feeling before the season starts? Is it like super busy for you, or are you taking it easy today because tomorrow is blasting day?
Taking it easy for sure. I mean, most of the work was done for like rogues. Not much change, so it was pretty smooth. But I'm very excited. Solo self-found. I feel like it's gonna be a game changer. I'm tired of trading.
It'd be one thing if we had like a proper in-game trading system, but it's just a nightmare every season trying to deal with it.
Yeah, not a fan.
I'm more of an solo self-found guy, so I was
like,
waiting for this day for a very long time.
Yeah, like I don't mind trading in and of itself, but it's just like I love the leaderboard and just like getting some form of just like community meta, but like the RMTing, and it's just like it gets it really impacts the leaderboard and stuff. So
whenever I play trade, I don't compete because like
yeah,
for competing, SSF is the way. If I want to compete, then for sure I'm going solo. If I just play for trade, I'm playing to hoard as much currency as possible. Be like a big dragon on a pile of gold.
Contis is sitting there holding his stuff, and then what are you gonna do with it? Nothing.
Nothing. Just wait until I get bored, and we go again next season.
Okay.
That's how you play the game. What do you mean?
Let it all rot. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have the same problem. Like, I like to, like, you know, like, stack up a bunch of stuff so that, you know, just in case, you know, I log in again, I test something. And sometimes I do that, to be fair. You know, sometimes I go on my eternal characters and I try some mechanic or something. But, yeah, overall, I do way too little of them, I guess. But it is what it is.
Should help. It should help the stash space playing SSF, because I feel like half of my tabs are filled with, well, maybe I can sell this.
Anyway, we can talk about SSF and trade and these kind of perspectives as well in a second. Okay, I think we're actually good to go. I just want to like do a quick sound check with everyone. So Hysteria. I still need to turn off my cam actually. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this.
Fine.
And the okay, can you say a few things? Sorry. Hysteria.
Hello, how do I sound? Am I too loud? Do I need to turn? Do I need to adjust?
Yeah, chat, let me know how this is. And Condes?
Hello, Condes here, Barbarian guy. HCSSF Blaster.
Holy. Okay. And what is?
Best rank 2 player.
rank 2.
Holy.
Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3, rogue.
Chronix rank 1, Condes number 2.
Classic.
Yeah, okay. Yes, it sounds fine from my end, I believe, so it should be fine. Are any of you streaming as well, or is it just me?
I'm not.
I am not.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Should I keep the chat on now? It's like right in Matthias's face. That's not nice. So I'm gonna turn off the chat.
Getting attacked by chat.
So let's do this and that and this. Okay, so we have everything off here. All right. Okay. So in that case, let's begin. So welcome to a Maxwell podcast, guys. It's been a while. So we have Hysteria, Condes, and Matthias here, who are all on the Maxwell D4 team, and myself, wudijo. I'm the host. So I just kind of spontaneously, like, you know, put this together here, and the guys who are there It's like one day before the season starts, so for all those who are watching this later. So we are going to be speculating, talking about the expectations and all that kind of stuff. I have a bit of a topic list to go through, and we're just gonna, hang out for like an hour or two or so. So we'll see kind of where the discussion leads, talking about our plans, our perspectives. If you guys have questions from chat, since you're on live stream here, feel free to kind of throw them in there. I might pick them up, or maybe towards the end, I will also just kind of see if we have some, Q&A or something, if anything comes up that we didn't discuss. But before we begin, I want to give all of you guys a quick opportunity to introduce yourselves. So let's go with Hysteria, Condis, and then Matthias.
Hey, I Paladin main here. I was Sork only for a while, but since Paladin release, I have not strayed off of it yet. So I guess I've been playing since. For those of you who don't know me, I've been playing D4 since the very start. I have not skipped a season yet. And yeah, I think that's it.
Hey, I'm Condis, barbarian guy, mainly doing leveling on max roll, but also I like to blast a lot of classes. I'm gonna go HCSF this season, gonna try to hit rank 1 barb, and we'll see how it goes. I've been hitting a lot of rank 1s in D3, so, well, we need to get some rank 1s in D4 too, because we are getting official leaderboards now.
There you go. And I'm Matthias. I am a rogue rider for max roll, but yeah, like I basically never touched any other class, so I can't, like, I know nothing of this game other than rogue, and yeah, so that's the perspective I'll be bringing today to this chat, which is, it's kind of rare, but rogue is like on top for once, kind of, so that's fun.
But he knows Rogue very well, guys. So that one for sure. All right, yeah, very cool. Yeah, so my topic list is roughly, we're going to talk about like the season as a whole and our impressions, maybe like whatever comes up basically. And then I want to talk a bit about the actual season content, the mechanic, the boss, whatever. We've tested it on PTR. I guess everyone has seen that a bit. What do you guys think? Then what you're gonna do, like progression-wise, like what do you think about the game, like, leveling up, for example, like early progression and all that, and then, how it's gonna go with like the later progression, for example, new mythics are coming in, we have a bunch of like changes in the grind across the board, basically, class build balance, this kind of stuff, our plans for the season, and, maybe what else comes like after that. I mean, Connors has already mentioned a few things, but this is sort of the like list that we have here. So let's jump in. Season overall, impressions, like what do you guys think? Like what are you most excited for? What is like something that you think is like a terrible change? I don't know, anything like that.
I mean, the lore implication is intense. No, no, I have no idea, but I think this season honestly is like my dream for every season is that the base core of the game improves. Like that, I always felt bad in the past where it's like they're putting a lot of dev attention to like make a temporary fix or a temporary thing that just disappears later. Like I always felt like disappointed in that, but I feel like now like SSF and leaderboard and just for rogue, like a bunch of bug fixes. Like to me, this is all I want. If each season could just be like a big patch like this, like I'm happy. That's my feelings.
Okay, what about the others?
I mean, we can add to that they are really getting a tempo now, because for a very long time they really didn't know what they want to do with the game, I assume, because yeah, we had like rainbow hell tides, still people just joke about them. Then we had like a year of powers, and what was that? And now they know what they want to do with the game, and it looks way better from every season. Like every season we get a new boss. Now we are getting a very cool mechanic that's gonna be both overworld, both in the dungeons. Like we also had like with the invasions, with the chaoses. They know what they want the game to be, and that's what I'm hyped about. There may be some little weird things like Realm Walker 2.0. Like couldn't they just made something new? Like is that just like reusing some assets because it was lying around? Like that's a little
Nostalgia
weird thing.
sells.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
huge Realm Walker nostalgia, I'm sure. Yeah, season 6.
yeah,
man.
like it's some little weird things like that, but it's like the gameplay wise, it's getting way better now. So that's what I'm hyped about. Item wise, I believe we're gonna talk about new mythics later, so I don't want to jump right into it. But when we are talking about seasonal mechanic, we can also say we can also talk about the Pandemonium shards, Pandemonium fragments that we will be getting, and we're gonna have next type of guaranteed mythics too. So we are still going with all the guaranteed stuff. So maybe that's the wrong direction, but most of it's cool for me. Gameplay wise, rewards wise, it's okay, but maybe too much for the guaranteed size of rewards.
Yeah, I mean, I think excitement, I guess, for the season would mainly be for me is around the SSF stuff. Like, I guess I've always been like a trade guy, you know, like I push leaderboards, like you can't really not do it, you know, at a certain point. But like, I feel like each season, like as we go on, I try to like delay, you know, heading over to the Diablo trade site as long as I can. So it'll be nice to not be like forced into doing it, right? Because like I do enjoy like you know the style of getting everything yourself, but yeah, like you guys were saying, I feel like the base game itself is heading in a very good direction. I guess like my only gripe with this season is I guess it might also only really apply Paladin, but like the lack of balance of like the skills, you know, the inner class balance, you know, because I don't think it's shifted too much since season 13, but like overall, I think, you know, 90% of the changes are good, so it should be fun.
Yeah, it seems like SSF is like a relatively big topic. I'm kind of curious to also hear from like chat maybe what they think, you know, about SSF. Like in my community, for example, there's a lot of people talking about SSF and like, yeah, I'm gonna go SSF for sure and stuff. But it's certainly also, I guess I have more of these kinds of people in my audience as well, I imagine. So I'm kind of curious to see if you're gonna get any sort of like statistic or any insight. Like, what is the distribution? I guess you will probably be able to tell a little bit from like the leaderboards themselves, right? At least you can see how fast it fills up, you know, what is the distribution and so on. But yeah, I wonder how big it's gonna be, because on one hand, there's like a lot of people that are like super casual that are just like you know, SSF for different reasons than we are, right? They're just SSF by default because they don't have anyone else to group up with, and they just play the game that way, right? They don't even know that trading exists or like a trade website or whatever. Right, and then on the other hand, you have like the try-hard blasters, you know, that really want the SSF, so that you know, you have like kind of a more even playing field and all that, right? So it's kind of interesting to see like the two very extreme parts of the community, basically, that sort of like both fall into this SSF, and then I wonder what about the middle, right? Like, where is that gonna go? Like, how many people actually actively choose to go SSF for not really like any particular reason, or you know, like maybe maybe they feel like it may more enticed to try it because it's new, but then they realize it's not for them. So it's gonna be kind of exciting to see, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely a huge step up, I think, for the game, especially for the more involved community. I think, like from what I hear, a lot of the blasters definitely are interested in SSF. So I guess we have like 4 SSF people here now. So, did I get it correctly, Matthias? Are you also doing SSF?
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
okay, so yeah, there you go, I guess. And I would also expect like a lot of the other like Maxwell guys and like, you know, like a lot of people that want to be competitive in any way. It's just like way more exciting when you know, okay, this is like, you know, clean, you know, no weird like group boosting going on, you know, no weird, okay, people getting fed with gold or RNTing or anything like that, right? So that's kind of like huge. Even if, you know, on the other hand, it's like, okay, no one really needs that to play the game. But yeah, I think it's gonna be fun to just kind of like have this sort of feeling of accomplishment, I guess. But yeah, kind of cool. And I guess to Connors' point, like he talked about why did they use a Realm Walker? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, realistically, it's basically just the name. I feel like if you compare it to like the old Realm Walker mechanic, it's like, okay, it's like this guy and the name, and everything else is new anyway, right? So I feel like saying, oh, this is just Realm Walker again is not really like doing it justice, I guess. So
I mean, my point was that if people remember Run Walker when he was an event and he was like really walking through the zones, now they may get a weird impression of him. And if it was like something new, they wouldn't have a bad taste from the season 6, and they could be more excited because some people will see that and will think it's the same thing, but it's not.
Yes. Yeah, maybe they should have just not called it Realm Walker, right? It's just like make some new name and whatever, and that's it, and then it would not have this attachment. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, like Realm Sitter, and he's just sitting in one place. So it's
Blizzard needs to hire you.
Yeah.
They have my number.
Yeah.
they are like,
Definitely
on call.
not Realm Walker. That's what it's called. Definitely not Realm Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the goggly eyes and the
Yep.
nose.
Very cool.
We have
Okay.
a new April Fool stuff.
But what do you guys think about the like season like mechanic, like the crafting part of it, and also like the like have you tried the boss, the content, like these events that pop up, or what do you think about them in general?
I didn't
I can
try them in the PTR, so you can speak to them, or it's
Yeah,
someone.
Yeah, like I can start with that because I was so excited because I'm a fan of mechanics in the dungeons, and whenever something like that happens in Diablo, that it's always like a big chunk of gameplay for me, and I believe like that's the best activity so far, like best mechanic so far, because it's very dynamic. And now after PTR, they also like boosted the tempo of it, so you just run around whenever you go to the like ruptures in the ground that you need to stay on. They spawn more monsters, so you can also decide, are you just going full in, and I'm gonna play barbarian, I'm gonna go full in, of course, and spawn more monsters and get more stuff, or should I just try to kite around? Yeah, it's very dynamic, so it's super fun. For rewards were kind of meh in PTR, so I hope they get buffed a little bit. But yeah, the dynamic part of it was very, very cool. And also, you have two parts of it, especially talking in the dungeon. You had to complete 15 raptures, if I remember correctly, to spawn the Death Chamber. So you also have like this dopamine hit that you are working for a goal. And if you work for that goal, then you have the second part, and the second part gives you, is also another activity, and it also gives you more rewards. So it's like everything what we need from ARPG, and making it two-part, dynamic. So you also have a fun activity to do, and then you get like a reward that you worked for. It's like a perfect activity for me. For overworld activities, it's a little bit worse because you are not guaranteed to get the Death Chamber, because you have like the three different raptures. You have normal, you have the middle one, you have the big ones. The big ones are with the Wormwalkers. But for the dungeon part, it's like super dynamic. Monsters pop up everywhere. Loot was mech, but it's gonna maybe change on the higher torments also. We're gonna see. But the two parts of the activity is what really speaks for me.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
You sold me.
Yeah. As long as the loot's better, of
Okay.
course.
Have you tried it, Hysteria?
I usually don't mess with the seasonal mechanics on PTR and kind of just,
Okay.
vibe and experience it as we jump into the season. Save a little bit since we just spoil everything else for ourselves with PTR.
Yeah, fair
So
enough.
I just usually test like the class balance that I'm playing at the time as all my focus on PTR.
Okay. Yeah, I tried it a little bit, and I kind of agree with Condis. I think it's going to be actually more exciting than a lot of people think to actually do it. But it also depends a little bit on like what are the final changes they made. They said that they made like faster and, not so much standing in place. I found it like overall like a decent mechanic at least. So, it's going to be like a nice little thing on the side. It's not going to be like a major activity, I think. You go into Helltide, you see the thing, you go do it. You go into a dungeon, you see the thing, go do that. Right? It's like something that kind of pops up when you go there, And besides that, I guess you're still going to do like a general like war plans loop, whatever you actually want to do most of the time. So that is not there. But then there's also like the reward, which is the Pandemonium Fragments. And for those that don't know, you will be able to craft a mythic with that. So this is like a new cube recipe. I think this is specific to this season, where you can take any unique and then you can make one mythic. But it's gonna be like in the same item slot, I think. It's not like necessarily the same item that you get from it, but you do this a few times and then you will basically have whatever you want. And I expect this is going to be relatively accessible. So kind of like everyone gets like one mythic relatively easily, basically, from that season mechanic. And
the important part to say is that every unique can be mythic now, and it's gonna be mostly for class uniques. So you're gonna not get a mythic, but you're gonna get a class unique, which is not that's a big of a deal for me, to be honest.
It's a very big deal for Rogue. But yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you have to be lucky.
I mean, you can also go do a boss and get a unique. And it's gonna be faster to farm, for example, a Grigoire than farming all of this loop to get a unique.
Yeah, okay, but we're talking about the mythic version, right?
Stronger,
so that there's like the regular uniques, and then there's a mythic version of that unique.
It's only 30%. It's only 30% stronger.
Every affix is max, right?
It's a max roll, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of power, to be fair. So, you know, if you're talking about, okay, like outside of the season mechanic, right, there's like the mythic upgrade that we had, and you can now find any unique as a mythic with a 30% increased power, and everything is maxed. So for those that didn't know that. And this means that now a lot of builds actually gain a lot of power from that once you have those mythics. So we don't know exactly how long it will take to get them, right? It might be like quite a long grind. If you look at, you know, the history, you know, okay, mythics, they kind of were relatively plentiful at some points, you know, including last season, if you were running Undercity tributes and stuff like that, but those has been tuned down a little bit. And, you know, okay, the lair bosses can drop them sometimes. But now there is basically a lot more mythics in the pool, right? We don't just have the original mythics, which are now called iconic uniques, but basically every other class unique and every other generic unique can now also become a mythic. So they will probably kind of like interfere with each other's like drops, basically. And it's going to be tough to get exactly the one you want. But once you do, it's pretty good, I think. You know, for like items that have like really big multipliers already, that multiplier will then be 30% higher than before. So, you know, a 100% buff becomes a 130% buff, 200% buff becomes a 260% buff, and so on. Plus the maximum only affixes, which can make it quite easier to actually get a good roll of it as well, right? So
yeah, it's going to be very, like, if you get the right unique on Rogue, I guess, early on, like, you're probably going to gain like a few tiers in the just from one, if you get the right mythic. Like if the first one you craft happens to be like the one you need, like your damage like 3x's instantly. So
yeah, I'm planning to go for I'm planning to go for Penshot Rogue and go Eaglehorn, and you know, let's see if I get that thing. And then exactly that, right? And it will be guaranteed Ancestral as well. So it's a little bit like the Diablo 3 guaranteed primal that it can make from the cube, basically. And this is something you can do with the season mechanic in D4 now as well. So this is like a huge power spike once you get the thing that you care about. And in some cases, you can basically guarantee that as well. Like in some slots, especially on weapon slots for most classes, you know, there is only like one or maybe two options, you know, like if you look at bows on the rogue, there's like 3 bows maybe, all right? So it's not even going to be that hard to get that thing that you care about on some builds, in particular for weapon slots. So that is something that kind of like is worth checking out, I think. And then if you're looking at sort of the late game stage, when you actually have, let's say, 3, 4, or 5 of those, like including all of the like dropped mythics and like all the right stuff in every slot, I think most builds, even those that were not buffed in any way, that were not touched by balancing in any way, will end up being at least twice as powerful, probably more in the end. So that is, it's kind of huge, I think.
Yeah, like every multiplier is 1.3x, so you can just multiply it by the amount of uniques you have. And maybe some builds will even choose to play more uniques than legendaries now.
For sure.
Its power.
Yeah, in my guide making, I've been like trying to squeeze in as many uniques as I can.
I mean, it's also a very nice gameplay loop too, because you have way more chase now. Like people don't like the change with the random stats and everything, but it gives you so much chase and so much grinding that it's the best thing for blasters like us, I believe.
I think it's not necessarily just a
Yeah.
blaster thing, honestly. Like, you know, obviously, like, you know, we are probably people that will brute force it, let's say, right? Like, we will have the mythic in
Yeah.
every slot with all the right stuff. But I
Yeah.
think even like on the, let's say, more lower end, you know, just kind of like people grinding for the game, whatever, you know, you do the season journey and they peace out or something. You know, it's gonna be kind of cool to, like, you know, hit that mythic that they want and get a huge power spike, and then maybe get another lucky drop that goes along with your build as well, right? And or maybe you just find another mythic that is not for your build, and you're like, oh man, okay, maybe you're enticed to actually try something else with that because it's like this one big item for that other build, right? So I expect that also to kind of go this way a little bit, and that is kind of nice. I think this is probably what the devs were shooting for. Is like that's actually more my expectation.
Yeah, it feels a lot like Chaos Armor, right? With like you're just constantly hunting for like the perfect piece. Like I hope that, you know, it's not too difficult, I guess. You know, like it definitely needs to be like for at least for this, like a good balance of like a chase item, right, that takes a while to get, but also like I you know, are you gonna go a whole season without getting, you know, one specific mythic, right, that you need to finish your build, right? Like I think that's like a fine line, right? Like, you know, a lot of people played with Chaos Armor and it's like, well, I need this unique on the boot slot and I didn't get it after I played for 400 hours. Like that definitely can be frustrating, but
I mean, Chaos Uniques were much different because now we are talking about the same item in the same slot, but with the higher multiplier. It's just a higher number. If you turn off numbers, you can have only uniques and no mythics, and it's gonna be the same build.
well, yeah,
So
of course.
it's not the same thing. And if I want to play the devil's advocate, that's also the worst part, because we are now when we are starting the game, we are looking for uniques. Then we are looking for ancestral uniques. Then we are looking for ancestral uniques with right GA, and then we are looking for the mythic uniques with the right GA, and we are finding the same item all over again. Like, come on, guys! Why are we finding the same items 5 times? It's like maybe something could be done better here, and maybe that's like the limit. If you're gonna get like the super mythics now, then maybe that's gonna be too much. And I believe mythics, like every mythic, is a little bit too much for me, for my personal taste, because we are finding the same item now for the 4th time every season. So that's my limit. But I also see the chase here, and when I'm looking at my blaster experience, it's gonna be the best season for me because I'm gonna have so much chase and so much stuff to look for. So I see good points in both ways.
I have a question. So imagine that instead of this new mythic system where everything can be mythic, they would just take like a subset of the existing uniques, right? And either only those have a chance to become mythic and the others not, or they just get straight up converted. You know, they are now mythics. You know, imagine something like Rod of Capel, like
Okay.
or something like that.
It
Or Marmaladni.
depends if those are build enablers, because I don't want in Diablo to have a build enablers that are like super rare. I want people to have fun, so build enablers should not be like super restricted. And I get like why for example Shaco is just plus to all skills. You can fit that in every build. It's a nice mythic. It would suck as a unique because it's for everything, so it's for nothing. You would just use a class helmet, and also like a grandfather is just a straight up multiplier. But if we have like build enablers hidden behind 10,000 hours of gameplay, that would be bad for the game.
Okay, but I mean, if there's like a sort of target farm, like we have this new cube recipe, right? You can try to hunt for the one thing that you really care about. So how about then?
Yeah,
I
sorry, you can go.
if there's a chase, then it's fun. Like I like chasing stuff.
No, I agree with what you're saying about like having a way to farm it. I think if you do it that way, then it could like introduce a fun way. But at the same time, like you're like Connor's saying, like with if it's a build enabling unique, it would definitely be less fun if you like can't even switch to a build right until you get a mythic, like that kind of gameplay loop. For Diablo, I guess I don't think very many people would enjoy that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting though, because we do have some builds that are like generally just like full endgame builds, right? And one of them is actually at the very top of our tier list as well, which is Death Trap Rogue, for example, right? It's like the hardest build to make in the game, pretty much. But it's also like ridiculous, payoff basically once you get it, right? Like it's just like it does everything and it's extremely good at everything. So I think it's exciting to have these sort of builds in the game as well, where it's like, okay, I just accept this is not a build I will play on day 1 or day 2 or even day 3 or whatever, right? Or maybe for the first week even. And then at some point I have the stuff and I make my build and I equip everything and I'm a god, right? And I think that is also cool, right? This is something like to work towards, something to, it feels good when you actually have the full Exodia assembled. And I think a lot of people are also kind of looking for something like that as well, where it's like, okay, I hear sort of this a complaint, like, okay, you have your build online at level 35, your skill tree is done, I just like dump my points, and now what do? I just get more levels, I get more Paragon, I get more loot, but I play the same thing, there's no change anymore in my build in some ways, right? That happens with some builds, right? They're just done, basically. And you just get stronger and you go through the progression, sure, right? But in terms of like actually like sitting down and okay, what do I do now? Maybe I'm gonna swap this skill, maybe I'm gonna equip that item. You don't really do this at some points anymore. And I think for that, it's cool to have stuff like Death Trap Rogue or stuff like, if I just imagine like, I was playing a Spiritborn and Capeleke is now a mythic. I would enjoy that. I don't know, maybe my personal thing, but I would like it. I wonder what other people think. Maybe chat also.
I guess what you're saying kind of makes me think of old like perma teleport on Sork, right? Where you have to get 65% cooldown, and then you get all your evade tempers, right? Where like you're saying, where you finally hit the Exodia, and then you're blasting. So I guess I can resonate with that it is like a fun thing like to chase, right? Where it's like, all right, I'm almost there. I just need one more piece, and then I'm zooming.
Like
Yeah.
if I'm gonna add to that, or maybe Matthias first because I was already talking a lot.
I was going to say, I think it's a key distinction is that this Exodia build that we're talking about, if there is like something to chase, that build shouldn't be like 10 times stronger than every other build. Like, I think that's the balance now for Rogue. It's like, yeah, you can go for a Rain of Arrows or Death Trap. These are chase builds that you won't probably have in the first week. And once you do get them, like you're going to be maybe like 10, 20, like maybe 3-4 tiers higher on the pushing. Like it's like you can get by with never doing this. But for the blasters, there is something to do. Because I'm just thinking like there's like a level of FOMO that happens. Like you watch a streamer and he has like he's doing 50 tiers higher than you because he just invested 100 hours. And yeah, so I think as long as the balance is there, I like more chase builds is good.
Yeah, it's a good point for sure. Like the balance needs to be there, and I think this is actually really like this actually hit the mark right now, right? If you look at the Rain of Arrows or Death Trap, they're like, yeah, basically near the top, but they're not like ridiculous, far ahead or something like that. And I think that's actually perfect, right? Sorry,
If I
Condes.
would add one more thing to that is that for my point, mainly I was talking about that we also have like the early version and also we have the whole progression, because yeah, Death Trap is a nice build, but wouldn't it be better if you could play it earlier, maybe a little bit different? Because I believe the journey is like the best part of the game, not the goal but the journey. And when we have build like that, the journey is also cool because we have two builds then in the equation. I need to have a starter that is very, very cheap, it's very, very easy to make, and then I'm playing a second build. It's also very, very fun. But if I want to play, for example, the Death Trap Rogue, wouldn't it be even more fun if I could have a early starter version that works somehow? Because, for example, I'm gonna play Whirlwind Barb next season, but I'm gonna play the Auto Bomber with the Mighty Throw. So I'm gonna start just with Whirlwind, and I'm gonna play Whirlwind with Twisters. Then I'm gonna play Whirlwind with Mighty Throw. And I'm gonna go for the full Mighty Throw setup. I'm gonna have like 4 different builds in between. So on Death Trap Rogue, you have only 2. I have 4. So I'm in even better place then, right? It's all about the balance. It's all about the gameplay. It's all about a lot of stuff. But from my perspective, if you can start your journey and have the experience as soon as you can, it's gonna be the best case for the player. But
Yeah,
it's about the balance then too.
I guess like one note about this is that there is technically a Death Trap starter variant. It's just that I guess most people kind of skip that part and they just play another build until then. But you can do what you just described with like a different setup, and you know it's like not as like smooth and there's like perma reset and all that kind of stuff. But it is there, so there's that. But I think some builds probably just have like different entry points, and I think it's fine for some builds to just kind of like work from start to finish, and for some builds to like start at a medium point, and for some builds to start at a high point, and so on, right? As long as there is enough variety on a class at all points, I think that is kind of like the most important distinction here, right? So if I can start at a 1 and play like 5 different leveling builds and they're all solid, perfect, right? And then later more options open up, and in endgame I have 15 builds on the rogue or something. And at various points kind of like more builds kind of come in there where I think, okay, they're like all on the same level or something like that, right? And if it's more of a problem, I think, when you start a barb, you have like 1.5 leveling builds. and then and then okay, they have to like actually like wait like an entire day to even play something else or something, right? So that is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, maybe Barbie is a bad case for that, but it's fun for the journey I want to have. So maybe I mean, balancing goes both ways. We need balance both at the end game, but also in the early game.
Yes.
And we have a lot of fun uniques now, but with the changes to the tree, I believe like we didn't get enough of those build enabling uniques also in the tree. Because like for example on Barb, why did the third blade not become like a variant or something like that? We still need to wait until level 60 and until getting a boss drop to play weapon mastery skill.
Yeah, it's probably like maybe an oversight in like the redesign of the skill tree, or who knows, right? Like, I mean, we don't know what the devs are thinking necessarily, but it's like my impression at least that not everything is perfect, not everything is where it should be, and there's also like some aspects that just got deleted where I feel like this was kind of like a fan favorite thing. I know I'm always like my favorite example on that is like Trample Slide Druid or something, right? It just doesn't exist anymore. That used to be an aspect, now it's gone. Why is that not in the skill tree, right? And who knows, maybe it's still there somewhere, right? They have it lying around, so
they are cooking.
yeah, maybe there's gonna be some other update at some point, and all these like lost variants gonna come back. Maybe they're gonna add a 4th variant for all the skills or whatever, right? So I think they have plenty of options available now with like new skill tree and so on. So it could go any way, really.
Yeah.
Do you have any other comments on like this whole like season mechanic, mythic topic or something like that? Else I would like to move on. Okay.
No, I'm sure we'll maybe touch on it later.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about some endgame stuff as
It's
well.
all related.
Okay, but I mean, we already talked about like progression and like going through levels and going through the builds. So I'm kind of just curious like to hear your guys' thoughts. Like, what do you think about the sort of like the day 1, day 2 experience right now? What is your plan? What is your strategy? We have like a few different leveling strats, for example. Do you like how this is working right now? Do you like the pacing of that? Going from like level 1 to the torments and so on. So how's your impressions there?
For the last like 5 seasons, I've played in a group with my fellow max roll rogues like Dioxide and Ava, and so I don't even remember what it's like to level solo anymore. So I'm super excited for that first and foremost. Just like not have a bunch of rocks in my backpack, but no, they're fine. But I think for like it's kind of crazy that people are doing 1 hour 1 to 70 runs. I don't know if that's good for the game, but I guess like that's like I don't think people would accidentally do that. So I think it's cool that there are like very strategic like speed runs in the game. I feel like there hasn't really been that before. Like it's kind of just been like just kill as many monsters as you can per hour. But now there's like some actual strategy where if you know the game, you will be faster. So I don't know. I'm not entirely sold if it's like the balance of it all is perfect, but I like it for now.
What about the good old dopamine tunnels?
Holy. I would want to come back there. I want to go to Champion Demise and sit there for a whole week.
And get nearly one-tapped by lightning shamans every time.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess like personally, as far as like the too fast leveling, like I guess I don't really care too much about like the 1 to 70 journey. So like that being over quicker is like kind of nice. I kind of see it as like, 1 to 200 paragons, like the early like leveling that I like. It is a fun progression curve, like you're saying, right? Like you hit, T1 at like, and it's a journey, to climb up the torment tiers, and like I don't know, I guess. I don't really get dopamine putting in a skill point, right? But like, as you get closer to like, a 90% damage Paragon node, right? Like I do enjoy that part of the early leveling. So I guess, I definitely I like the fast leveling. 1 hour might be too quick, but the getting to the Paragon tree quickly is nice for me versus, if it took 10 hours, right? Like I definitely lean towards like the quicker side of that. Just
Yeah.
to jump into the torment and like the early Paragon progression, because I do actually really like that. And also, yeah, I haven't leveled solo ever, so that should be a interesting experience too.
Okay, just a note here. So 1 hour is like definitely like world record territory, right? So
Right, yeah.
I guess for like the experienced blasters, it's gonna be more in like
2-3 hours.
2 to 3 hours. I think is probably like kind of
Yeah.
the target that like most people will be shooting for that are like experienced at the game. And yeah, maybe for like the more casuals, it's gonna be like double of that even or something, right? Or even longer. So yeah, I also agree with Matthias. I think it's cool that like strategies exist. I think it's nice like whenever there is like sort of a distinction between an experienced player and a newbie, basically. Not because I want to be elitist about it or something, but it's like there is something to be better at, right? There's something to study. There's like a showcase of my understanding of the game, of my skill of the game, right? And this is really important. Like I think for me, it's not just okay. The seasonal progression is fun, and going from 1 to Torment 12 is fun and all that. But it's also I want to grow as a player, right? Like I want to be faster than the other season, and I want to see that difference, not just because they buffed or nerfed my build or my experience gains or something, right? But okay, I did it better than last time, and I think that is something that at least drives me, personally, right? Like I want to just like be the fastest wherever I can, and it doesn't really matter if that time is 1 hour or 3 hours or 5 hours. How long that really takes is not really so important. But there's sort of like the relative shift that I feel when I play, and that is kind of the interesting part for me, at least. So in that sense, having like these sort of like leveling strats, farming strats, progression strats, like all this kind of stuff, right? That I also make content around, and like all of us do, basically, right? I think that is exciting, right? This gives you something else to try to. You can try to become like a giga leveling speedrunner. You can try to become a giga tower pusher. You can try to I don't know, make all kinds of stuff, basically, and maybe you're gonna get more even like competitive options as well, right? As we go. Maybe there's going to be like a Paragon ladder, or maybe there's going to be conquests on Diablo 3. Like I've been lobbying for that for many years now. So, right, there could be like people like really specializing into like one of these things. And, like they get like crazy times. Like these days, if you look at like a D3 season start, we just had one last Friday. And then, like the first conquest, like the shoutouts roll in, first person to do this thing. Oh man, this is awesome. And sometimes these times are nuts, like it's like 1 hour into the season, like they're already max level, they have already completed the first conquest. And, most people are like level 20, and I think that's just awesome, So that is really cool.
Yeah, agreed. Bigger gap between like day 1 of playing versus 1,000 hours in. It's good.
Yeah, if I want to give another hot take, I in the current game, I say that we level to like 150 Paragon, and that's when kind of leveling ends, not level 70, because level 70 is still like halfway of leveling, because you can just level for under 1 hour, 2 hours, and 10x your damage. It's pointless to farm at level 70. The same way it's pointless to farm at level 60 or 50, because getting levels gives you way more stuff than just farming items. Because
Yeah.
if I find like 1, 2 legendaries, I'm gonna double my damage. If I level, I'm gonna like 10x my damage. So that's my problem with leveling. Because okay, we can level to 70 in 1-2 hours, okay. But it doesn't matter because we level to like 150 Paragon and then we go farm. And it's also problematic, I believe, for more casual players, because it may also just make their whole journey way different. Or maybe it's good for them because they are following the season journey and just click all the stuff and do all the challenges, and it's fun for them too. But I would like to have some changes in leveling, but maybe with changes to Paragon that we'll know that are coming. Maybe it's expansion 3 or expansion 6, but it's coming someday. But yeah, I want to see some changes to leveling to make it like maybe like more visible line that's okay. Here you are. Here you want to stop leveling, and then you want to farm or something like that. Like it's not comfortable for me.
Do you think we should go faster, or you just mean you don't like how much power is loaded in to Paragon? I guess.
I mean, it's not about the tempo and it's not about the time, because people level like 10 times slower than me, and it's balanced around them. So I'm always gonna go fast, and it's not gonna be balanced around me. And if it would be balanced around me, I would want to have like 20x slower leveling, but it's not gonna happen. But I would want to have a more strict line when I am when the game wants me to farm than just mindlessly get XP.
Yeah, okay, but I
So I
mean,
guess like
if you look at this from the perspective of, okay, what do other games do? I feel like it is sort of comparable how D4 works to like something like Last Epoch, PoE, D2, whatever. You know, it's like, okay, you have like you set up your character, right? The 1 to 70 is like, okay, the baseline, right? Like you play through a campaign basically in PoE or something. And then you still go through the early stages of the late game, or of the end game, right? Like you go through the map tiers in PoE. And I mean, no one farms like tier 2 maps or something, right? You just go to T16 as soon as you can. And same thing with Last Epoch, right? You play Last Epoch, you go to Empowered Molars, and then to like, Corruption 300 as soon as you can. So I think this is probably like sort of the equivalent of that like Paragon 150 progression that you're talking about, right? So it is still sort of like the early game, even though the leveling is already done. And I agree with that. And I mean, you kind of just need to combine the two into like one like package, I guess, as like this is your starting point or something like that, right?
Yeah, like, but my point would be more into Diablo 2 way, because I believe in Diablo 2 it's made the best because you always look for items. Like you really don't care about level. Your level on hell can be 40, 80. It really doesn't matter that much. Maybe about the zones and XP penalties. That's the only thing you may be caring about. But you always care about items, and that's more of my point. I want to have more agenda to go and get this item, this unique that I need for my build. But why would I go farm unique for my build if I could just go to Helltide and get 10 worms that's gonna give me more power than this item? That's my point.
Okay, I see what you mean. So it's like, okay, everything you do is like irrelevant basically in leveling.
Yeah.
You just want to try to get done with it. So that's basically what
Yeah.
you're saying. Hysteria,
Well,
sorry.
it sounds like you want. I was gonna say it sounds like you want more like build enabling uniques that you can't play without. I guess, right? Like you want like a reason to go do a boss to get a unique because it will give you more strength than
Hmm.
you know. I guess the
I mean,
10
we are
10
just talking
Paragon
about
levels.
balance. We are just talking about balance here.
No. I was just asking. Like, I guess like what a solution would be, right? Would it be like the uniques are
quick
stronger
solution
then?
for that would be to slow leveling, because I'm gonna have less power per hour with XP.
Yeah,
So
so
I'm gonna be
basically if you look at the like it's sort of like
Okay.
aggregate of character power, right? Then in the very early stages, like almost all of it is just levels, like skill tree and then paragons, legendary
and
nodes.
it's always gonna be like that for early
Yeah.
levels.
Exactly.
In every game.
And like your gear is like basically nothing, and it's just like, okay, you have like a weapon that is like equivalent to your character or something, right? To your level. And everything else is like, okay, you don't even have aspects, right? And then eventually you have aspects. Eventually, like the gear part kind of becomes more impactful, and the curve shifts, right? So I guess that's what we're talking here. Yeah. And Connors mentioned D2 specifically, and I kind of agree with that, right? In D2, you have those cases of you don't even have like crazy unique items or something like that, right?
You go and find a spirit, and if it's gonna take you 1 hour, you're gonna be super happy to get the spirit because it's so much more power than just going through the nightmare.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna catch up with the player that didn't get the spirit.
Yes, you have this item, you get it like level 30 or something, right? And then you're just gonna wear this until level 80 if you have to, right? it's fine.
But I took time to farm it.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy that I got it because I worked for it and I got it.
Yeah, I see that point. I think that's just like something that is really cool in D2. Or also just like this, like the classic, right? You go into Act 3, you get the Almost Ring, right? And the Almost Ring rolls with like faster cast rate, double res, and you're like, oh my god, man, Pork, like, exactly that, right? And it's gonna wear this thing all the way into hell, right? So that's just how it is. That's your ring now. And these sort of things, like they just don't exist at all in D4, right? And it would be cool to have that. I don't know how you would. I guess it's probably impossible, but yeah.
Like the first idea that I got, if you could farm a set for extra experience, maybe just take like an hour to farm it, but then you're gonna level up faster. So you're gonna have like a slower bump, and then you're gonna go faster, and one player is gonna go faster from the very beginning, and then he's gonna slow down, but then you may catch him up, something like that. So you take your time to farm, and then you are getting rewarded for it.
Yeah.
Is the stuff in D2, because I actually never played it, but is the stuff you're talking about in D2, like, is that, I guess, like, somewhat guaranteed? Like, if you, like you're saying, you go spend an hour,
yeah,
are those drops?
You're gonna farm contests to get the guaranteed drops because you can always cube them up.
Yeah, imagine it's a little bit like farming a lair boss for a specific unique drop or something. You just do it a few times, and eventually you're gonna get the thing that you're looking for, and then you kind of piece it together.
Maybe you're gonna kill her 5 times, maybe you're gonna kill her 10 times, but it's guaranteed in a period of time. Maybe it's gonna be an hour, maybe it's gonna be an hour and a half, but it's kind of guaranteed.
Yeah. So I guess it's just like us doing layer bosses, it just doesn't give you enough power to be worth the time, is what you're saying? And you don't like that?
I mean, shifting that to leveling, because we are talking still talking about leveling. Imagine at level 20, you could take an hour to get something, but when you get this thing, you're gonna level next 20 levels in like 10 minutes.
Yeah. So I guess we almost did have that before when you could target aspects. Like, oh, go take the time to go do,
Yes, yeah,
these
exactly
3
like
dungeons.
That.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think I agree with that then for sure. I think that was a fun, like, we definitely got too strong because you could do it literally right away, but like it was cool to have.
It was not
like,
balanced, but
go do these 3 dungeons right before you go do anything else, because if you don't, you're gonna have a way worse time at it.
If you go on a nostalgia run, yeah, I really liked just going to the Maugan Works as a barb, so I can get the air striker. I just swap my weapons, get the super overpower, destroy everything. But I can also just go to Hell Tides and maybe something's gonna drop. So I'm just gonna gamble, and it's also gonna be fun. But I can go the guaranteed way, and I'm gonna have a guaranteed time. Or maybe I can just gamble my luck, and it was fun. And I believe the previous thing with aspects in the dungeon could be done way better than the system we had, and that would be better than what we have now. But it's just less purely speculative things.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe they're gonna bring back something like that. And I don't really feel strongly either way, I must say. Like, you know, there was like this farming strategy or like the leveling strategies.
I mean,
okay, go
we
do
have
this
season
dungeon.
journeys now for that. So we
Yeah.
have those guaranteed rewards. If we want to do something else, I can just go do the 3 Legion events and get like a big cash with stuff. So it's also something like that.
Yeah, but
Maybe
it's
they
usually just kind of
have
like
season
random
journey for
stuff,
that.
right? It's just, it doesn't give you like a guaranteed, okay, I know what I got, right? Like this aspect or that item or something like that. So this is kind of the problem there. So if we have our leveling strategy, right, and we're gonna try to get to 70 in torments as fast as possible, then we kind of just like ignore all that stuff, right? Like all of the best leveling strategies don't do any season journey stuff, right? It's just like, okay, you get a bunch of random loot, and 5 levels later, everything is irrelevant. Maybe there's gonna be an aspect in there that's useful. They can just keep imprinting it, sure. But maybe not, right? So it's like, yeah, at least like, you know, I guess what we were talking about earlier was like, okay, the counters runs, you get your spirit and whatever, right? You know what you got, and I think that's kind of important. You can't really make a strategy around just like some random drop that may or may not happen, right? So this is just not a thing. So that's the main issue, I think.
Yeah, I like the, like, this is like potentially good feedback for Blizzard if they ever want to look at, but this might be like a Diablo 5 thing, but it's a cool conversation about, like, for example, they have the class specialization quest that we have that we don't need to do. Like that one was kind of redundant for a long time, but now it feels like leveling, you never get legendaries almost, and that one actually gives you 2 guaranteed legendaries, I'm pretty sure. Like that sort of like
what?
No, it doesn't. Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't done them in like 2 years.
Yeah. No, I used to do them
it.
every leveling just to,
I need to
because I'm
check
like,
it.
oh,
I need to
I
check
enjoy the, because for Rogue on level 15 you get 2 legendaries. I'm like, and you
It
kind
gives
of
one
like
legendary RNSs. Nice.
yeah, you kind of roll the slot machine of like, oh, if I get my, it used to be more impactful because you had like the class specific like star shards for Dance of Knives, which is like now your leveling is like exactly what you're talking about. Now you're on steroids and you're gonna cruise through. So it sounds like maybe just buffing us some of these sources of, it's like side quests, sort of, that way you can go and do this thing, and maybe you
like
can have some agency.
Maybe something like that exists in the game, but we didn't find it because we are all speedrunning. They've already put in the game what we want, but we didn't find it because we are just speedrunning the game.
Yeah, exactly. Savin is sitting there listening to us, face palming, like, "Oh my god, what are these idiots doing?" Like,
exactly, it's already in the game.
But I think the issue right now, like even 2 legendaries is probably not worth it. So, but they can like buff if it was 2 uniques, and maybe you could have a say, like, if for a rogue, do you want a ranged unique or a melee unique? And
it
then
has
like,
to be something specific.
Yeah, like if I get an Eagle Horn on level 15, like that is worth going off the track to go get, probably. So yeah, it's a cool conversation. I feel like there's definitely things they could do, but I feel like it's not like, when I get to 70, for example, or even 50 to 70, like each unique is a huge boost, and like each Paragon Legendary node is like, they're all like, no matter what I'm doing, it just feels good. Or like, oh, I found my first royal gem. Like it's all, I feel like it's all, I get dopamine from everything. I don't feel like it's as big of an issue, but yeah.
Okay, I think we can move on to basically the next topic, kind of in line with that, which is the late game progression. So let's talk about, okay, like later tournaments, and then like T12 plus, let's say. So how do you feel about that? Like, what's your thoughts on, like, okay, like how easy is it? Is the balance good? Like, do you enjoy that? What else could be done, or what's missing?
I mean, a common feedback is not just me, but just like maybe the tower could be more fun. and like that sort of gameplay loop. But overall, like Diablo 4, like I feel like a lot of criticism this game gets is because people like it's a square, but people try to shove it in a circle hole, whatever, like that's saying. Like people want it to be something it's not. And for me, it's like each season is like a 50 hours of fun for a week or two. Like that's in my like brain is where I compartmentalize this video game. And like for that, I feel like Diablo 4 like hits the mark. I think if we had too much complexity and too much of a chase and all these things, it would become a different game. So I kind of like the current endgame loop. It'll be very interesting to find out though, because I haven't tried SSF. So like all the progression, like the materials and all these things. So it's like a to be continued on that one, I guess.
Yeah, like especially with the cube, with crafting, also now with the chase of mythics, that's the good part of having all uniques being mythics now, and also having 2 random stats. It's gonna be a lot of chase, and then with legendaries, we're also gonna want to craft them, but we can't craft greater affixes, so we also need to find bases. So the chase itself is gonna be very, very fun. SSF and the tower is gonna be also very, very good for, I believe, a big chunk of community. I believe a lot of people will want to try it. And only my problem with the endgame progression is defense, because okay, I'm playing barbarian. Maybe it's not gonna be the best person to talk about that, but yeah, it's Torment 12 is scary, and it's good that it's scary, but I I don't know if we have enough tools to work with it, because if I want to go Torment 12, every build's gonna pick up Endurance Fates. Every build that can pick up a two-handed wielding aspect for 40 damage reduction is gonna use that. I forgot the name, but yeah,
Heavenly
like
Strength.
Heavenly Strength, yeah, thank you. Like everyone uses the same stuff for the defense, and I believe that like the fun part of the defense is missing. Like, maybe it's very hard to balance, and if it would be easy, I believe they would have done it. But like as a player myself, I don't think I have enough toys to play with the defense.
So what are you looking for? Like, what is missing?
Toys.
More stuff, choices, more stuff.
Okay, so you want to have like a separate way of building defenses. Like, okay, you have like life, armor, res. That typical, like build is basically it's just that, right? You try to get to your 5 million toughness and you're chilling. Or okay, we have Selig. That is like a completely different way to build your defenses, I guess. So at least the barbs do that.
And Selig doesn't show you toughness, so it's also a very scary thing, because we can't like. I played with Selig for like 2 years without knowing how it works, because I was thinking I know how it works, and then I was like, oh, that's how it works. What the fuck? Like, okay, like, well, I don't know. Like, I believe that toy metaphor is what works for me. Like, I want to have more things, more choices. Maybe. I mean, the toughness itself is very good. I like to know my amount of EHP, my max hit. I believe that's done in a good way. I liked resistances that were before, because I could cap them, and then I would go for max life, then I could go for armor. I would like check mark some things, and now it's about getting more is better. So I don't have those like hard caps. I'm just going more and more and more and more and more, and trying to find how much can I squeeze. And it's gonna be the same with the damage. I'm gonna want as much as I can, without any caps, without any meaningful choices. It's just gonna be always more equals better. More armor, more resistance, more HP, and that's all.
Okay.
And more DR aspects, maybe.
I feel like defenses is in a really good space, but I don't know if this is a rogue perspective, but like we do have quite a lot of toys. We have like barrier. We can generate barrier with cold imbue, and And
I mean,
obviously you can sacrifice some offense.
Barrier is also a very good topic because my next build generates 40% of my barrier as life every second. So if somehow I stop hitting enemies and something hits me with the damage over time, I just die instantly. Because I regenerate nearly half my HP every second. And that's how barrier works in the game for like years now. You can generate even like your whole life every second. Like the Death Trap Rogue before expansion 2, right? You could have like whole barrier every half a second. You were regenerating like 200% of your life every second.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of out of control.
Yeah. So like now you have only like 40-50%. And
Yeah.
there's literally no other ways to get a good region other than defense. We have no life steal. We have like life on hit amounts are also very in a very weird spot, I believe.
Yeah, like from my perspective, I think it's fine that defenses are, let's say, boring. I think it's more important that, you know, we give every class, every build, like the ability to kind of get to whatever baseline is the requirement, basically, right? If you're talking about T12, okay, you know, 5 million-ish is like my target usually, and ideally a little bit more if you're on hardcore. And then, okay, if you're going to go like really high push, maybe a bit more beyond that, right? And then, okay, you need to have some sort of recovery. So this can be the barrier thing, this can be the life on hit thing, this can be undying aspect or whatever. So as long as you kind of heal up, you're going to be fine. But I think it's okay for defenses to be like not very exciting as long as they produce a good gameplay loop. So that is the more important part. And I would rather have the sort of like the exciting and weirdness of theory crafting, basically, more on the offensive side of the build, right? Where it's like, okay, I do this combo and now, you know, I can spam Man of Arrows non-stop. And that is now my build or something. So I think that part is like a bit much more exciting. If you give like, you know, too many crazy combos and defenses, it can very easily get out of control to the point where, okay, people are just immortal now, right? Like we had a Aesthetic Barb, and that is like certainly not how the game should work. I think making sure
like
that
the
people
last
yeah
season,
exactly. It's like
season,
yeah, Glenn's Anvil was really bad because it, you know, not only did it make everyone immortal, so it kind of was like, you know, once you had this online, like, you know, like basically a lot of the gameplay just kind of gets lost somewhere, right? When you are immortal. That's the problem, right? It's like, okay, it feels good to be a god, but on the other hand, you know, the game just becomes very boring very fast. You know, if you just like close your eyes and stand in everything. And then you had the other problem where, okay, do like one tiny little thing wrong, right? You load into your pit, you have no resolve stacks, and there's a pack standing there. Well, goodbye, right? So you had that other thing where it's like, okay, like this, you know, you don't even have time to build it up, and then you get blasted, and you know, it's just like miserable in every way, I think, right? Like the high end of it is too much, and the low end of it, you just get, you know, looked at by the tiniest little monster, and it already murders you, right? So it's that was kind of like all over the place. So Resolve is a very good example of like a terrible system, basically. And yeah, Scenic is also kind of like on the like, it's very interesting, but it was like too OP, and also like you have like very little insight about what your character can actually handle, right? It's like very hard to figure out how tanky are you even in the first place, right? You just hope for the best, basically. So
yeah, like I had the Selig Barb this season and I died 2 times. I don't know why. I just don't know why. Like
yeah,
okay, I tanked it. The next time I got hit, I die. Okay, like why is this the same attack?
yeah, exactly. So, you know, and this is why I mean, like, I think defenses can be extremely boring, and it's okay as long as, you know, like the gameplay is good, right? Like if the combat stays exciting, and, you know, I know what I can tank, I know what I have to dodge, and, you know, there's like a back and forth and a dynamic. I think that is way more important than trying to make like a fancy system around it where you have like 7 different ways to solve your toughness or something like that. And I would rather have, you know, 17 ways to solve my damage instead, you know? So that is kind of more exciting, I think.
Like if we
Yeah.
are talking about choices, then for sure, if we have to decide whether we get defensive choices or offensive, then it's always gonna be more fun of offensive way, because we see the problems with toughness whenever we don't have them. we don't have the toughness itself. Like the only problem with toughness is when we die a lot. And if you have a fun way of toughness and you are just immortal, then you have no gameplay insights. So yeah, I agree with that, of course.
Yeah, I think the Glenn's issue was that it was like you just hit a certain point and you can't die, right? But I still like. I think, I guess like the good example I have is like the first 2 seasons for Paladin, where once you got 100% block chance, like you could actually feel it, right? Like there were no random like one shots because you're blocking everything, but at the same time, you have all the elite affixes and like the on death effects where you couldn't block them. So it doesn't matter if you could stand there for a year and never die to 90% of the attacks, because if you stand in this, you're still going to get one shot, right? So like you're saying, you still have like Paladin was effectively immortal to a lot of things, but that didn't include the explosions on death and some of the affixes. So like I guess my issue with toughness now is, at least without Glenn's, right? Like how are a lot of these classes going to live? Because that's not fun at all, right? Like you don't want to walk up and get one shot. Like I was doing before they fixed Glenn. So like the mob damage scale so high in tower, like you could clear and you'd have 3 minutes to kill the boss when it would only take you 1 minute. But the boss spawns and auto attacks you once and you die. It's like there isn't a counter gameplay to it, right? You just die. There's nothing you can do about it, and it's, I guess, yeah, I can't speak if Rogue feels good. Like Paladin certainly has not felt good the last season, but like that's just a class balance issue, and they did tweak block a little bit. I guess it remains to be seen what's going to happen. Well, I guess we'll find out the next few days.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Rogue has been squishy in the past. I definitely can sympathize with that. Like, I think that's probably something they should look at if they aren't already. The one shot, like basically bringing down the top end damage and maybe buffing the white mobs damage or something, like to even it out a little bit. But I think an underrated aspect of defense, I think, is positioning. And like Jarun, for example, has like saved me 100 times last season from the falling swords. You just like click evade and you dodge the thing. That's because dash, like Rogue has immobility skills. Like there's like too many frames. Even if you're pretty fast reaction time, like a lot of times you end up getting hit by those. So I think that's something to look at if like people are like viewers are playing or they're dying a lot. I think just like combining positioning, like mobility skills, putting that in your setups, and obviously it takes a little bit of player skill as well to know these things. But I think that can saves me a lot of times from a lot of those like one shots, just like jumping out of danger. So I like that. Like for a lot of seasons, I feel like I was never afraid of anything. Like it was like tier 4 or whatever. Even in high pits, like dying was just not a thing. So I like that it at least is a thing, and now they can maybe balance it from here.
Yeah, we kind of like slid a little bit over into like this like full defense discussion, but I guess that's an interesting topic. And at least from my perspective, I'm wondering like what could be done, basically, like what should be done, right? I do hear a lot of complaints from everyone, about on-dev effects and falling sword, the explosions, the fire enchanted, plague bringer, like
Crackling Soul.
Crackling Soul is not exactly on dev, but it's also like one of these like really overtuned affixes. And I feel like in general across the board, it kind of is the truth that elite affixes seem to matter a little bit too much, and like the regular monster types don't really seem to matter enough. And I think it would be interesting if like those two things were kind of like brought closer together, where maybe they tune down one of these affixes, right? Especially on dev explosions, I think are just like not a very exciting mechanic. So it's fine for them to exist, and okay, if you stand in like 5 explosions, maybe you deserve it, right? But one sword should just like murder you or something, right? Or something like that. So, like at least have some sort of leniency there on like, what you can tank, I guess. And
yeah, that I was gonna ask you that, like what your thoughts are on like a near guaranteed one-shot mechanic as a hardcore player, right? Like Is
Yeah, I did die twice this season, and I was both on a Warlock, both in like the first week, and both 2 fire enchanted explosions, yeah, because I just can't see them. You know, on the Warlock everything is red. You know, I Apocalypse explode the entire screen, and well, the fire explosions are exactly the same color. So, but this is not really the reason why I mentioned this. It's more like I think it's seriously taking the joy out of the game for a lot of people. Because this is also what I hear from people, like, you know, like the number one reason of death is always like the falling sword or something, you know, this is like, they just get hit by this, and yeah, it's not, you don't always dodge it, and I think you should be able to kind of like pay the price. Okay, like I get hit, okay, -1 potion or something, right? I press 2 potions and I'm full again, but you know, you only have 4 potions, right? So you have to get more potions after that. So, you know, that is already a price to pay, and it doesn't have to be like instant death, for example, right? So I think like the recovery needs to be looked at a little bit. Some of those affects needs to be looked at. And in general, I think it would be interesting if it just like a blanket nerf to all elite affixes, maybe like a 30% nerf or something like that would maybe be a good start. But on the flip side, I would like to see a buff to the auto attacks of all monsters as well, or almost all monsters. You know, maybe something like lunatics. You know, doesn't have to be buffed or so, but you know, like I feel like I just never really look at what most of these monsters do. Some of them, okay, you kind of respect them. You know, like the big knights with their slam or something. Or like there's like these drowned dudes that have like the big tree they carry around, and they whack you with that or something, right? They do like the big slam. So a few of these guys matter, but almost no trash monsters really matter, I feel, where it's like, okay, when I go into a tower, like, okay, I hope I find the right elites. I hope that it's like a monster type that I can progress on nicely, but I don't really care what they do to me, you know? So I think that is a little bit too little impactful, basically. So I would like to see like an actual counterplay against auto attacks of monsters a lot more than just like thousands of elite affixes thrown at you. And then Cracking Soul, I guess, is like the worst outlier there.
Yeah, I feel like
Agreed.
with mob fishing, it's literally like you said, it's progression or like the annoying range stuff, right? That doesn't want to come in. Like it has nothing to do with like, oh, I'm gonna die, right? With the exception of a few things, and yeah, I don't. I think you're spot on with buffing the little guys and nerfing the affixes because yeah, I mean it's you're getting a lot of feedback that it's like not enjoyable to die that stuff, and I feel like all of us that play the game more than anyone like I don't want to have to like if you're playing a melee build, what do you do against Crackling Soul? Like even if it's not killing you, you just can't even play the game. Like you're just constantly moving. Like you just can't do anything about it because it's just constantly. I guess maybe that's like a how frequently it spawns type of issue, but yeah, like they definitely need to look at a lot of the elite affixes as far as like anti-fun.
Yeah, and I guess visual clarity kind of comes as like a secondary point there as well. If you compare this, like, for example, to D3 or something, I feel like everything is like way better telegraphed there. Like, you know, when I fight, like, you know, just recently I played the Diablo 3 seasons a little bit, and I was pushing, and you know, you actually have those scenarios where you stack up like 5, 6 elite packs or something. But I know exactly what each of them does. I know when they do it, and I know how to dodge them, and I know how I have to position myself to not get absolutely blasted by all of them. Right? It's not like I'm just face tanking everything. You know, I do have positioning, I have timing. You know, I go around, and you know, like I try to play around them, and it's like a much more interesting combat than, for example, pushing in the tower, where it's just like kind of like tank and spank and hope for the best. And yeah, this is definitely lacking, I feel, in D4 still. Okay, do we have anything else on that topic, guys? All right.
I'm just glad I'm not playing hardcore.
Not yet, yeah, but when you try it once, you're not gonna go back.
I don't know. I value my time too much.
Yeah, I played softcore this season and I yearn for hardcore. I'm like,
Oh, okay.
I can't wait to go back.
Yes. Yeah, I started hardcore. I had those 2 rips, and that was actually it. So that went relatively well, actually. But it was definitely scary. Yeah, like a lot of hatred definitely made it way scary on hardcore. I think Torment 12 is not easy on hardcore unless you're playing like, you know, some really tanky classes or some really tanky builds. But especially starting on Warlock as well, which is like on the low side of hardcore. Oof, yeah. Now it's a Necros, I guess. But either way, yeah, there's definitely like some more conscious choices you want to make, I guess.
I'm really excited for the race that you're like hosting, and I'm excited. Like I hope as a SSF player, or I mean a softcore player, that I can beat you with you're playing hardcore. But like I'm really excited to watch you and all the hardcore players like go in like on the edge of like, am I strong enough? Like against, like it's gonna be exciting. So like as a bystander on the sidelines, like I'm like a big hardcore fan, but not for me.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Same.
cool. Like, you know, when are the people gonna go in, right? Are they gonna risk it? Are they gonna wait? Like, you know, it's gonna be a bit of like a mind game, I guess. You know, like, are you ready? is the other guy gonna go in? Like, you know, it's gonna be fun. Yeah.
Someone goes in early, has a 20-minute fight and wins. Like that would be cool. Anyway,
All right. Hysteria, did you want to say something?
Oh no. But I was just saying that I enjoy watching the hardcore stuff, but I don't think I could ever get myself to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like in hardcore, you need to have like a very good like situational awareness and understanding of the game, I think, right? It's like, okay, you need to know what every single monster does, what every single boss does, what every single elite does, and so on, right? And then, you know, it kind of comes down to like muscle memory and like the situational awareness and kind of like putting all those pieces together into, okay, so what is the most threatening thing here, right? So this is sort of like how I approach it most of the time when I'm like actually doing a run, you know, like this moment-to-moment combat, right? Like I always pay attention, okay, what is there? What elite effects do they have when I can see them? Obviously not like in a T12 run or something, right, where it's just one shot, but if you're talking about like progression, it's like, you know, a little bit slow pace or tower or something. So this is always like the number one thing. And just having like sort of that always at the front of your like attention already helps a lot if you want to get into hardcore, basically. And obviously like a bunch of like mechanics testing you want to do, you know, like I spend hours at some points, you know, like going through all of their bosses, you know, like looking at every single move they do so that I don't get surprised at some point or whatever, right? Because, you know, something might just go wrong with my build, or, you know, I go into too high difficulty and suddenly I have to do the fight, you know? So that is obviously something as well, but yeah. It's not that bad, guys. It's not that bad.
Yeah, my top 3 clips from my channel are rape clips, so
It's
yeah, it's great
content,
content.
yeah.
let's get more of them.
Halt. Yeah. Okay.
More rape clips coming.
Okay, we kind of like already touched on the next topic, which was class balance and build balance. Do you guys have any like comments on that? So, I mean, we have like representatives here from all many classes at least. With like a very different picture looking at the season. And yeah, kind of wondering, like, what do you guys think? Like, are you happy with where things land? What is like the perfect build for you guys in terms of like balance maybe right now or something? So that would be cool to hear.
Yeah, I feel like I have an unpopular opinion when it comes to class balance. Like I feel like the quickest way to be like not enjoy ARPGs or Diablo 4 is like to compare classes. Like to me, they're different games. Like when Rogue was at the bottom, like I don't care, like because I just play Rogue, and I understand like people who play in a party and they want to be as strong as their friends. Like that's different. But if you play alone, like I don't mind playing the weakest build if it's like something fun or a meme build or something. So I think like that whole comparison and always looking up at another class or another build, like I just try to encourage people to not do that first of all. But yeah, I mean, ideally, I would hope Blizzard would be way more brave with the meta each season to like flip it upside down or like just make more brave changes, like items that have never been used, like Mother's Embrace, like that ring. Like what is that anyway? Like there's so many unused skills and items and things that I wish they would just be like not just 10% increase here and there, but actually make some significant changes that would impact the meta more frequently. That would be exciting, I think. But yeah, those are my kind of big picture thoughts. But I'm happy as a rogue because we have 10 builds at the top. So
Yeah, I would love to disagree because like making
Go for
huge
it.
meta changes every league is pointless because it's harmful for the game, and like I believe, especially now with Lord of Hatred, there's so many builds that people are still like in need of finding out. Like, for example, on Warlock, Lunatic started to exist like 2 weeks in, and no one was playing it before because no one knew about it. Everyone was playing with hands, and it's such a shit build in comparison to Lunatic, but everyone was playing it because it was so popular. And then everyone started to play Apocalypse, and okay, Apocalypse was strong, but it also wasn't discovered on the first day. So if we start to buff things that are underused, then they may just jump like to 150s in the first day of the league because they were already good, but they were just underused.
Yeah,
So
I guess that's a very good point.
It's a
and
tough balance here.
Yeah.
It's a very tough balance here.
Yeah, like sometimes, okay, like we just have to accept that some builds are just not popular. And some builds, people don't like them, but they are good, right? They are strong. You don't have to buff it just, to the point where you force people to play it, right? That's not the point, right? So I agree with that. There's like one example, Profane Sentinel, right? It's like it's actually a pretty good build on Warlock, and
I played Profane
Yeah.
Sentinel, and my first Mephisto kill was on Profane Sentinel, and I was firing Mephisto on Profane Sentinel when people were still like on Torment 4 with their handlocks, and I was saying like, just drop the fucking hand build. It's so shit. I mean, okay, it was not shit, but no one could get around to getting the Anathema as the talisman slot, because when you get that on talisman, then you can have a real weapon and have way more damage. But people were stuck on that part so much, so they end up playing the worst build.
Yes. Yeah, it's kind of funny though. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, Profane Center is like a very good build. We don't even have a guide for it because it's like not a build I want to play. It's not a build that Macro wants to play. It's not a build that I would recommend anyone to play. It's just like I don't want anyone to suffer through this. So it's like there's that,
I like
right?
totems. It's fun.
Yeah. I mean, maybe somewhere down the line they don't necessarily buff it, but they kind of like remove the clunkiness part of it a little bit, and then would say, yeah, this is something you're gonna do for sure, right? I see the desire for like totem builds or something, but it's just not really there yet. And if they just like throw like another 100% damage multi on it, and I still don't want to do it, right? So this is kind of like the important part here. Like the build needs to be fun, and I feel like in 2026 right now, right? We have way too many fun builds for me to sit down and theory craft a build I will not enjoy. Like
I mean, if I have time, I can do the guide for it because I have the build for it and it's fun for me. You put like 5 sentinels around you, you teleport with them, they shoot everything. It's very fun build for me at least.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
yeah.
we can talk about
the
it.
guide for that.
We can talk about it, but either way, yeah. Like you also mentioned like Lunatic, which is kind of funny, right? Because Lunatic was like this like extreme meme. Right? It was like, okay, there's this item, you transform into a fallen and explode, and okay, that's the build now. Like, I didn't trust this at all, right? But it was like, okay, like I ripped on my Tyrant's Grasp, then I ripped on my Apocalypse, and I was like, okay, what do I do now? Yeah, sure, let's try this. and then I loaded up the Lunatic guy, and suddenly this was like the build of the season for the Warlock, right? So, I didn't expect that. I thought I was just doing like absolute meme. Yeah, but this is how it goes sometimes. It's kind of interesting. But I guess it has to do with just like, okay, the expansion was completely new. And, a lot of stuff was just like unknown, right? A lot of stuff was undiscovered and untested. So who knows? Now we have a way better picture, right? Like, okay, we have tested almost every single variant of every single build we can think of. It's been like 2 months now. We had the PTR. What is really gonna surprise us at this point? Like,
I mean,
throughout this
Autobomber
season.
on Barb is a surprise, but we don't know if it should exist. So
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean,
Yeah,
in
I
a
don't
big
know.
picture, it's not much, I guess. Sorry, is there?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I wish they would shift the meta more. I feel like we should feel some excitement, when you open the patch notes, like, oh, Firewall got 3 times damage, and no one's even touched that skill for 3 years, right? Like, I get what you're saying, and I agree that if you force everyone to play it, that's not good either, right? Like, it's definitely a fine line, but I feel like, I played Sork nonstop, and it was the same thing over and over again until they, introduced a new item and created a new build, right? Like Hydra, or when they did Crackling Energy rework. But like, on that same end of it, right? Like, I think there was 3 seasons in a row where, like, if you're not playing Crackling Energy, what are you doing, right? Like, I think if we want to talk about what's bad for the player base, I think people would agree that logging in each season on your favorite class and being like, all right, time to load up the old pulverized druid again, like I don't think that's very fun. Like, I think they need more intense balance changes, and I guess to agree also that it doesn't need to be, this is doing 150, it's forced now. They need to, they could over crank the knob and buff something, but they need to be willing to dial it back when it is too strong, and not be like, I will fix it in 2 months when you're playing next season. They definitely need to dial them back when they buff them. But I feel like you were saying, this 10% damage buff, like what is that? Like, it's 32% damage to go 1 pit tier, and we're given builds that are 10 times weaker at 10% buff. Like, that doesn't feel right either.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm curious what you guys take is like, what is the perfect balance? Like, if there were 5 builds in a class, like, should they be like 1 in S tier, 1 in A tier, 1 in H tier? Should it be like a vertical spread? Or like for Rogue right now, we're horizontally, we're just like all in A tier. Like, to me, that's like the dream. Like, what is the ideal
Rogue
balance?
Rogue is the best case of balance, and it was always like the best balanced class, I believe, because the spread was very, very low.
Yeah, so that's my point. Is like every class, like I see Sork at the bottom, like like there's so many in Paladin as well, like at the bottom of D tier. Like, what's the harm in giving these like some fun thing to play with, just like to lift them up a bit?
I mean, the discussion is, where do you want to buff it? Do you want to buff the unique, and then it just becomes obligatory to use, and then when you find it, you get like 10 tiers higher. If you get the base, then it's gonna be the best leveling build. If you're just gonna buff the board, then maybe you will have also this board on the builds that you don't want the boards to be played with. Like, for example, this season I was playing Zealot build, like full Juggernaut, because it was like the best way to scale the damage of Zealot. So maybe that's not the right balance here too. It's very hard to balance things around, and if you want to buff something for the sake of buffing it, then we also need to target precise points of the buff.
Yeah, I mean, there's like various tuning knobs, and I think it wouldn't be that hard if they have the information available of like, how much does this build need and that build need, and how do you avoid buffing that other build that is already good, right? You have various tuning knobs, right? You have the skill itself, first of all, right? And whatever unique the skill also uses, because every skill in the game has a unique. So you have that. And I kind of agree, like, you shouldn't really make like a unique, like maybe 2 mandatory most of the time. Like, if you equip an item and suddenly you jump up like 2 torment levels just on that one item or something, that's kind of crazy. I guess sometimes you have sort of like a big build shift where, that happens and maybe it's okay. But I would rather like to avoid that. But I mean, buffing the skill, like just the base value of the skill or the variant of it or something, right? I mean, that is like a very sure way to only change that one thing, right? And okay, it might shift a little bit the early game balance, but that is like usually not such a big deal, I guess.
Then we have the frenzy throwing. That's like the way better than every core skill.
Yeah, okay. So,
because it has the bigger number.
Yeah, you have to make sure that it doesn't go out of control.
It doesn't use the resource. Performance.
Yeah, but then, like, for example, the buff classes as a whole, right? We talked about Paladin and Sork. I guess, Paragons is always like a candidate. Glyphs are a candidate, I guess. right? You can just like buff some of those, or like maybe some other like class specific aspects or uniques that are sort of like broad enough. So, you know, it kind of, you can always decide like at what point do you want that buff to be felt, and you know, as a dev, right? It's like, okay, do you want this only for like, you know, end game pushing? Okay, then, you know, you can put this into like some of the unique stuff or something, right? When you have a better quality items in the late game or whatever, right? And do you want this like more in the early game? I mean, maybe the buff just needs to happen right away so that, you know, everything just feels better from the start. So you can put this into like a Paragon board or something, right? Do you want this something to where people have to work for it? Okay, you can put this on the glyph, right? So I feel like this is just kind of like done way too little, at least from my perspective. Where, okay, sometimes they do buffs, but they're like not really in the right place, I feel, because they either affect other builds or they just like, they don't really affect the build, you know, at the right point necessarily. So that is kind of missing, I feel. But I think like in terms of like the game balance as a whole, it's also like, I think all of the numbers are just kind of like too large across the board. I think,
Yeah,
you know,
and
it's just like kind
makes
of,
it so hard to balance too.
yeah, exactly. Because like, you know, we're just talking about this, right? We're saying, oh man, like we're buffing this skill by 10%. That's nothing. Like it needs a 10x, you know, like you need to add 2 more zeros.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, these are like dimensions that are completely ridiculous, right? Like, okay, this build does 50 trillion damage. Yeah, that is trash, man. You need to do 300 trillion. You know, like, what are we talking about? You know, so it's like, you know, like when you talk about like a build in Path of Exile or something, like if you have 10% more damage, you're pogging out, man. You know, like this is like insane. Like wow, you know, like 10% more, holy shit, right? And here it's like this is like a rounding error, you know. So it's absolutely crazy. And I think that is like sort of like a huge source of this like problem of like the entire picture, right? Like when a lot of Hate launched, I was actually expecting we would like absolutely slash all of the like legendary multis, legendary Paragon nodes. You know, like I expected everything to lose like a 0 or something like that. You know, and instead actually all of the aspects got buffed, and you know it got even crazier. So that kind of like went completely in the wrong direction in my book. And it turned out to be very fun, you know, in terms of like going through the progression and so on. But it does still have these like negative, you know, like outcomes basically with like a balance is questionable. And I think that is, it doesn't have to be this way, and it can still stay fun. So that's basically what I'm trying to say here in the end. So, you know, there could be a better balance without really taking away from how we, you know, experience and the game and how we have fun with the game, I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Well said.
I think I think the, like you said, that buffing the skill is like the easiest thing and doesn't like touch other stuff, but then yeah, it does cause like an early game like leveling issue. I guess like when I was trying to think about it, the best thing I could think of was like maybe we like loaded into like skill ranks, you know? Because once you hit like, you know, 25 plus ranks now, like, you know, you add a skill, you're getting like 1% damage. That doesn't really do anything, right? But like, you know, if they change the way the rank scaled, you know, and as you get more gear, like it's buffing only that skill. Like I guess the example from this last season was like blizzard damage, right? Like they're like 4,000% weapon damage, like because their ranks are giving them, you know, 100% each, right? Like I feel like they could definitely use that area as a way to buff certain skills and not, you know, over buff the stuff that's already strong. Like I think there's plenty they could do with that, and yeah, it's just, I don't know, I feel like disappointed a lot of the time when I open patch notes and there's no changes. Like it kind of happened with Paladin this season. Like I'm not looking for us to go catch Rogue, right? Like you were saying with playing, you play Rogue, so you know you don't care what Barb is doing, right? Like I definitely agree with that. You know, I played Sork plenty of times when it was bad. I played Paladin last season, and like you're only competing against, you know, your own class, but like I don't know, it sucks to not see balance within the class, right? Like if they don't want to make anything stronger than, you know, Clash Paladin, why can't everything else be brought up to be closer? You know, I just feel like they're definitely missing the mark on adjusting skills that are not being touched, whether it's because they're not fun or because they're weak.
Yeah, I agree. And I think now they have Rogue, I guess, like as a good example of like it is possible. Like we have poison builds, it's damage over time. We have cold, which is crit. Like they're completely two different archetypes, and we have ultimate builds, rain of arrows, and death trap. All of these different and we have basic and core. Like the big spread of types of builds, and they're all still within like 5 tiers of each other. So it is possible. So maybe they can use that as like like a target for other classes to kind of see which knobs to twist.
All right. Do you have any other like insights or comments on a class balance or something like that on this topic? Okay. Well, we've been sitting here for like 1.5 hours, so let's move on to like the last topic, I think. We've got a small one, I guess, and then we can wrap it up. So the plans for the season. We did talk about this a little bit already, but you know, like I guess it was mostly for like the start or so. I'm not sure like how long you actually play the season. Like, you know, what do you like? What are the builds that you're looking forward to trying and so on? So maybe we can like just like reiterate that a little bit, worst case, and you know, go through this and like kind of see where we're at basically, and then maybe what you're looking forward to. Maybe you have like a wish list as well. That would be interesting as well to hear.
This is going to be a very different start. I mentioned before I've been doing party, now it's solo. Not only that, now like there's the race, like the Woody's hosting first to tier 12 Mephisto. Like normally in the season start, I never bother looking into the optimal way to level because and like which build for my class is going to be the best leveling build. Like I just want to I blindly go in, I pick up the items and I build accordingly to what I'm feeling in the moment and do whatever activity. But now I'm like, wait, if I do that, I'm going to lose the race. So now I'm like for the first time actually like being intentional with my leveling, and it's going to be I'm kind of excited to it's like pros and cons, because in some way I'm like, oh, it's gonna be stressful. Like I'm gonna like every time I'm in town, it's like I'm gonna start sweating. So it'll be fun, but different. So I'm very excited about it, and I always when it's funny how like the meta and the tier list actually plays a big role in terms of where the player base goes. I've always noticed if Rogue is at the top, there's like a bunch new, like I get more views on YouTube, and like there's new players asking all these questions. So I'm expecting a lot of new Rogue players. So it's going to be fun to be part of that and getting lots of questions from the community of people that have never played the builds before and stuff. So I'm excited for a fun season.
Stereo Conis?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to like, you know, get like a grind for the leaderboards, and you know, not have to worry about, you know, the Oilers coming in and doing things that are literally impossible for me to do. Like, I mean, even like as a trade player with the new like gearing system, I couldn't like you sit there refreshing for days and the stuff you need doesn't even show up, and it's like I guess it's gonna be. I hope it like extends, you know, how long everyone's playing, just because you have to like it could take forever to get certain pieces. And I will say it was very frustrating getting uniques last season. I hope the change to finally be able to pick a stat, you know, or reroll a stat will fix that issue, right? Because like, you know, nobody likes lair boss jail. That's just miserable. So
Well,
yeah,
speaking
I
about
mean,
lair boss jail, so since you want to play SSF, you won't actually have infinite keys. So that is this is a buff, as GG would say. So
True.
that is definitely something to consider. So, you know, like the like sort of solutions you have are, well, you have to go and get the stuff, right? And now I have to figure out, okay, like what do you actually do to get layer keys? What do you do to get this? How do you get gold? How do you spend gold even? You know, how like you have to kind of think about that.
Gold exists in this game.
It's
That's crazy.
It's definitely like more like sort of like a strategy you can follow now. Like for example, as well, like when the season 13 launched, just like my anecdotal experience, you know, I was like at 0 Forgotten Souls and also kind of low on gold for a while. Yeah, and eventually I just figured out, okay, I was just like doing this wrong, I was just like spending too much, basically. It was like, dude, my gamble addiction, right? It got the better of me. So, and I just realized, okay, like I'm just making my items wrong. I have to do more cube crafting. I have to do this. I have to, like, I try to find items that have certain stats pre-rolled instead of trying to force, brute force them on the item. This sort of thing. And I found that very exciting as well. And this kind of is a bit of a throwback to the topic you had earlier about like, okay, I can become better at the game, right? I can learn things. I can have more efficient strategies. And that is part of that as well, which is also, as like a bit of like advertising SSF here, I guess. So it's that is really fun to figure out, I think. And now I was just, towards the end of the season, I never had any issues again because I understood what I need to do in what way in order to get my items without, grinding forever, without running out of materials, right? So this is like definitely a very interesting SSF phenomenon, let's say, that you might have to learn as
Yeah.
well. So
I was gonna say we're gonna learn there's issues that
Yeah.
we never knew about before.
yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird not having 1,000 husks in my inventory.
Exactly. So like this is like exactly this, right? When I played Zeph, like self-imposed as Zeph in the past, right? And we had exactly that, right? Like I didn't buy husks or whatever. And like I hear people like, oh my god, Belial, 10 hours a day, and I'm like, dude, I've done like 10 Belials my entire life, So it's like it's kind of funny. Yeah. So of course you're gonna hate the game, like you cannot enjoy this. How will this work?
Yeah.
So
Half the time it's in Belial, the other half is on diablo.trade.com. It's like, what is... Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
true.
What are you doing? That's
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, Connors, do you have
Yeah, like I've spent like 200 hours current season, the Lord of Hatred season, and I was playing just a softcore. So now with Soul Self and hardcore, and also trying to compete for rank 1. I believe that's gonna be like best season ever, period. And I really hope I don't get like maybe too much hype, and then it's gonna be problem. There's gonna be lags. There's gonna be people cheating, and I don't even want to think about it. Everything's gonna be perfect for sure. Zero problems, problems with anything. But yeah, I'm hyped about the season. I'm hyped about the balance. I'm gonna also try to get the rank 1 barb for Mephisto, but of course I'm not gonna take a prize. If someone else is gonna win, then I'm gonna leave it, or if no one else wins, then maybe I'm gonna take it. We'll see.
There's gonna be
Maybe
one barb, guys.
maybe I'm gonna be so slow that I'm gonna be like rank 10 and I'm just boasting. So we'll see. I hope we get some like nice competitive people too, because I don't usually compete that much, because when I compete, I'm just too much into it, and it's getting a little bit toxic. So we'll see. Maybe I'm not gonna get that much caught up with it. I hope it's fun. I didn't play tower that much, and I've heard a lot of complaining, but I've also had like 3k hours plus on D3, so I know how pushing works. So maybe a lot of complaints come from there, that people just play it for the first time, and then, oh, I need to fish for the location. Yeah, of course you have to do that. You have to fish for the location, for pylons, for monster type, for boss. You have to fish for everything. It's normal. That's how it works. So yeah, I'm just gonna go rank 1 barb from day 1 to mark of the first reset. That's 2 weeks in, right? And then if you get the 2 weeks in rank 1, you're gonna have the halo for the whole season and for the next season. So I'm just gonna be boasting in Themis, mewing at people.
That's great. Okay. All right.
That's my plan for the season.
Good plan. I like it. But I know Matthias is also like a big competitor. Hysteria, like actually we have a lot of like rank 1 blasters here in this podcast, turns out. So yeah, I guess your plan is also like just go rank 1, right? So
For sure.
Yeah.
so even outside of the race, so it's gonna be kind of exciting to see what you'll do. And well, good luck to everyone here. From my perspective, yeah, I'm starting hardcore as Zev, so I'll obviously participate in the own race that I made with Mephisto, even though okay, I can't, like, I excluded myself from the prizes, right? But it's just gonna be fun, I think, to like do that and go in and try Mephisto with like a super undergeared character and hopefully win. So we'll see.
And not die.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, besides that, I mean, I got 6 out of 8 classes done in season 13. I played all of them on the PTR, but then it was just very little on the 2 missing ones, which are Barb and Sork. So these are kind of like my priority. After starting the Rogue, I will do a lot of these 2 classes, and then we'll see. I might try to like do a little bit of all of them or most of them at least. So I'm gonna be here for a while, I guess. Like it's gonna be like a full month of just like gaming, and that's gonna be fun. So yeah, that's kind of like my rough idea for now. I actually have like a list somewhere on my Discord, like my Woody Builds channel. Like there's like a for the people that are interested, like my rough list of builds basically that I'm planning or that I'm eyeing to do. All right. That was very fun, guys. So we had almost a 2-hour podcast now. I think that was really cool. Maybe we have like some last minute questions here from chat. So I want to open the stage for like chat to maybe have some questions for us or anything that you feel like we should comment on. If you have anything, since we didn't really do that. But in terms of like our topic list, we are through with this. I think that was very cool. And also like very interesting perspectives here about, like the crafting, the progression, and, maybe hopefully something that helps the devs to, maybe they pick it up or something, right? I'm pretty sure they check out these things as well here and there about what we're talking about. Maybe they get some inspiration or some other spark for the next season. Who knows? Even if it takes a while. So yeah.
We have a question in the chat.
A question in chat from Aaron M. Shaw. Do you feel like you spend too much time in town? Interesting. What do you guys think?
If we look at just sorting stuff, just picking up stuff, then I feel it's alright if you know your loot filter. It was a problem before, but now I believe it doesn't exist. For the crafting side of it, crafting usually takes a little bit of time, but it's engaging time because you are doing something, so it's not that bad. And the one thing that I don't like personally, when I saw that we got higher obol cap, because that means that I'm gonna sit, click 10,000 times, go to blacksmith, salvage, go back, click 10,000 times, salvage, go back, and it's gonna be like pointless 10 minutes of finding one item. I would rather go and kill monsters to find items. Why am I farming item in town? But that's maybe just a taste. I don't like it.
I agree with that part, actually. I was also disappointed in seeing the obol cap erased. But we'll see. Maybe they nerfed the obols anyway. But I think like loot filter kind of solves most of that issue. If you want to spend less time in town, you're gonna make a stricter filter. It's that simple. You just add an extra rule.
Yeah.
And if you hate your life, it's salvaging all the time, so you just do that. But yeah, besides that, yeah, I think it's okay. So the crafting, like the cube crafting, is kind of like interesting. I think it's a decent crafting system. I hope that they're gonna see like maybe more recipes or stuff like that added. So it's something where I feel like they can very easily attach more things, right, to the cube. So besides that, I think it was pretty successful.
I do wish there was a little more with the the imprint and aspect on the amulet. I wish they I wish there was no damage. Like I wish there was no damage things there, and then I wish, because it's utility only, I think they need a resource added into that. So like if they had utility plus resource and then removed anything that was damage based, like I think as far as the crafting or the cube stuff, I feel like that would be beneficial. Like I feel like anytime, you see with the runes, like anytime you add like maybe
Yeah.
1 or 2 damage options, it's like, well, that now it's not an option, right? It's like I feel
Yeah.
I wish I would I wish there was a little more flexibility with not being forced to do something, and like having not only utility stuff but like the resource aspects being stuck on ring only really puts you in a tough spot, especially with how powerful some of the rings are.
That's a good point. But utility for a long time in this game has like been shoved down.
Yeah.
So anything that can lift that up is I'm for it.
Yeah.
The question was like, do I stay in town? I feel like war plans has helped me with that for sure, because I'm like, oh wait a minute, what was I doing? And I was just like, okay, war plan. So that like takes off a lot. And obviously loot filter helps, but I also like my new strategy. I surrendered like myself to the stash. Just like I have like 12 mules that I just put like I just keep everything, and I just close my eyes and put it on another character, and that works for me. So yeah, I
At
feel
least
like
we won't
I've
have to do
found
that with
systems.
1,000 obel bags, because that was yeah.
Oh,
At least
true.
we can at least pop them, right? Yeah, the one good part of the obel cap. You don't have to hoard the bags.
Okay, here's
anymore.
a question from Check-in X. What are the top 3 things that should be fixed or added to make the game better? So, any, just like rapid fire ideas.
I mean, definitely remove like a 0 on everything. We talked about that.
Yeah, so talk about balance. I guess like elite affixes and stuff like that would probably not hurt to like, take a look at. What else? I guess war plans balancing and like, choosing stuff a little bit more would be interesting. Like as a as like a
Yeah.
big update to the system, I guess. I was actually kind of surprised to see that they barely touched war plans. I feel like there's so many nodes where I'm like, okay, like I very clearly really don't want to pick that thing over that other thing, and it's like it doesn't really entice me enough. It doesn't really like as enough of a strategy behind this path in the war plans on this one activity where I feel like I can really get something out of it, right? So I was actually expecting, we'd see nodes revamped or extra branches added or something like that, but it didn't happen. But maybe this is something, like it was a short season, so maybe they're gonna do this later.
Yeah, I feel like that one thing I don't know is like the glyph level's going to 150 now. Like it's kind of weird, especially when you're a class that can't clear high enough, right? Like I feel I guess I don't understand the change that they did. Like I get like having something to grind and chase, but like I don't think, running a pit with a 4% chance to upgrade over and over and over again is very fun either. So like I guess like maybe take another look at the glyph cap and how that works with the leveling. It feels kind of in a weird spot, at least the last season for me.
Here's a question: What is your guys' view on the vulnerable change this season?
What is the vulnerable change?
Yeah, the I guess they're talking about save rune, I guess. I guess probably not really relevant for the rogues.
No, I'm like, what?
Yeah, the rogues don't care. They have cold imbuement and everything else, so they're kind of chilling. But it does actually affect all builds in a pretty big way, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's they took that main option for Paladin away, like the consistent full map. So it's definitely gonna cause some issues, or I guess kind of force us to funnel into 1 or 2 skills that we might not normally have run. I don't know if that's gonna end up good or not. I guess
like that's the thing that we needed more choices. We already had like only like few options, and then we have just one less. So it's not a solution.
Actually, I find myself actually like at least
I
so
like
far
the
from
change, but we still need to get more sources.
yeah. So I agree that there needs to be like maybe more sources of vulnerable uptime. I like that now runes are a little bit more open because I just don't default to the save rune everywhere anymore. And
I agree, I
that
agree.
is actually kind of nice. I think there's actually a lot more runes that I look at now as like potential candidates in my build. That was actually good. But I guess the problem is that, it's like too much just day and night. Like, okay, vulnerable is up, I do damage. Vulnerable is down, I do no damage. And we're not quite there in like season 0 status or so, where it's also like, times 6 or something. But you can easily lose like a double or triple multiplier or so when you have a lot of vulnerable damage, right? And that is what every build does. And it's like not really negotiable, right? If vulnerable was not attached to like stats on your items, right? There was only, okay, a 20% boost, the target is vulnerable, that's it. Then you could easily say, okay, like I don't have a good way to proc it, like I don't care, like okay, 20%, right? But you can't really do that because of the vulnerable multiplier. So I think it might actually make more sense to just like delete the vulnerable multiplier from gear potentially, and
It's gonna help with the numbers to go down.
Yeah, that is also another thing, or you could replace it with other interesting stats, right? So it doesn't have to be like dumping down the gear, but I think that is really the main issue here, actually. It's not that, okay, we have too little sources on some classes. It's more like, I need to have vulnerable, and I have no option to not do it, right? Like, at least for like other archetypes, or like other effects, like, I can choose, okay, do I want to go overpower? Do I want to have ferocity? I cannot choose, do I want to have vulnerable, right? So that is like a bit of a problem here.
I agree on it being nice to free the rune slot up, though. Like, I just think that removing that, they should have done some adjustments to the classes that had
Yeah,
issues with it, not literally do nothing. Because like there's a reason, right, that everyone was running wolves for Vuln, because it just wasn't very easy to do it without it.
okay, there's a question. Do you think the introduction of mythic uniques with 2 preset affixes and 1 to be enchanted limits the variety of items, since they're so much better than anything else, especially legendaries?
It's hard to say exactly how it will play out with the uniques because we haven't really felt it. I think it will feel really good though. I think it fits Diablo 4's like you find the item and it will be like you can get 3 guaranteed affixes. Like you're gonna have a solid item versus before. Like I could find that unique pants and they had like absolute garbage affixes and it was like kind of unusable. But now I feel like yeah. So I like the new system, but it's hard to comment on.
Plot twist: every enchant costs 1 spark.
Oh no!
Holy, do it! Let's go. Log in. Log in. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. Do it.
Yeah.
At least we'd have something to spend the sparks on. I feel like I had 200 last season that it just sat there.
If it's not done, then please hotfix it now, Blizzard.
I tried. That's great. Okay, anyway. Do you have any other questions, guys? Else we're gonna wrap it up here. Maybe like 1 or 2 more. Let's see if we get something from chat, or did I miss something? Someone is asking, this world boss solo in SSF? No, the open world is still shared, so in case you're not aware, like Soul Self-Found is not like your own server. There's still open world stuff, but yeah. Anyway, I don't really see anything else, so maybe we're gonna wrap it up, guys. So that was fun. So thanks for the podcast. And for everyone listening in, I hope everyone's gonna have a blast in the season. Good luck, have fun. And yeah, hopefully something comes out of this, we'll see. For you guys, if you wanna say any final words, and feel free to do that.
Just thanks for hosting the Mephisto race. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, my final words, my ending. Wait, maybe not final words because that sounds bad. But yeah, ending words would be that just have fun, because yeah, the main reason to play a video game is to have fun. So don't forget that, because people get caught up with the best builds, the best strategies. I need to level on Helltide. Why are you not leveling on Helltide? Just have fun and stick to your maybe some goals that you want to have. Like maybe find a cool mythic unique this season, or like 2 fun mythic uniques this season, because you can craft one, so you also need to find a second one. So maybe that's your goal. Focus on the journey, and yeah, just have fun. The best build you can play is the one that you have the most fun with. So that's your S tier build
Nice.
for this season.
Okay, Hysteria, got anything?
Well, I mean, I'm excited to dive in. I don't think I've. This is probably the longest I've gone without playing Diablo. Like I don't think I've opened the game. Well, besides like the brief PTR testing, I've stopped playing after like 3 weeks in. I usually last a bit longer, like doing leaderboard stuff and everything. So I mean, I'm excited to get back in. Like we'll call it a well-deserved rest from the Diablo grind, because I imagine the SSF is definitely going to add a lot more to it. So just excited to hop in.
It's gonna be fun.
All right. Yeah, so that was it. So thanks for hanging out and also to chat. Hope everyone enjoyed it. This was Hysteria, Condis, Matthias, and myself, wudijo, all from the Maxwell team. We obviously have a lot more guys, but we can't have like 20 people on the podcast. So I'll try to maybe get some other guys, maybe, down the line in like a few weeks or something, to do like a review of the season or something. But for now, send everyone here some love and yeah, enjoy, guys. So thanks, guys, as well for joining.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for inviting.
Bye.
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 All right. There we go, guys. That was the Maxwell boys. Oh, we're back here. All right. Can you get Northy for the podcast? It's hard to get Northy for a podcast, I gotta say. But I'll try. At some point. Let's see. Just gonna finish this here. Okay. Hope my hot take sparked enough ideas. I think there wasn't that many hot takes, to be honest. I think everyone had like really like interesting insights about some of those topics. And in the end, there's not always like necessarily one true solution or something like that, right? It's like, when we talk about like what should the balance be, how should the leveling be, right? It's like, okay, we have different tastes, we have different ideas, and everyone just kind of like has something that they feel like could be done better, maybe. But yeah, maybe it's like a mix of them, maybe it's one of them, maybe it's something that is, just like the spark of inspiration for the devs at some point, right? To take it away and like cook something. So that is yeah, that's kind of how I see it. But yeah, it was cool. We're gonna go back to like some like prep and cooking and stuff, guys, in a second. But I need to do BRB and stuff real quick. So I will just kind of like do something like this here. I think we have some rogue action here. Basically very good. Got like any nice run where I just last. Okay, something like this here. Okay, I'm gonna BRB, guys. Yeah, we're back, guys. Hello. Okay. Also, finally doing this here. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. All right. The chair is using a calculator. Run. Alright, I just released the tier list video and stuff, so you got that. I actually have a bunch of stuff in the pipeline now. It's good, like really tight because season launches tomorrow, and I have like so many videos I want to make and stuff, but it is what it is, I guess. How will Defter compare to Woe and Barb? Yeah, they're like both insane, basically, so you have them both in S tier. Just that Whirlwind is like easier to set up, I guess. Versus like the endgame Death Trap Rogue. Just like some stuff really quick. Okay. Anyway, I started blasting, I guess. So we have a bunch more builds to make, and I also need to do some filter stuff. So let's check that out, maybe while we're at it. Ice pen shot cooking today. Oh, I got a raid from Ava. Hello. Welcome, guys. At Barrelin. How was your stream? I'm not gonna do ice pen shot cooking today. I think I'm gonna be just playing poison. I like the poison. And this is probably also how I'm gonna do like Mephisto and stuff. Are the seasonal leaderboard rewards separate for each class? Yes. He started cooking Gold Age. I'm kind of excited to see if this is gonna work out, actually. Are we all going SSF here? Maybe. I should make a poll, actually. I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna make a poll. Yeah. Go, 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 guys. I want to see more votes. Let's do it. Would be nice if we could get a build ranking and not a class ranking. Boy, do I have good news for you, actually. When is season 14 starting? It is 20 hours. We're talking about the tower ranking. Ah, okay, the tower ranking. Yeah, I mean, in Defeat I have that technology with like the different sets at least, right? But the reality is, all of the like non-meta sets are not really being paid attention to, right? Like back when there was like a bit more attention and like a bit more like action. Some people would like try harding some of these. But it's mostly just like the number one build on a class that people really push, I guess. And in D4 it would be very difficult to even make such a system. I think it is possible to make like a appropriate filter system that allows you to like at least filter by build, not necessarily give rewards based on that. But it would be cool to like have, you know, the distinction. Okay, this is like top build and this is like the next build and this is used that many times and so on. Okay, anyway. Actually, I should probably check all my filters anyway, since I haven't really done much there. Like, we're planning to put like 3, like, sort of like max roll standardized loot filters into all of our guides, with like a soft, medium, and strict version. So let's see what we can do about that. I think I'm going to delete some stuff first of all. There's 17 rolls, there's 18 rolls. Okay. Let's see. Can we duplicate this? Okay, show ancestral uniques and mythics. I think one thing I do want is a recolor. I wonder if like the mythic is gonna be here actually. That's here actually, mythic. What is like a close enough mythic color? Because mythics now actually just show as normal uniques, so I kind of want to give it back the old mythic color. Something like that, I guess. Let's see. Not quite. How did I turn off the filter? Okay, so that's more purplish, I guess. And lighter. Yeah, problem is it always resets, man. Oof. That's very close. Okay. Fog. Okay, show any ancestral unique and mythic. Okay. Higher to 12 plus non-ancestral uniques. I think that is probably included here as well. I guess we don't do this. We don't do that. Hide all non-ancestral set charms. Set charms, like they still were not changed, right? You cannot find JAs on them. So ancestral doesn't really matter when you pick it up or not. So you basically always want all set charms, basically, or all charms. So I guess we remove this. Recolor unique cube upgrade. No, I actually don't want that. Codex upgrade. Okay. Okay. Right, all non-access for legendaries. Maybe just rename this. Oh, you can only have 10 filters, right? 2, 4, 6, 7, okay. Duplicate. So here we basically only filter blue rare. Maybe keep magic filtered. Hmm. Is there like anything else that we have to show at all costs? Greater affix check. How did I do this? Must have fewer than one. But this one says I must have at least one. What? Ah, when you do hide, it changes. Interesting. Okay. Why are these two at the top and this one is at the bottom? Like, what is this? We publish the filters in a guide for those of us on console since they can't import. Yeah, we could maybe do something like a how-to or something to like follow it. I wonder how we could do it though. I mean, it's relatively simple. Right, it's not that many rules, and usually it's like, you know, 1 or 2 settings you have. I could probably go through it in a short even, right? 1 minute speedrun, how to set up your loot filter on console. Okay. Recolor all mythics to look the same color as before. Show all ancestral, mythic, unique, and recolor codex upgrades so you can find those. Hide all T12 non-ancestral, unique. Show all classes, take everything besides talisman. Maximum 850. Okay, hide 0 GA. All items, so we have this again. Then must have fewer than 1 greater affix and up to legendary. Hide T10 plus all non-ancestral legendaries. So again here, everything but the talisman. Then T8, hide all non-ancestral. Again, this story here. Up to 850. Then T6, hide non-ancestral white and blue. Same story. And T6, hide blue and red talismans. So here you select the last 2 things and say common, magic, rare. So this is how this like set up as like a standard filter now. So it's basically just hiding a bunch of stuff. It's not showing anything specifically or something like that. And then in the game, basically it will just show you all ancestral uniques, all mythics, and everything that has at least 1 GA. And all set charms and unique charms. So that is basically how it goes. And like seals, I guess, are also shown. Any builds that I think will surprise us this season, not specifically tested much. Oof. I mean, it could be that some stuff comes out of the shadows or so, but I think it's relatively unlikely. So maybe some of the expectations are off a little bit and some stuff turns out a bit stronger or weaker than you think. But like a whole new builds showing up. Like there's like stuff like God the Age, I guess. We'll see how this will go. You know, some stuff that has a completely untested mechanics, basically. Maybe. Can you copy the loot filter code? Yeah, they're supposed to go into all of the maximal guides. So, soon. Yo, rid of the Fury. Thanks for the Prime, by the way. Anyway, I can see the Season 14 builds. Yes. Yes, I'm max roll. I actually like build my filters as well for like tomorrow. I probably have to make some sort of like leveling filter as well, because I think at some point it's gonna get overwhelmed with like shit. But we'll see. At least when you're trying to speedrun. We tried Maxwell, you couldn't find it. Okay, I can help you. So here's the homepage. Here are hot topics, including plenty of the most relevant build guides out there, and the overall endgame build tier list, where you can click. You can also go up here and then say rogue guides, and then say leveling or endgame, and so on. Also, this is not clickable anymore. I don't like that. Yo, J curse, thanks man. Yeah, almost everything's updated I think at this point. I mean, it's starting tomorrow, so soon. Oh, here's the poll from earlier. 80% say SSF in my chat. At least based on those 54 votes here. Interesting. And that is to was guessing 2%. I mean, you know, my chat is not really representative of the overall player base, I guess. But it's interesting to see 80% on SSF. That is definitely more than I thought. Imagine SSF players gravitate towards SSF streamers. Yeah, for sure. Only 11 people in this chat have friends. I mean, what do you expect? You're playing Diablo. I'll do SSF, yeah. We're going to be doing the race. That's SSF only. The problem is, if one of your friends plays Diablo, it makes you reconsider if you want them, have them as a friend. Oof. Oof. Yeah. Alright. I do have some more Warlock stuff to take care of before we do other stuff. So I should probably get on that. We have Eviscerate Warlock and Dreadclaws Warlock. Let's check those out. Two builds to cook. Alright, let's start with that here. Oh, they updated it. It's like perma has always maxed. Okay. I need the patch notes. Where are they? What was it called? Litany. Weapon damage and claw ranks. Oh boy. I guess into this. I mean, I actually would roll this off and do this, I think. Okay. Footfalls of the Waning World. What are they? Primary core stat and movement speed. Okay. I think I'll probably just put a willpower then. And just roll a bit and then roll the attacks reduce evade cooldown. Materials is definitely out. Oof. Need to find something there. I also have something here. Nago Q. Okay, what do we do actually? Also, how do you get all this crit? Calamity aspect, actually. I mean, we're all relatively easily cursing. Turns out. What's some cooldown reduction? Get vulnerable here. Kind of rough, actually. There's not that many good defensive aspects there you can put here. Here we have an Endurance Faith. We have a Fortress and a Juggernaut, and a Ghost there. Oh boy. I think we might put a Fortress. Do Calamity aspect. Oh. Frankly, I don't have that many things I want to put here. You can do Aspect of Might and just let right here trigger it. That would kind of work. You can do something like Tybalt's Will if you want. With 30 Wrath costs. How do we gain resources here? It's 15 Wrath costs. And then just from like the Lucky 8 procs and I guess the Glyph. Don't even have that, I have Unbound. I have Dominion as well. Okay, I have 2 times 50. Okay, so that's where it's coming from. It basically just costs nothing. Did it do anything about the Night Terror? No. I feel like it's not really that strong. Boah. I guess use the Might, honestly. I'll try here, trigger it. Can't be to jar. Nothing really matters much. Cry could be something. Will I keep running with the Horizon set? I don't think I'm gonna swap over to Harash. Okay. Not Mad Idol could be anything. I mean, we have 3 defensive powers and 2 defensive runes. We could do Blood Mad Idol, honestly. It's actually a pretty tanky setup. We have barely any maximum wrath. So this is not even that crazy. Do get some extra maximum here from this guy, I guess. $40. I think for pushing it might definitely be an idea to go for Blood Mad Idol. But also getting like a mythic Blood Mad Idol is like impossible, man. So good to Rust Bitten and just be done. I like Rust Bitten, honestly. I wonder if I can get that. It's actually a very tanky setup. Also has to remove that thing. Fists of Fate, guys. They're actually a huge item now. What else do we have here? Great Bone, I guess all. Mm. Yeah, these are a lot of move speeds. Actually, I need to double check something on the movement speed. The bars over the character seems to be a new thing. Where is that in the settings? What bars? You weren't a fan of Bloodwave? Or is the build too good and have fun on Necro without survivability being a huge issue? Not really. I don't think there's like a lot of like tanky Necro builds out there. At least not those that are also strong. Because basically like all the Necro builds they have stuff like Blood Moon Breaches, so you lose at a minimum your pants. And then sometimes you have like a helm or like a chest, or you have something like you need to have Tidal Aspect on your helm or something like that. So can Death Trap be very fast? Yeah. I guess 2 to 3 screen right teleports per second with no condition is decently fast actually. Any idea how Druid will be next season? It will be pretty good. With like multiple builds. You were kinda scared. Yeah, Death Trap is like one of the fastest builds in the entire game, basically. Very good. Okay, 190 movement speeds. And 20% there. Shit. Okay, this is 20% movement. And then another step. Okay, yeah, this goes over the cap, but Sigil does not. And this one says 20% X, so this should also go over the cap, but it doesn't. Good to know. So go back to max life here. That puts us 187% speed, that's fine. Since you mostly teleport around anyway. That still works. Does that work for the other guys? Oh, interesting. It doesn't work for Mariana. Huh. Does work with Subo. Okay, let's see the skill tree. I don't think much changes here. I think I'm gonna play a bit of Jack Claws actually. Looking at this planner again, it kind of makes me want to play it. I think they already improved the animation of the Nilla step a little bit, right? Maybe I should wait until they do this again. A second round of Nilla step buffs would be cool. Combo's kind of cool though. They changed to minion, right? It's 20 seconds now, so that makes it a lot comfier. Wait a second. Okay. "20 seconds, holy." Well, you don't really have like permanent uptime of dynamism, so we can't do this. We also don't really summon enough for this. We'd have to summon like 1 every 3 seconds, we don't really do that. Okay, I don't think we changed anything. This is fine. Let's do this. I mean, does anyone make a video about the wall plants? Okay. Yeah, no gold slash shenanigans, I think. Just did that. Oh, we have duelist aspect. I forgot about that one. It's actually pretty good. We should actually put this here. Can we do this? Not really gonna fortify very much. Yeah, can we do something like that, I guess? What's this thing called? Blasphemous. I think you're unstoppable when you do nether stop, right? Or you can like break CC, I guess. Okay, what else do I have? A shadow form. Oh boy. Well, we have to actually mention here, right? Okay, it's actually the build that changed the least. That's not too bad. I think Eviscerate should also not change very much. I must have to do like the overall fixes, like polishing, the FAQ stuff, and the mythics, and that should be fine. And then we're done with all of the Warlock guides finally. Yeah, tight damage ramping in cons, I mean, it's a damage cap. It's not a damage cap, it's more like, you know, you start a bit weaker and then it gets stronger over time, so you don't have like full power at all times, basically. Which is not necessarily really a big downside if, you know, the baseline is high enough. It can be something like that actually makes it feel better, right? When, okay, like maybe the build has solid AoE, but then it's not that good on boss, but then it has something that kind of like builds up on the boss and you just melt them anyway, right? So there's stuff like that, basically. Dude, the Eviscerator, it's actually the oldest Warlock guide that I made here, basically, that I haven't touched since almost 2 months ago. There was not really anything to do, but funny. Okay, let's do this. I don't think a lot of stuff will change necessarily. We're probably gonna put something like a Fist of Fate there, remove Darius, remove Godslayer. Actually, I might keep the Godslayer. Mutilation is buffed these days. There's also a pretty big aspect there. This setup has Ghost Walker, dude. Holy. We probably need Vulnerable though. There's a save rune, I have to fix that somehow. How would you get vulnerable here? I guess it'll be a Curse Touch, I guess. Yeah, it's not bad. Instead of the Ghost Walker. Should maybe talk about this here as well. Now think about it. I'm pretty sure that mobility equipment reduction also does not work for this, right? Do we have a footfalls? What the fuck? I think mobility cooldown does work actually. Eight seconds. Yeah, okay. That checks out. It was 10 and now it's 8. Okay. I did play Death Trap, but I played like the old version. So the new one, I think this was a post-PDR change actually. With the Beast Fall, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, apparently it works now with the Beast Fall. Would I recommend Heartsiger or Dog to play while farming a gear? Oh, they're both really good. Depending on, you know, if you wanna just like blast with bow or spin the wind. They're probably like relatively comparable in performance. Season tomorrow, yeah. And I'm still sitting here the night before fixing the last guides. Ugh. Okay. So we got the Dread Claws out. That one is pushed, so let's do the Eviscerate. That's the last one. So first of all, did we change something here? That is a Sport Rush. Right. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. I don't know if I can do anything that's good here with like unique. And crushing, crit. What if I just add an anathema? No, we can't because you have to use Rampage. We can't actually jump. Too bad. Maybe it's gonna put in a Seed of Horizon anyway. I mean, at very minimum, it's like 50% damage buff. I have actually a bunch of extra. I might just do this actually. It's not the worst, I guess. Yeah, that's what we have here. Which, where do we get rampage ranks? Is that here? Could do that actually. I think I'll keep this actually. Armory and armor. Problem is, how do you trigger it? I don't actually have a trigger for it anymore without the wolves. It's kind of yikes. Ninja. Okay. Okay, no disobedience aspect. It does ram pretty hard. Okay, that does. Memory and Rampage. No animatics for this? That's crazy. I think I actually would like to equip the seed, huh? Word skin is actually not that terrible these days. Bendigo brand would be nice if it was working correctly.
You exist.
I exist.
I haven't heard you for like hours.
I plan, therefore I am.
You cook.
I cook. Almost done at least. We are not doing any of this anymore. Oof. Okay. Okay, I have to check the leveling versions in a second. Here we have endgame, and here we have with mutilation before Lurid Pact. Okay. Well, we can probably just do it manually. Wait, do we have sync? Okay. Let's fix the leveling. We'll just do this as well, right? That's the only step we have to fix. Okay. Okay, easy. How's this? We could run this one. So if this is more in long fights, and this is more in short fights, I guess. This is the same story here. Okay, it's fine. I think I might have to go dynamism though. What point of dominance we currently have? Nah, okay, the point is we kind of dump our dominance too much. So maybe not. The only other thing I'm considering is like moving the Death Aura to this board to buff more maximum Wrath. But you're only gonna have like 200 maximum Wrath or something. Or close. You would get like 30 extra. Yeah, okay. Doesn't really make a big difference, I think. I think I keep the Paragon as it is. Actually, now I think about it, maybe we don't even need the Curse Touch there. We have the Lalish. The Lalish might actually just be fine. I think we're doing this. I think I'm actually gonna do the evolves. Do we have like no other stun or something? Fuck. Should actually be pretty tanky with triple defensive aspects. Yeah, I would actually get more speed by putting this on the neck. Actually, I can just do mind aspect. We are attacking anyway with this. Okay, I think we're done here. Okay, I'm finally done with the Warlock updates. Now we can actually enjoy the rest. That was rough. I had to update 5 full guides, and actually it was a lot more work than I thought it would be. I thought it's just like, okay, swap a bunch of stuff with Mythics, but it kind of like triggers the chain reaction, like, you know, the helm is different, sometimes its stats needs to be adjusted, and then the last 2 builds were actually not that bad. The Track Claws and the Eviscerate kind of stayed almost the same. But on Tyrant's Grasp I did a big rework. Lunatic as well, medium rework. Epoch is a pretty big rework. So it is what it is now, I guess. Anyway. You played on the phone. Are you sure you're talking about the same game, Chris? Yo, Andy Crow, good luck, by the way. What I think will be the funniest leveling experience next season with Rogue. I actually recorded a video already. I'll probably post it in the morning or something. I'll do pen shot and then nets of knives. How good is a chatbot when it comes to builds, combat math, etc.? Not very good, I guess. You know, because a lot of the information that we use to make builds is not really public, right? It's here. And like, you know, like an LLM chatbot is not playing the game, you know, they just like rely on secondhand knowledge. What was that Journey game? Wait, what happened? I didn't really follow. Oh, How's Pally and Locke looking for like for the season? Better than last season? Both are better than last season, but not really on the same level as other classes. It's nuts where we look, it's AI slop. Wait, what do you mean? Where? Paraguay beat Germany, what the hell? Funny, okay. Maybe it's booked, guys. I don't know. We're in the season 14. It's 17 hours left, I think. Yo, Druid incoming. Yo, good luck, dude. Yes, we start another one. Alright, I need to figure out what to do next, guys. I think we still have a bunch of stuff we could do. At least I got my work out of the way. But I'm gonna need to take a short break, guys. So I'll be a few minutes. Okay, hi back guys. Isn't Paladin bottom tier now? It's kind of funny because it did get quite some substantial buffs, but it looks worse than before. Oh well. And I guess it kind of stayed in the same spot. It's just like, you know, other classes also get a bunch of buffs and so on. Oh well. There's actually one other thing, which is the how to get to Torment 12 in one day thing that I want to talk about at some point. Also the war plans, I should talk about those. Actually, we can talk about the war plans. Let's do that. Because I actually put the war plans like that I'm going to run in all of my build guides as well. We should have to see actually. Mm-hmm. I think about maybe taking out the Bashan thing. But okay. I don't really like the root stuff. It was also nerfed now. I don't consider it's like such a crazy good thing anymore. Okay. Higher chance to drop unique items. This could be interesting as well. Maybe they actually drop mythics here and there. So this might be worth trying, the Hellborn. It's also like safer than the Butchers. But I guess they don't drop Mind Cages. The Mind Cages is only from the Hellborn in dungeons. Or from the Butchers. You kinda want some source of Mind Cages, I think. You're leveling your first Warlock. Oh, good luck, man. I just updated a lot of the Warlock guides. The Root Shrine Farm is nerfed. I think technically it still works, but I'm pretty sure there was some change to it that makes them like not respawn as much as anymore or something. Also, there was another change where you can't circumvent the cooldown anymore. Yeah, maybe the farm is not directly nerfed, but the cooldown change is definitely hurting. Like usually when I put like 4 or 5 roots in, you know, back to back, and then you would have to wait like 5 minutes just clicking the thing with the cooldown. That takes a while. And the whole setup is also just kind of like long and oof. I thought there was like something about it in one of the like mid-season patches or so, but maybe I'm just like misremembering. So maybe you can still do this strat, but it's like longer now because you can't TP and then get the cooldown back basically. I think it wouldn't hurt to maybe not run the Vashan thing, and instead just pick this up. And then, after, 50 hours of collecting these, he's gonna do a round. You're gonna unspec some shit, and then take this and go. Do some warpline rods still one-shot here? Yeah, the Vashan thing is really dangerous. Vashan here, Vashan in hordes. It's actually this thing, yeah. So I wouldn't take this. I don't think that's actually like giving him any loot or something either. It's like super dangerous and like not rewarding. So if you're like a hardcore, maybe don't do the Vashan thing. Maybe it's gonna go for the roots after all. Vashan is really dangerous, yeah. And then there's also the butchers. So I have them here. You can play around this if you're careful, but it's also a bit monka on hardcore. So you can do this instead, maybe the additional Hellborn. I mean, Hellborn are also dangerous, but not as much as the butchers. Because they have this chain, and I think the chain is bugged, and it just like murders you. Yeah, Bashan is Giga Chat, man. Like, this guy is insane. Well, okay. Here, I heard of people dying to Doomsayers, but I never noticed anything here. I think this might be something like maybe they drain resources and people die to Stelig or something. But personally, I've never noticed anything from these guys. But, yeah. It's just like go Chaos Waves and... yeah. And it's also pretty straightforward, just like Progress Orbs with key. It's kind of sad they didn't like add some quality of life here with this. Where you can get Progress Orb per glyph upgrade, but you have to click it like, 9 times. With like a 3-second channel. Like, I can do an entire pit run, man, before I turn in this shit. Yeah, so... I think they made this stuff appear on minimaps now, so maybe this whole like Koron's Rager and all this stuff is like better now. I'm definitely gonna experiment with this at some point. What we'll see. Wonder how much change you'll see in the tower ranks of SSF. Yeah, it's gonna be kinda interesting. You heard the mystery cache was buffed. Holy. Yeah, I tried this a little bit and I really was not impressed, I must say. So I guess you have the option to choose this or this and then go down to the spark. You can't have both, right? Actually, we can have both. They're not exclusive choices, right? These are exclusive. Here you can have both. So I could drop the Bashan and just take this. This could also be interesting. Collection of chaos is replaced with mysteries. Yeah, my main issue was that the mysteries was usually just like, okay, it drops like 30 pants or something, or 30 gloves, and like I have like no control of anything. So I guess if the average outcome is like way better than a chaos, then that's fine. But yeah, maybe I'll try it. How is Doc Rouge looking for endgame? Really good. It will possibly still suck. Okay. Interesting. It's like something you can pick if you don't want to do Vashan, right? If you're not confident that you can handle Vashan, then you can take this or take the roots, I guess. But honestly, like the roots takes a long time to stack up. So even if it's not nerfed, you can do like one session after like a week or something and do like a few ambulances and get some juice. And that's it, basically, so... But that is actually pretty juicy, so yeah, maybe. I'll start with a rogue. I actually made a guide, and my starter video basically will be tomorrow morning. Okay, anyway, let's do this. Oh man, I'm getting bitten by mosquitoes here, what the hell? No. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. The merchant guy wanted me to donate a tribute of Titans. Really? Now the merchant guy is like, he just sells you stuff, but I don't find it very rewarding. I think the merchant is not very useful. There is this other thing here where you get the chests at the end, and then it wants you to turn in your tributes. So if you want to get rid of like hundreds of tributes or something, you can do this thing. But you can also just upgrade your tributes in the cube and just run the better ones, basically. So I'd rather do that instead. This is why I let the spiders in your house live. Yeah, I'm also a friend of spooters. It wanted a tribute of Titans which doesn't exist. Oh yeah, true. They deleted that with the expansion, I think. Yeah, they changed a bunch of tributes, and I guess some of the chests were still not updated for that or something. Anyway, time for high YouTube, guys. So I'm gonna do a wall plan strat. Alright. Hi everyone, so with season 14 coming up, I want to make another video about war plans, my picks, and why I think, you know, these are the best choices that you can go for as you progress with your character. Obviously, there is a little bit of like a, you know, customization and like your own choices you can make depending on the content that you would like to farm. You don't have to follow exactly everything down to like the last detail, but I think I have an overall solid baseline here that I can recommend to people. I already made like a really long wall plans video in season 13, and it is a rather similar picture because as far as I'm aware, there have not really been that many changes compared to just how the system launched. It could be that there is some stealth changes that is not reflected in the patch notes. That wouldn't really surprise me at all because this is more like balancing and bug fixes and all that kind of stuff. And especially when it comes to like loot changes, you know, this is like kind of like in the shadows somewhere. And I did notice, for example, on the PTR that you know, certain neighbor dungeons now drop different loot, and like some of the affixes have been changed and all that. So just something to keep in mind. We don't know everything for sure just yet in terms of, you know, what this will look like, but based on what we know, this is the recommendations I can give. You can actually find this here in, for example, my build guides as well. So here's just like my random eviscerate warlock. So basically all of my build guides, when you like check my page or check for my guides in the build section, I'll have exactly that tree, and maybe I'll adjust it a little bit as we go. But yeah, let's get into it here through all of the 7 trees, starting from left to right, Tree of Whispers. So the one thing that I really like here in Tree of Whispers is the extra Whisper ambushes. I think it's like one of the things you should take first. It just gives you like more stuff because they just kind of give you this collection of chaos. Chaos collection is generally nice. It's like a little bit of everything and a bit of gold, a bit of materials, you know, this kind of stuff. It's kind of useful. And in general, Whispers are nice because of tributes as well. They are a really good source of tributes. For example, the mythic tributes as well. And just all sorts of like Undercity stuff, basically. And this is why you kind of want to go with this. You can also sometimes get the Whisper ambushes with bosses here. I like that as well. So this is also something kind of worth picking up here. So you have a greater collection of chaos. Then there's like the middle path. So I like the fourth choice because you can usually choose a little bit more like the stuff that you want, or you have a higher chance for like a legendary cache. There's the XP globes. XP is something you kind of focus on for at least a while early on, and experience globes is where it's at. For example, in the leveling guide that I made, experience globes is everything, and this kind of carries on into the late game as well, where you farm hellworms for the XP globes, you farm wall plants for the XP globes, and these are like gigantic like boosts to your XP, even through the paragons, and the same applies here. So it's kind of nice. There is also here completing a whisper has a chance for collection of chaos. Basically right away, it's a bit similar to this whisper ambush, but without the actual fight. So you have like a lot of like rewards juicing. And then the last 2 points is kind of whatever, I would say. So there is the extra spark. That can be nice, especially since mythic crafting is going to be a thing in this season, and it will probably like cycle through a lot of sparks. We don't know the drop rates. Could be that they buff them, could be that they nerf them, who knows. And yeah, maybe the spark here and there could be nice. That being said though, I have tried it a little bit in Season 13 and I did not really get sparks very much, at least that I remember. So it was kind of weak, and something else could also be fine. And lastly, here's Vashan. So just as a note, Vashan is a Giga Chat. He is extremely dangerous. So at least for hardcore, you want to be careful with this node. But yeah, it's ancestral collection of chaos. It's pretty juicy when he shows up and you are strong enough to deal with him safely. So just something to note here. Alternatively, you can spec into the roots. So the roots farm was like a really good farming strategy. There was also like this timed event where you get like the double whisper caches out of the other whisper caches, and that made it like super crazy. If something like that pops up again, then this is like absolutely something to go for. And the thing is, you can just put 1 point in there and just leave it there and slowly ramp up the corrupted roots. And then after like a week or two, or whenever maybe that event starts, you can actually cash in basically by unspecking 2 other things and taking the other 2 on the blue path here on the left. And then you do like this 9-dimension strat. I have an entire video about this. You can go check this out. How that works. But it is a relatively good farming strat, at least for like a little bit. It's like extremely rewarding, but you can only do like a few runs basically every so often. Now let's talk about Nightmare Dungeons. So Nightmare Dungeons in general are really rewarding, and there's lots of different juicy mods that they can have on your sigils. So this is not just, gem fragments, for example, but, there's gold, there's materials, there's prisms, all kinds of stuff. So in general, they're pretty good. And there's also a new Nightmare Dungeon objective for an entire escalation run, which is really nice. So first of all, that boosts you through the wall plant tree very easily. And hopefully also gives you like kind of like an extra reward at the end in terms of like what you get from T-Rail when the turn in. But in general, this farming Nightmare Dungeon escalations is really worthwhile. There was a bug in Season 13 at the start where when you've opened a portal for a stronghold dungeon that you hadn't completed, you got kicked out of the run. So that has been fixed, and you don't have to do all the strongholds now and all that kind of stuff. So the branching pathways in particular is the most important node here to take, basically. So this is where all of the juice is. In addition to that, the Nightmare Dungeon escalations actually ramp up the rewards as you go from like floor 1 to floor 2 to floor 3. Even with the same affixes, not just do you have more affixes on a dungeon, but even the same affix ramps up. So as a rule of thumb, it's usually twice as good to be in like a floor 3 compared to like a floor 1 escalation. So just something to keep in mind, when it comes to stuff like gem fragments or the gold affixes and this kind of stuff. So it gets pretty juicy pretty fast, especially when you have multiple of the good ones in like a, third tier escalation. It's pretty crazy, to be honest. So this is like a very good source of materials and all that kind of stuff. And that's why you want to go for this, and also kind of like hunt down those escalation objectives in the wall plants. Then there's also this here. So maybe right away at the start, you might not be doing escalations all that much as you progress through the tournaments. I think just like throwing 1 point into this is kind of nice. You get the vault bounty chest. It just drops a bunch of loot and a bunch of mats, maybe some prisons as well. So I like this one. And then we also have here the Shrine Respawn, the Elites, and then the Conviction chest. So it could be worth going for the Conviction chest early, maybe even before going for the branching pathways. So it's like 1, 2, 3. So I get a chest and you get the Conviction right away. Very easy to unlock, and this gives you attuned primordial dust, which may or may not really be so relevant anymore, but this is the dust that allows you to reroll the values on uniques. However, with now the new mythic quality items, I don't think we're going to use them that much anymore, since they will just always be maxed. If there's no other use for them, then this is not that crazy anymore. But at least in Season 13, this was pretty worthwhile, because you could like slowly ramp up this dust. And then the last point is this one here of the extra elites. It's kind of nice to get some extra elites, but not that crazy. Then you have Helltide. So if you are interested in experience and leveling fast, you will go for the maggots right away. So this is actually part of the best leveling strategy as well. So you take the hell worms and then the maggots. And this is how you actually even just level to 70 actually. And you kind of just keep it there. You know, the maggots are still really good for Paragon leveling as well. So outside of maybe doing something like Undercities, or maybe farming Mephisto non-stop because you can skip the cutscenes now. This is basically the best way to farm XP. And not just that, we actually managed to find all of the Hellworm spawn locations. I'm not 100% sure if it's in the map tool yet. But either way, we have all of the Hellworm locations for this farming strategy. So I will probably make like a dedicated video about it when the time comes. And there are specific spots and a specific way to trigger them, and this can give you a lot of XP, so you kind of want to go for this. Then we have the right side here, there's the rats, and they just give you lots of cinders, so usually you kind of get done with your Helltide objectives really fast. In Season 14, Helltide Warplan objectives were changed to not require you to open exactly 2 chests, but instead spend X amount of cinders. And similar to the Knife Dungeon escalation, they also made a big Warplan objective, where I think you spend like 650 or 750 cinders. Quite a lot. So it takes a little bit to actually ramp that up. But stuff like the rats makes it quite easy. The maggots as well, they give a lot of them. Like when this pops once, you get like 100 cinders or something. And here you also have the harbingers that pop up and give you more cinders as well. And that is like a really nice boost to just get done with those wall plans really fast. So this combo of 4 points is nice. And then you have the left side. So here we have the extra threat level when you're empowered by a shrine. So you can try to like min-max this a little bit, especially for the Hellworm farm. You need to be at half threat level or above in order to even get them. So this helps with that. Then we have the extra monster power. That's not really so crazy. And lastly, you can kind of take your pick here. I chose the Meat Brothers. So this is sponsored 2 butchers, and they almost always drop a mind cage. You can stack up to 3 mind cages to get plus monster power, meaning there's like more loot and XP and all that kind of stuff when you farm in the open world. So it's kind of nice to just like pop these mind cages. However, again, for hardcore enjoyers, this is extremely dangerous, so kind of be careful with that, because these flaming chains are insane. They absolutely destroy, and you can just, you know, get caught between them when they spawn. So just something to keep in mind that might take you by surprise. If you're not confident in that, then you can also go for one of the other choices, in particular the Hellborn, either in the dungeons is not bad, you can get mind cages there, or you have the Hellborn here that gives you extra uniques that might help with mythic acquisition as well. So it's like a bit of the safer route, but Hellborn can still kick your ass, so be careful. Then we have Undercity. So Undercity has one really big note here, which is this one on the left, the extra portal pranksters. And why is that so good? It's because every portal prankster gives you like an extra chest at the end of like the same type of the reward that you put a tribute in for. So if you run, for example, a mythic tribute, then you get, you know, per prankster another mythic chest at the end. So in Season 13, this was insane. I had some clips where I got like 4 mythics in one run and that kind of stuff. It was nerfed now, so there is no guaranteed mythic anymore. We don't know the drop rates. My gut feeling says maybe it's like 25 to 50% now on Team 12, maybe. At least this is kind of like a value that we had in the past at some point. So I would expect it's going to be something like that, to not have this like absolute craziness of just like, you know, multiple mythics dropping per run. But either way, this is very good and multiplies the rewards that you're actually hunting for. So I would always go for this. And there's also the XP orbs here. So kind of similar to the Helltides and the Whispers, experience orbs is everything. And for example, as well, while leveling, if you care about the Undercity leveling strat, which is also something I have in my leveling guide, It is sort of the alternative to Hell Tides. So you can just go for this as like a 1 point right away, and this allows you to level to 70 very easily, just spamming Undercity basically, and then buying an item from the vendor here and there to get like a weapon upgrade or something. So this is a very good way to start the season. But you know, once you are level 70, I wouldn't really care about the orbs that much. Go for the pranksters first, and then you can go to the right side here, which gives you the globes, a bunch of small stuff like prisms, and then finally the 6 attunements. So you basically get even more rewards of the stuff that you put in with tributes. And if you don't just like all day, every day run Undercity, you usually have a bunch of decent tributes that give you, you know, whatever, you know, like at least the rare type tributes or maybe the legendary ones. They are relatively rewarding, and then you get more from this, you get more from that, and you just choose it here and there on your wall plans whenever you have a few good tributes lying around, basically. And this is a really good like setup. There is also this middle path here, but really I've tried this a bit, at least in season 13. I never really saw these tributes drop at all, and they cost you 3 points as well. And respecking is pretty costly, so technically you could just like not run Undercity for a long time, similar to like farming the roots in the Whisper Tree, for example. Just leave this thing allocated, stack up those tributes, and then unspec this whole path here, and then basically go back to this setup, and then run all of those tributes. But that seems like it's not really worth, unless you have like a lot of gold. Then we have lair bosses. So lair bosses has a bunch of pretty good stuff, but this is my preferred setup here. So we start with the 2x2 and then the Greater Nemesis. I think in particular this one here is pretty good because this is the Nemesis layer and it does pop up relatively often. I'm not 100% sure about the chances. If I had to guess, it's like 1 in 10 to 1 in 20. And in season 13 they had ridiculous mythic drop rates. And mythics is everything in season 14. So we kind of want to get this free loot and those free mythics from the Nemesis layers. They were really juicy. So basically all you have to do is, you know, farm any boss or do like any like lair boss, Helltide, warpline objective. And then it's sometimes the portal pops up and you go in there. Another thing I really like is the Gregor's Gambit. So this is the Helltide objective. So when you open a chest, you get a Gregor Knight ambush, and that one drops items on the Horde chest. And that is like maybe some uniques that you care about, depending on what your build is. But also sometimes just a mythic pops out because it's a lab boss, they drop mythics. So it's just like free real estate basically. And you're probably going to spend a lot of time in Helltide if you care about leveling paragons. And it's also just generally good for loot to be there. So it's like a nice combo as you just do those things. You get extra Gregors. Then we have also the same story with Nightmare Dungeons. So here's the Beast in the Ice ambushes. So you don't actually have to fight anything. It just kind of comes down, doesn't attack. It's not really that threatening, but it's extra Beast in the Ice loot. Same story, more mythics and all that. And also here we have the Amalgam of Rage. Again, it goes with Nightmare Dungeons. I did talk about Nightmare Dungeons being really valuable, Escalations being very good, and you just kind of get lots of extra stuff from those two nodes here. So this is sort of like my first 4 points, I would say, is like the layer, the Gregor, the Beast in the Eyes, and the Amalgam. And then the other 3 points, so there's a Greater Nemesis layer, so you can kind of go deeper and get even more free stuff and even more mythics when you have a Nemesis layer sometimes. And then the left side is just kind of nice to like cycle through your keys a little bit faster, because if you mostly rely on war plans to go and hunt down a lair boss here and there, then it's kind of nice to get the double chest here, because else you're actually just stacking up a lot of keys and you're never really gonna get rid of them unless you set out for a boss session. And if you do that, it's also nice to have the double chest because you just like burn through your keys much faster. There is one downside, which is that you can't actually get a doubled chance for the Nemesis layers, or at least as far as I know, this was not fixed. So the second chest does not trigger the Nemesis layers. So if you care about this a lot, or if you want to be like as resource efficient as possible, you actually don't want to go for this double chest. But realistically, I think it's better to just like burn through your keys and then go back to farming something else. So I have this here. And you get a bunch of extra runes that might help with actually crafting mythics with the jeweler. So yeah, I think this is nice to have here. Then we have Infernal Hordes. So if you're planning to do this, I'm going to go over this real fast. Realistically, it remains to be seen how much this was buffed, if this was enough. However, they did say in the patch notes that gem fragment drops were buffed quite a lot in Torment 10 and above. So there is actually the, you know, like the material chest in Hordes, and I would expect this is one of those cases that actually got giga buffed because Hordes across the board was just kind of bad. Everyone hated it, and almost no one actually ran it, as far as I can tell. So I would just suggest, if you are not really a big Hordes enjoyer, but you still want to like finish a wall plan, you know, get to rank 10 and try to get the mythic rewards on the wall plans and all that, then you kind of want to do some of them. And they also boosted how much experience you get from this. I think they straight up just like doubled the Hordes, and then they also boosted everything. So it's probably more like in the range of like ×3 now or something like that, how fast you can get those Hordes like fully done. So it's not that bad if you spend the 6 waves basically. And for that, I would recommend just go for the Chaos Waves. You know, if in 6-wave Hordes, you can't really build a real strategy and, you know, go for like the full combo with Soul Spires or with Elder Lords or something like that. You just send Chaos Waves as much as possible. So I have this stuff here. And, you know, there's like Exile events. It's just like a bit more juice, basically. And then also here we have the Talisman chest, which I find kind of nice. It's relatively cheap. I think it costs 100 or 200. And it just pops out a bunch of seals, a bunch of charms here and there, and can maybe help you when you're hunting down one of the mythic seals, for example. So just more seals is kind of helpful for that. And it's relatively cheap, so I like taking this. There's other stuff here, like Doomsayers and the scale and this challenge. I find this absolutely horrible. I would not suggest to take anything here. And yeah, there is also the conversion. So maybe this gem fragment stuff turns out really good, and we could take out like a point here, maybe from this impending doom or something like that, or this black pact, and then get more gem fragments. I think Opticite is not really going to be a problem. At least it wasn't at all in season 13, unless they really nerfed that, and I don't really have any indication of that. But yeah, this is what you got here. And then the pit. So this is like my kind of like standard setup here. We go left side, we go middle. So on the left, you have the Haste Mastery, which is basically 2 extra glyph upgrades for free. And then you also have the Heart of Stone, which is the extra progression globes. So these are always my first 2 points. It just makes your glyph leveling faster, makes your runs faster. Can't really argue with that. And then there's also the Orb Thieves, so you get extra progression globes again, so you go even faster. And then you get the middle path, basically. So there's another plus glyph upgrade chance, and I think the total is 9 upgrades you get at some point. So it is very fast to level up your glyphs, and even, you know, boosting your glyphs beyond the farming tier that you are doing with, you know, something like 8% upgrade chances or even 4% upgrade chances, pretty reliably still gives you upgrades from your pay runs. So you can actually boost your glyphs, you know, easily plus 10 or plus 20 levels of what you're actually farming with your character, which, you know, just helps to get a bit more power and progress further. But yeah, then there's a bunch of like random stuff here, like these extra encounters. And then the last thing that I take here is the extra XP again. So again, progress also grant XP. It's a bit like XP globes at home, basically. They just help you out to get your paragons higher. But realistically, you could also invest a little bit like into the right side here, like instead of those 3 points, which I don't find that crazy with the Butcher and onwards. You could also go for the Coron's Wager and then the machines and the offerings there or whatever. So there's a few things that might be also buffed. I think they, for example, also added a like indicator on the minimap. So that might help a lot to actually find these things. Personally, I found them like okay when I tried it, but most of the time I was just going so fast that I never really saw these things, and you know, I missed them all basically. But if they're actually on the minimap, it might be worth checking this out. And I noticed that these cursed machines, for example, they did drop some pretty crazy loot sometimes, including Trace of Echoes and some stuff like that. So it is not something I want to write off completely, at least. But yeah, for now, this is sort of my wall plans, like trees here. So we'll see if I'm gonna tweak this, or, you know, what we discovered. There might be changes, as I said. Not everything is in the patch notes about this. So hope that this helps you out when you start the season. And I'm gonna keep you guys posted when I have any big update or any other new findings, any farming strategies. So for now, hope just everyone's gonna have a good start. Good luck, have fun, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Yo, YouTube chatter, hello. He has been streaming for almost 9 hours. What the fuck, bro? You have no life. Dude, wait until you find out about tomorrow. You know why Dai went breakneck quiver instead of Ruckus on RF? Because Ruckus is bugged and it actually just does the standard damage and not... I think it's supposed to be like 2.5 times. Still bugged, yeah. I don't think there was any fix to it. Chat is not on the screen. I sure we had the we turned the stuff off already after the podcast. Ah, oh well. The GIF in my Discord is a known bug. What's that? What's this? Dude, what the fuck? That was crazy. I think this has to do with like, it's like imitating controller or some shit. And controller has like some controller perks, I guess. Disable mouse movement. So you can't move with mouse. I guess you can do force move, right? That is cursed, man. Holy shit. Okay. Interesting. Is Spellbound Steel getting fixed in Season 14? Yeah, Spellbound Steel is fixed. The amount of games that have controller and mouse crossover issues is crazy. Yeah. I wonder how that works. Maybe I don't want to know. Windows device issues. Yeah, but I mean, how is it possible that a skill has a different max range just because of your input device? Like, how do we go there? How do we get there, you know? That was crazy. Maybe truly embrace D4 dad status and play with controller tomorrow. Holy. Are you gonna do a druid or what, Wonkus? In FPS games, sometimes mouse users get aim assist by just plugging in the controller. Oh my god, dude. Spiritborn, holy. Loot photos I made earlier, posted somewhere. Not yet. I just gave them to the guys to like review if they have any comments about it. But otherwise, I guess she's gonna send those. This is me playing Jackpot. I updated guide earlier a little bit. This was like very early in the season actually on Paragon. Okay, 270. Not that early. This was 10 days into the season. Oh. Oops. Oh my god. I forgot another thing. Didn't actually spec into the I'm just checking some stuff while guys. Ugh. Thank you. Just kind of like mowing. It's like a lawnmower. Kind of funny. Just like walking forward, teleporting forward, moving through the packs. It kind of works pretty well. We're just evading. Shift is actually really going faster or so. It's hard to go fast. Where's the rook? lost rock somewhere. Oops. It went and lose it. Hmm. I'm hoping his shred to it can be at least 8 here this season. Yeah, I'm not sure where shred is landing right now. Anyone seen any shred stuff? I'm not sure if we have it on Maxwell already. I'm still 110. Let's see how we can do this. The right 140 of shred, but it's extremely squishy. Yeah, I guess kind of like what I expected as well. Like the walkthroughs were already really squishy before the expansion, and it seems like they have not really fixed that. That kind of sucks. Okay. Is the worm strat gonna be rippy for hardcore? Undercity is a safer method. It's not that rippy if you know how to play around it. And it's also only dangerous at like the very start, basically, Donkey. So the worms are dangerous when they don't spit out the maggots. Once you get the guaranteed maggots every time, you're gonna be fine, basically. Because the maggots are not the dangerous part. It's like the normal monsters that come out of it. And they kind of like this weird like fire chain or whatever affix, and that murders you. So you need to like stay away from them basically, and it's okay. He outlasted me today. Okay, Aaron, see you, man. And XH, thanks for the play, man. Really looking for TC. It's like a cool combo. Didn't the uniques used to show where they came from when you highlighted them in the guides? Yeah, we removed that because they shuffled everything around with the expansion launch, and I don't think we've like added that again. Basically, we have like some custom database where, you know, everything is put in and then it's added to the tooltip. But I don't like, I need to ask Riff if you can do that, I guess. Also make sure you use the cube to 3-1 them and stuff. I'm gonna ping them right now, actually, while we're at it. Do all my guys disappear? Can't see the thing. If you only take Paladin basic skills, you might get the first E tier build. Holy man. The wonders of modern technology. Use it in different stats. Is that in-game overlay for the Helltide special events? I mean, you can have some universal like willpower. In-game overlay. MongoDB. You know, if you get something like that, you're gonna be kind of happy. Can you play a Warlock with Melted Heart, so now it's Barb, and not pick up Life and Gear? Do buffs do something special to survive? Well, both classes have decent access to extra maximum resource. Barbs also have the thing where they get resources when they take damage, which is like a thing that carried them pretty hard of Zilliq in the past. That has now been nerfed, but it's still there. So I'm not sure how impactful that part alone is. I mean, realistically, there's one build where you would consider something like Zilliq, but that build also directly breaks Zilliq, and that is Lunatic Warlock. So you have Dirge, you have Seed, like gigantic resource scaling, and then as Zilliq on top, you can get something like 800 maximum resources, and the multipliers go to the moon. So that's technically doing insane amounts of damage. But the problem is that Dirge drains your resources, and it does so even when you are not in combat and when you're in loading screens. So you start a run at 0 resources, and then you have to like build it up from there, and that is also hard enough to do when you have like 800 maximum resources, because it drains you 10% of your total. Sorry, it drains 10% of your maximum. So you have to somehow make up for like a minus 80 per sec, 80 wrath per second basically, and still actually build it up, right? So it's not really doable. I tried it very briefly in Season 13 to do like a Zilliq build for that, but it was extremely risky on hardcore, and I didn't really pursue it much. And on top of that, like basically impractical to the point of being unplayable. You can get resource on crit with Glyph. Yeah, you can do that, but that's a very optimistic outlook. We're testing changes to drag class. That's just an old video right now. I'm not playing. I did do the planner earlier. Actually, how fast was this one here? This is 110. Yeah, not very fast, actually, 3 minutes. Oof. It is rough on drag class. Shift is actually really going faster or so. It's hard to go fast. Where's the rock? We lost rock somewhere. Oops. It went and use it. I'm hoping his shred turret can be at least 8 here this season. Yeah, I'm not sure where shred is landing right now. Anyone seen any shred stuff? I'm not sure if we have it on Maxwell already. I'm still 110. Let's see how we can do this. So you might 140 of shred, but it's extremely squishy. Yeah, I guess kind of like what I expected as well. Like the Voltures were already really squishy before the expansion, and it seems like they have not really fixed that. That kind of sucks. I didn't watch the football now, but I heard Germany was kind of a joke. Unlucky. Actually, kind of fun playstyle. It's like a cool combo, and you know it feels good when it actually works. And you have these burst phases and stuff. Even though it's like otherwise a pretty simple skill and stuff. This Hammerstone is the wackiest part of farming. Try Belial. You can select Bartok if you have mods. Also make sure you what is the controversy about mythic uniques and legendaries? I'm not sure if there's a controversy, what? I'm pretty sure Warlock will still one-shot bosses. Why is Apocalypse beat here? I mean, first of all, you can't one-shot bosses. You have to do minimum 3 hits. And by the time you do your 3 hits, you know, Warren Barb has already melted 7 other bosses. So there's that. And also the bossing considers not just lair bosses, but you know, we have like sort of like a higher target than that to actually account for the power difference between the builds. So as a benchmarking tool, you know, we actually use Mephisto for the bossing to list. And Mephisto has quite a lot more life than a typical lair boss. And there you have a, you know, easier gap to see basically between the builds. Yeah, every build will eventually just murder lair bosses with enough gear. But if some builds do this like, you know, with 10% of that gear, it's a better build. So many builds use it in different stats. The Hammerstone. I mean, you can have some universal like willpower, life, bone. You know, if you get something like that, you're gonna be kind of happy. I'll start a rogue. That's correct. That's because I just made it. Okay, guys. I think I've recorded enough videos. I think I've done like 7 or something today. So we're probably gonna do some more tomorrow before the launch. But I'm kinda cooked now. And I just have to write a lunatic leveling guide and the apocalypse leveling guide. So I think I'm gonna say goodnight. The other thing is, we have Sigil of Summons now, and that is actually kind of interesting. So instead of Sigil of Subversion, I said fuck it. Like, I don't want to nether step around. Like, the main problem I have with all these Abyss builds is the fucking nether stepping. Warlock disappoints you AF as last season. Yeah, a lot of people are not really going for Warlock, it seems. And with the Sigil of Summons, sometimes I can just make like a depth zone, like here. I just put this thing, move my guys, and as long as they're in the Sigil, they get extended. So, I don't have to like nether step around all the time. And that's not just less annoying. Build Stinger, we can only 1 hour Stinger builds. Actually, we have it ranked pretty high, I think. I played it a bit in Season 13, actually. Stinger is kind of fun, and it's okay. You did enjoy Warlock in last Epoch. Holy. Yeah, I remember when that came out, I played it a bit as well. It's kind of cool. Patch notes claim to fix the Spirit Storm bugs. I remember LE. Dude, it's actually old, man. It's like 3.5 years since 1.0, right? No, wait, 2.5. It was 2.5 years actually, right? Yeah, it's 2.5 years. It was like a little bit after the 4 launch, like half a year after the 4 launch, right? Oof. We have 3 years D4 now, 2.5 years LE. D4, season 14. LE, season 4. Old. Season 5 when? Yeah, I've heard someone said this like the other day, like that the devs are saying something like, yeah, we're trying to dodge the GTA release in November. Oh my god, man. Oh, no way, this is real. This is crazy. Season 5, April 2027. You have to dodge GTA. We have to dodge PoE 1.0. Yeah, okay, let's go for Easter, guys. That's gonna be the strat. I mean, okay, maybe they meant we have to come out before GTA 6, so who knows. There is a chance for October, I guess. Okay, pre-07, I guess. Holy god. Oh man. They need to drop the seasonal model. Yeah, honestly, I don't think they're going to get a lot of money from their microtransactions. I mean, they have actually stepped up their microtransaction game a little bit, but especially like, you know, in this one moment when they had like all of the attention and everything, you know, the servers were fucked, the microtransactions were awful. Like season 1, right? When 1.0 launched, and it was just like not it really. So now it's a bit better, but you know, no one really comes back to last Epoch, I feel, right? They have had like less and less success with their seasons. And it's obvious, right? They just have no regular releases. So what are they gonna do? Switch to what Grim Dawn or Titan Quest does and it can be fine. The thing is that the last Epoch team is not even that small anymore, right? Like they actually probably have pretty hefty bills. But yeah, I think what they could do is actually just like, you know, release expansions every like year or two and just do that, right? But they have to do something, I guess. Do we actually have a price point for Grim Dawn? How much is it gonna cost? Take a work on the Nintendo Switch board. Yeah, the track loss plan is not updated yet. I have to wait a bit. I'm gonna work on it soon. I'm still trying a few things. What is happening with the weird RPG that it could dig holes like it was Minecraft? There was this Dark Haven, right? The Diablo 2 creator thing. They actually reached their Kickstarter goal. Barely, but they did. I think they got like, I don't know, 500k or 700k or something like that. It kind of looked like to me like they were adjusting the goal as they went so that I would actually reach it. Because the number changed at some point. I was checking it. I didn't realize that's a thing. So apparently you can edit it. So they edited it so that they got it, basically. But either way, so now it's like wait and see. So I guess we're probably gonna hear about it in like half a year or something. It's not normally a thing, okay. Like 100% positive that the number changed. But either way. I mean, they had like this, like I guess there's like different types of Kickstarters. I'm not really familiar with that, but there was like this all or nothing thing. So either they hit the goal and they do it, or they don't hit the goal and then everything is refunded and whatever, and they won't do it basically. So that was the strat. But either way, they did hit the goal and they will make the game. So I guess we'll see. But I'm not really sure how they will monetize that game. Or what they plan to do with it or something, you know. I guess it's probably also going to be something like, you know, buy to play. And probably not like a seasonal model or something like that. It's probably going to be just something, you know, we're going to play through and like see how it goes. I played the demo a little bit. How much did I play it actually? Oh, I don't have it here. Where do I have it? What? Isn't it the Dark Haven? No, I don't think it was the... Am I tripping? What the fuck? Where's the game? Here. Release date coming soon. Maybe it was like removed again or something. So, you know, I probably had it and it was probably just removed because it was like this like alpha test or something. And maybe it's just deleted, right? So it could be. And it's gonna come back eventually. Yeah, this is the game we were talking about, yeah. I wanted to check how long I played it. I played like, I think 2 evenings or something like that, not much. So it had a few interesting concepts. But I think it's gonna be very tough for them to really find like a big audience. I feel like most typical ARPG blasters like don't really care a lot about all these like fancy little things they're putting into this game. So I'm not really sure for what market this game is made, really. I'm definitely gonna check it out when it comes out, but yeah, we'll see. This is for Re-Rising players. Yeah, okay, Re-Rising is relatively successful. So maybe. But it doesn't have base building. You can destroy the environment, and okay, I guess technically you can build stuff, but you know, you don't have like an actual base with like actual like workbenches or whatever, right? So yeah, you can like build a wall and whatever, right? You can kind of do this, and there's always this like editor mode where you can actually like paint the terrain, like it's like a world editor kind of thing. But I guess the main idea of the game is still that it's like an ARPG. And you just had the option to like alter the terrain basically. So that's like sort of the gimmick that they put into this game. But yeah. Fortnite players. Do you get anything from a Steam sale? No, we were just talking about it, yeah. I don't have like any like affiliate link or anything for this. Build a house to kill the boss. Yeah, you kite the boss inside the house and then you collapse the roof. Easy. Can I explain how Spiritborn is not as standard leveling Tillers? Leveling Tillers is kind of like the hardest to rank actually. Because we don't really have like very clear benchmarks. That Spirit one is pretty good. The guy did 1 to 70 in 56 minutes. Yeah, I know, that's Galmod. But you have to see that a lot of this is actually doing the right strat perfectly with good RNG. And not so much how strong is your build or how fast is your build, actually. Like, a lot of builds, if you get like a similar run, you can do like a 1.5, at least sub 2 hours with just about anything. But yeah, it might have just been like a very good run. I don't know. I'm not gonna go sit and like compare hours of different runs to see the exact difference of, you know, how lucky did he get in this run versus the other run. I guess he could explain it to us himself. But yeah, Spirit one seems a very good following for sure. He might up it a little bit. Actually, kind of fun playstyle. He does it every season since like season 6. Yeah. You know, it feels good when it actually works. You have these burst phases and stuff. Even though it's like otherwise a pretty simple skill and stuff. And there's also the thing that how good would the Spirit build be if you didn't get like the perfect run, right? Or would it be significantly better than other classes? Probably not necessarily. Like, good classes can still go like expert or pentagon difficulty very easily and just destroy everything. And that is kind of like the main thing that matters. After Rune Wolves is nerfed, what is a good source of wound for Warlocks? Like, you have Horizon set on a lot of builds, that gives you Dalish. So that is like okay. The Abyss builds also have stuff like Profane Sentinel or some stuff like that. And otherwise it's a Curse Touch, basically. I put a Curse Touch on like Apocalypse, for example, and some stuff like that. Can I recommend a good rogue build to set up Death Trap ASAP on day 1? Day 1 is a bit optimistic, I must say. But yeah, Dance of Knives is very easy to get a T12 with. Pen shot is probably what I'll be doing. Actually, do I have my rogue stuff? Yeah, let's see. There's 250 Paragon. Here, Paragon 5. Perfect. I haven't like actually gone through all of my footage from last season. I still need to like sort this out a little bit. They won't know I'm secretly a mineral.xt writer. I don't think WSU works with Dance of Knives, but in town and stuff I use it, yes. Barrage. I mean, almost everything on Rogue you can play Nameless. I suggest Dance of Knives as a starter. I'll be doing Dance of Knives until I get my pen shot online, basically. So it's gonna look something like this here. Is Druid solid this season? Yeah, Druid is fine. Actually, let's see this a little bit too. Three-minute pit 14, man. Holy gaming. Almost dying. When did I go to Torment too? Yeah. Actually, like 40 minutes stuck on Torment 1. That's kind of long. Okay, 25. So this is... I got a Mythic Tribute. I remember, like, we got the petition there, right? I was sending the Mythic Tribute. It was like Paragon 70 got petition. That was funny. That was crazy. Oh god, dude. That was 75. Point 4, okay. It was like 1 hour of Torment 1 to Torment 4. Okay, here's Paragon 100. I skipped a little bit. How much later is this? This is 10:45 p.m. And here, this ended at 8:50. So this is 2 hours later. Where are we? Right. Hit 55. Hit 100 is T12, right? Hit 80 is T10. This is almost T8. 2 hours later. So this is basically like 3 hours at 70. Right now. We are Paragon 100. I'm gonna take some notes on this actually. Okay. You do any time progression. I mean, you just go up 5 at a time. So, you know, apparently it's 100% chance. So you just do it. You don't even have to go out of your way. And you can see the boss delays and stuff. We're still doing it like sub 2.5 minutes. Dude, I'm using 3 Ps, 2 Ps. Oh my god. Torment 7. Doing pit 60. So we're unlocking T8. Did I go T8? Yes. So this is like 3.5 hours T8, let's say. I'm not really sure how long the grind is in PvE2 because it's changed like every week pretty drastically. But I think people were done in like less than a week this time, right? Definitely takes longer to get to Paragon 300 now. Just want to kind of like figure out a little bit like what do I have at this point basically. And this is still Shadow Imbuement T Tens of Knives here. I don't even have Poison Imbue on the bar. That's kind of funny. So like 10 days plus if you like try hard. And if you're not try harding like 3 weeks, like 15 hours a day. What day will people get Mephisto 12 down in the race? In softcore, someone might do that in like one session if they go for like, you know, a big session like 24 hours or something. I think it could happen. On hardcore, maybe it's more like 2-3 days. Like, it's one thing to reach T12, and it's another thing to be strong enough to actually do Mephisto on T12. And, you know, not die as well, right? So, I guess realistically people will probably do some Endurance Faith tech or something to, like, have a better chance of survival. But then the fight is gonna be very long. Like, it's probably gonna be like some, you know, 20-minute fight or something, like the first kill. So... what's my next goal after getting Paragon 100? Yeah, I'm kind of just like looking through my footage here to like take some notes. Is Infinite Fire too? Let's bug on pen shot. Somehow you can get infinite preparation from your clones. And somehow you can one-shot everything. So, good combo. I almost went to 6 there. Got a bit faster clear. Let's see what else. This is like a 1 hour. So basically kind of going through the different wall plans. Spellbound Steel. I think this was not even really doing anything. It's kind of funny. Now we're doing cold imbue. I started like realizing that shadow is not really doing much anymore. How long is the dynasty run, for example? Let's say 1, 2, 3, 3.5 minutes. So like an endgame T12 farming, you do like 2-minute runs. So you still don't have like actually like speed even. Hit 65, 3.5, and that's kind of long. So I think here I was kind of stuck and then trying to get upgrades. Let's see if you have more. What is going on? Look at this. Oh, this is it like right after this? Wait, look at the timer. So this is like half an hour after this. So this is like 4.5 hours in. This is like 5 hours now, starting at 1 AM. 130 Paragon. Here was an Urivar. Let's see that. T8 Urivar. Cold Dock. Oh, that's Belial actually. Yeah, I think the strat would actually just go poison right away. Like all those like cold shenanigans is not it. I think that I'm doing here. I should be doing poison. And you would actually melt these. I have Blurring Blade 5 piece, that's why. I didn't post a load for that yet. But the plan is we're gonna put them into the Maxwell guides. So Death Pavane. Toughness is definitely an issue, man. 250k toughness in town. Yikes. So in combat I have like, I don't know, less than 1 million or something. I didn't have like my stock here. So T8, I'm supposed to have like 800k toughness in combat, I guess. They're definitely far away from that, I think. 280k, I need to like triple this in combat basically. I don't think I'll do that. Okay, there's like there's like Dark Shroud maybe? Maybe Barriers. And then the Shrouded Gift. Okay, maybe. Do I show it? Ah, 700k toughness. Actually, let's see if this actually checks out here. Ah, look, we're doing poison now. Like a proper rogue. But now the AoE is suffering. I think at this point I learned that like half the stuff doesn't even work for poison. Yeah, Blurring Blade set that does nothing for poison imbue, for example. And Circling Blades also does nothing. Breakneck Bandit does nothing. So I have like, I think this also does nothing. Yeah, I have like so many things that just do nothing here. Like literally all my aspects and my set do nothing for poison imbue. And yet, we're just cruising for this D70. Hilarious, man. Poison is pretty good, I think. So it's basically T9 now, right? Do I go T9 after this? 75. It's actually T10 almost, 75. But I stay on T8 apparently. Why at all? Okay, let's see this here. Here's Bartok. T8. Absolutely shredding. Okay. How close can I actually get to Permeate with Rushing Claw now? Pretty close. You basically play Quarterly set, stack a bit of cooldown, and that kind of solves it, and it's still extremely fast. It's like still one of the fastest, actually. Yeah, I think the 100 cost Talisman chest is pretty good in hordes. I talked about this in my Warplans video as well. Tell me a build that is not the best and not the worst that you can enjoy at season 14. Divine Lance. I think the Mythic Tribute of Armaments guaranteed Mythic Nerf will make it just like top rates of All Descendants. Yeah, I think All Descendants was 25%. So maybe it's that, or maybe it's more. Any hardcore cold pen shot cooking? I'm planning to play Poison. Let's see. Actually staying in this quite a lot, but we are already unlocking T80. And this is now 6 hours at 70, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Let me double check this. 7:30. So here we have fresh 70. This is 2:17, so this is like not even 5 hours later, actually. Okay, but I actually didn't unlock it, I went out. 270 was fine. Because I was still stuck with this like not working set and everything. If I actually had like a set I could that did something, I would easily do this T10 unlock there. But the entire set just did nothing for my build here. Okay. Oh, 6 slot. Stoke into Death Shot plan? Nah, I'm not gonna do Death Shot that early. I'll play some Pen Shot, basically. And my everything build will be on YouTube tomorrow, by the way. Dude, I actually have the full set sitting there. Look at this. I'm looking at it. Look, the entire stash is full of sets here. Little did I know. And the Azarath. Oh my god. That is actually glorious, man. Like, you know, in hindsight. Like, this set does nothing for my build right now. And I have an Azarath Charm on top of that, which also does nothing for that build. Like, it literally does not trigger from dots. That is great. I have no talisman, guys. In this is amazing. Pro gamer, yeah. That's very funny. As a returning player, is there anything you need to do on unlock? Yeah, you need to do the Lord of Hated campaign. Any Sork enjoys I plan on starting. I'm not planning to start Sork, but I want to play a bunch of Sork after the Rogue. Look, I think I'm doing it. Holy. I'm equipping the set. I still have Azure after, unlucky. So let's see the difference. Hit 80. And now we're cruising, look. Still have a unique charm. That doesn't do anything, but these are minor details. Okay. So now we are at... This is 1.5 hours in, so this is 4, 6, 8. This is 8.5 hours, Torment 10 actually. Dragon 160. Yeah, and when you're Torment 10 farming, then you are relatively set up already, because after that, like, you just need to, you know, up the pace basically from here. Let's see how long this Undercity run is. It's probably, I guess, like a 3.5 run. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4. Oh boy. More like 4.5. Okay, here's an Urivar. T10. But yeah, I mean, at this point, I can definitely... How's my gear looking, actually? So we have Ancestors everywhere besides the Shrouded Gift and the boot. Okay. Petition is also not a thing, so we're gonna be weaker there. Which sound would you go for instead of Azarath? I mean, it's like a bunch of choices. You can even do something like a Rust-Bitten Dirk or something, it's not bad. There's, what else? There's like the Etnas, for example. Yeah, Etnas is nice. If you don't already equip it, you probably want to equip it. What else is there? Dude, I have a 25 crit damage charm there. It's not a +1 though, okay. Yeah, anyway, Azarath doesn't do anything for dots, so you cannot run that. I think Sea Lords might not work for Poison Imbue either. I'll have to check. What else is there? So this should technically work. Fist of the Iron Rose, but you have to like trigger both parts. You can do that with just like using a random Heartseeker here and there, or a Forceful Arrow here and there, or even like the Caltrops. So that's the thing. Cow is something that might help early on. You don't have crazy lucky hits, but it helps a bit of the clear when you're just a pure poison build. Like later, you know, this is why I want to switch from Dance of Knives to Penshot actually, because I have much better clear. So Dance of Knives is like a giga single target and stuff. At least like the final nice version. You could also swap over to the marksman version on the. This might actually work. I think it's probably what Ava has in a guide actually. There's the marksman Denso Nice. Let's see it. Yeah, he's running this version, yeah, which is Star Shards. So this has way better clear. And then poison just brings a single target anyway. So this is a good combo. Turning spellbound steals. Humans gain all objects are free, opponents increase by 200x and grants hits them like a hit chance. Mm-hmm. Get barrier there. Thick boot, huh? Now he has a cowl. And a Sea Lord, yeah. Sea Lord is also a generic damage buff, so you can use that for poison. I think Sigfoot is not a very good aspect, to be fair. Toxic Alchemist, that's funny. Actually, you don't even need the temper. Also, it's going full ham on imbue and potency. Interesting. No additive. Yeah, I imagine that the clone probably doesn't actually do all too much damage here. Why is Snow Red on Pants not have any strength? Because Dance on Ice doesn't use your ranged weapon, it uses your melee weapons. Is Death Trap Rogue the best build to go towards to get yourself going early? No, it's like a late game build, you don't do this early on. I mean, you can play like the starter version of it, there is a starter version in the guide, but it's not gonna be better than other builds at that point. But it becomes better when you have like the full thing. By the way, skills 24/7, the Azurath does something, but not for dot build, basically. So that's like the issue. Any build I recommend as soon as you hit max level? Yeah, you can just stick to it and so nice, basically. I'll do this until I get like an eagle horn and something, you know, and then it's gonna swap over to that. Yeah, when I played it last time, like it was pretty resource hungry. Like the thing is that Dance of Knives, it costs like basically no resource, and it just works. And eagle, like for Penshot, you want the eagle horn, and you want something for resources. You can do Dark Shroud for resources as well. So that's the thing. There's like the extra energy regen thing on the Dark Shroud. If you have enough defense, that's okay. Also be cube first when 70 is a priority. How do you mean if cube exactly? I mean like uniques? I think for me, probably just bow. I'm just gonna send bow until I get eagle one. Yo, this kick stuff is way too tanky. I'm actually here. I'm actually trying the star shards to see the difference. You see the difference between star shards and the fan of knives? Crazy, the single target. It does so much damage on single target. Compare this here, right? Just the first like 20% and then the last 80%. I see this, yeah. Now we're already going down to a 3-minute run. So the previous run was 4.5 minutes in Honest City. This was 3 minutes. And the boss is pretty instant. So now we're at 5 AM. So this was... Well, this is 9.5 hours now. We're going to T11 or something anytime soon. Yeah, that boss. Okay, he's a beast in the eyes. At 10 hours in now. T10. 10 hours after 70. So to be clear. So we're like roughly 12 hours into the season right now. Oh. This is unboxing or something? Oh, there's Merlin. Ah. That was this thing. Plus the rip clip. Okay. So we got that. Okay, I don't actually have more stuff here saved. This is now me blasting actually Barrage like a day later or something like that or two. So I didn't actually save the other stuff. Okay. Close this thing. Like 180 paragons. So at this point it's like kind of the time to slowly go towards T11, I guess. And I'll fix it later. Actually, let's compare this a little bit. I haven't seen Koran yet. Actually, the entire quest line, he's not showing up. Not a single time. Seems kind of rare. We're already at 150 and trying to level our glyphs here. So I've done quite a lot of runs above 100. He's a 115 pit boss. How long does it take? "20 seconds. And here is Mephisto. So like right after? When is that? This is 242 Paragon. This is, okay, 9 Paragons later, so I probably have some other stuff. But I think this is no Rustbitten Dirk or something. I just kind of went in, I think. When is the point of the transition for Death Trap? The Death Trap guy tells you all of the breakpoints you need to hit. Once you have those, you can play it. But that is like not early. I wonder if I should do Mephisto with Dancer Knives instead of Pen. Dancer Knives has a lot of single target, man. Maybe that's actually the tech. I wonder what we have listed here. There's also rapid fire pen. Okay, that's a nice. This is like still this one, right? They surely fixed the Mythic Seal drops, right? Guys, anyone who's been farming already? Mephisto? Any Mythic Seal enjoyers? No, I don't think it's bugged. I think it's just a low drop chance. But did it say some bosses didn't have like the loot tables like or something like some items are missing? Yeah, maybe, but I'm not sure like which of the items are supposed to be, you know, like no boss loot. Basically, I'm pretty sure that some of them will remain in no boss's loot table. Okay. There's a lot of decks, to be fair, for a versatility glyph. Did it change it now? But okay. What is going to happen to exploit? Will it remain as powerful? You mean the glyph? Doesn't change to that. Why do we use cheap shots? And that's nice if we don't have crowd control. This build has crowd control. You get cold immune from the spellbound. But it's also like it's just a pretty good board across the board because you have 50% damage already, and then it doubles to 100, and 100 is pretty good. You know, like the typical rogue board is like 60, right? So this is baseline, only slightly weaker, and then if you get NACC or stagger off, then it's a lot. Here's 60, here's 60, here's 60, and this is 50 or 100. So oof. It's a popper run. Now that we know how it works. Yeah. I guess we stuck at him. Oh boy. Okay, so it's like an 11-minute, 125. Oh. I haven't seen Koran yet. Here's Death Trap. 116. How fast is this one? Not that fast. 2.5. Or is it just people use Ambercrux to do 16 under city. That was 2 minutes. So this you can do with cold or with poison. Yeah, I didn't actually have the damage to like insta one-shot everything here. Even these elites have to cast 2 or 3 times sometimes. If you now imagine it's actually gonna like one-tap all these guys, it's gonna be pretty crazy. Doc Mephisto, let's see. The hovering is gone in Season 14 with Heartseeker. They may just shoot at random enemies now. So it's gonna be much more comfy. Heartseeker is gonna be really nice. I think I might play it again and see how the difference feels. Which is easier, get to D12, Wovenbarb or Doc Rogue? I don't know. Doc Rogue is definitely gonna do it on day one though. They don't have builds mid-season. Only like, you know, ridiculous bugs or something. So here the waves was still knocking me in. I think they removed that knockback from the waves. They don't actually knock you anymore. They patched this out at some point. Look at this. Yeah, I'm trying to walk out and the wave knocks me back in. Dude right here can protect you from the bite. That's funny, man. At least my chat always keeps me entertained, Lily. Maybe just like not close enough. It wasn't unstallable. I mean, I've done Mephisto on mini builds that weren't unstallable, and almost none of them got knocked around from those waves. Can anyone else confirm that they removed this? I think they just removed the knockback from the waves. Also, right here, I can just tank the bite. It's kind of funny, man. Look, it knocks me back in, and he hits me, and right here just tanks it. Dude, right here can protect it from the bite. That's funny, man. Yeah, I mean, I noticed this on the lifestyle already. So this change of the waves. Don't we remove the knockback? Okay. I don't know, I did it on so many builds, and I felt like, okay, maybe I was just dodging the waves properly then. And then, you know, at some point they can also like learn the timing to like jump away in the moment that the waves spawn. They can just completely run away from it. He gave up his other arm. Well, at least he's doing something useful. That's crazy how he melts down with those spells. And Rapid Fire. I don't think I'm gonna build either Death Trap or Rain of Arrows that early. And Heartseeker is also like stagger based, so I'm not sure if I want to do that. So I think my plan is gonna be just pen shot. It's also very hard to get us. Oh, he's doing the high velocity attack. I was doing this in last season as well. For bossing. I think there's a Druid build S tier. We don't have anything in S tier right now on Druid. And I don't think we're gonna see it necessarily, but we'll see. Death Trap still bugged? We don't think so, but we'll see. It'll be kind of stupid if they left that in. Okay guys, it's actually time to go. So, have a good one everyone. I'll see you tomorrow for the launch. Okay, mate, Panda. I'm not sure how much longer he's gonna be here, but let's do that. So, enjoy. Good night, everyone.